What is up, party people? All right, let me go ahead and fix a few things because, of course, I'm not ready. If you want to join the panel, go ahead and hit that link up there that I just put in. That is the Discord link that will join you in, and I'll get you all signed up and verified. And let me see if I got that. And you can join the panel. So with that said, no rants, nothing at all. Matter of fact, I don't even think I had anything planned today. Like I said, I kind of just ended up live. I'm going to put that on. Let me see something. There we go. That's better. I don't know if my Discord thing is already working. Why it's not working. Hang on. All right, fuck that. All right, we're good. All right, let me see here. Let's say what's up to everybody. Go to the top of the list this time. What's up, Amy? How you doing? What's up, No Name? What is up, Hannah? How you doing? What up, GPS? I'm doing this at the same time. Who else is here? What up, Brian? I just saw you jump into Discord. What's up, Mav64? What's up, Nicole? What up, Chris Bear? How you doing, sir? And I think that, what up, RT? And Darkseed is here. All right, I think that's it. I went with your favorite. What does that mean? No Name. Give me a second. I'll jump into the Discord. Just got to get this link. There we go. I don't know how the Discord thing works, but I hate it. Hang on, let me start this over. And there we go. Now it should work. Even though, oh yeah, Brian is talking. Of course, Brian is talking. Now give me a sec, guys. I'm kind of getting everything switched around. Trying to figure out why it's still doing that. Hang on. That's why. There we go. Now we're all set and started over. All right, so like I said, nothing planned and started. Or nothing was planned in the rant aspect of it. But yes, definitely there is something to be said for a topic. Now, I asked a question the other day. What do you question? And in that, I meant, what are you skeptical of? I got a couple answers from Digital and Barney, and kind of, meandered, but at the same time, it still stayed on topic. And it came to my realization that the better question is, what do you deny? What do you think is not as is said in science and or any aspect of this conversation, really? Whether it be conspiracies, you can deny that 9/11 was a conspiracy, but it doesn't mean it is. Let's find out. I'm going to go ahead and jump to the panel. Get those guys, see what they're all up to. Let me see. There we go. Ooh, let me see if I can get it going. What up, guys? What are you guys up to? What up, Skyfi? Nope. When the second someone says that, it's like, all right, never mind. How you doing, Hannah? Happy motherfucking birthday, Crash. I have an idea. All right, hang on. Yeah. I know. Here's the best part. If you guys see it, I see it too. So.
Oh, okay. You're watching.
But that's the thing. That's usually how it works. It's usually I don't remember, and then the second, like someone's like, "Hey, the chat," and I look, and I see it. I'm like, "Fuck."
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I'm hearing horrible static from everybody, so I've reset my connection a couple of times. I just can barely understand.
You sound staticky.
Yeah,
you
you're
sound
right.
like
it's got to be coming from my end, so I'm gonna try to.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Come back.
Yeah, no worries. Chris, you are okay. Yeah, you have yourself on mute. You're green. I'm not sure why though. But yeah. So I guess I don't want to ask Chris right off the bat what he denies because we all know he denies science. But I want to go through without explaining it. No, hang on. No, Chris, it wasn't a bad thing because I want
start out the conversation.
No, because what I want, Chris, is usually this is usually what happens. We'll start talking about something, and because I'm looking at the list of people in here right now, I'll go. Chris will say something, and then everyone will jump on Chris. But what I tried to get to happen the other stream when I said, "What do you question?" is I was trying to get what everyone is skeptic about something. I don't care what it is. It may be crayons don't look like the right color. I don't give a fuck. But I don't want everyone to jump on Chris on it because I know there has to be something everyone else denies. So what I wanted to ask before, because I want to pick the best one, before we explain why, I just want to know, is there what aspect of a science, an event that happened, do you deny happened the way the narrative is? And we're going to start with Brian.
Well, that's a tough one. I do think that there's something weird to the way Tesla suddenly became a nut. I think it wasn't necessarily that. I think it's a conspiracy that he went crazy so much as it is his going crazy may have been the result of a poisoning. That's my conspiracy and thing that I deny.
All right, thank you. I'm writing him. Hang on. I plan to write it down, but I don't know where my pen is. Hang on. All right, got it. Brian, we're going to call it Tesla for right now. All right. Who's next? Farmer. I'm not playing this name change game, damn it.
You don't like Dalai Farmer?
It's not. You're going to forever be Farmer's Boy, just so you know.
No, I've been Farmer's Boy since 1997, so I haven't got a problem with that.
Okay, well, I know, the thing is I don't even need to, look at the only reason I'm looking at it is to see the list, but I know who you guys are just by voice, which is a weird aspect of how people talk and don't do that. But go ahead.
Does it have to be science related?
No. It could be an event. It could be anything. It can be anything that you deny, but it does have to be kind of on a mainstream aspect. It's not.
No, that's cool. No, I've got one then.
Okay.
I've got one. Ghosts.
Okay. Perfect.
Simple as that. Don't believe in ghosts.
Well, that's the mainstream. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Well,
that's not. You're denying something that most people deny. That's not what Sean's asking.
Yeah,
right?
You're right. It would be more.
That's like saying I don't believe in fairy tales or fairies.
Okay. It could be something like.
Wait, did you say you believe in ghosts or that you don't?
No, I don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, okay.
This would be.
That's good. That's good. That's a good one, because if he doesn't believe, it's something that you deny. It doesn't have to be so much. Well, if you think about it, the paranormal is mainstream. It's not a mainstream known to be there, but it's there. It's out there. It's something that a lot of people believe. He denies it.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, just let me ask this though: does science deny ghosts?
I don't think science
pretty much
weighed in
supernatural.
Yeah, it's considered supernatural. Therefore, science says it doesn't exist. So he's going by the mainstream scientific opinion. Is my point.
But that's fine. It doesn't need to be science, because it could be an event. You could be like 9/11. You know what I mean?
Well, no. Okay, then. Well, I will admit that there are certain aspects of the official story to 9/11 that I don't agree with, and I don't accept.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
So have that one instead. Have a bit of 9/11, just a slice.
GPS doesn't really talk too much, but if you want GPS, you could. Sure. The Vila incident was actually a nuclear test, and that the official explanation is false. Okay. Well, damn, GPS was I jumped the gun already, and I got it. Perfect.
He could see where he was in the list. You see.
I'm writing it down.
I've got to have a look at that now. I don't know what he's on about.
Exactly. That's kind of why I'm asking. All right, so Mr. Logo, you're up.
Hello. Chris, the reason why science denies ghosts is not because they are supernatural, but because there's no evidence for that.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn mainstream, though. Almost to the point where you would think that a majority of the people that do believe in spirits and ghosts believe it because it's so mainstream.
Yeah, but you have to go against the majority in these examples. Like if you said you believed in ghosts, fine. If you said you believed in Bigfoot, like if I said, "Oh, I don't believe in Bigfoot," well, that's the mainstream science. That's what most people say.
But that's the thing, though. This doesn't have to be what science says. It's more personal. And in you can deny conspiracies. You can deny Bigfoot's real. That's kind of what I mean. It doesn't need to be. This isn't going to be like such a pinned on rules to picking what you deny. It couldn't be really anything. I just didn't want it to be, I deny flat Earth.
I'd like it to be I think it'd be more fun if it was a positive claim, though. Like everyone else has been a positive claim about something.
No.
Oh, we can go back and do positive claims about things we believe as well. That'd be fun.
Well,
that's what everyone's done so far.
No, that's what they deny.
Yeah, the denial is a denial.
Why does it have to be?
What supposedly happened?
What do you mean, everyone? I was only second.
Well, yeah. but my question is why does the denying have to be a negative? Because you can deny on both sides of everything. I can deny that vaccines are good, but you can deny that vaccines aren't good. Huh? Yeah, so someone can deny a conspiracy. I deny that the vaccine conspiracy is real.
Like if I said I don't believe in ghosts, that's a negative claim. Like I don't have anything to go with that. Like fine, you don't believe in ghosts. Okay, let's move on.
That
is not the case.
But we also argued explained that it is the ghost paranormal. I don't care what anyone says. It's just because it's not mainstream science doesn't mean it's not mainstream. If that was the case, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's often the example of a jar with gumballs given. When you have that, either the number of gumballs is odd or even. Now, when you don't believe that the number is even, does that mean you believe the number is odd?
No.
All right, I'll tell you what.
So there's at least another opinion or another position, and this is just I don't know.
Yeah, you can deny.
Well, I mean, there's also the court analogy where you could say guilty or not guilty. Does not guilty also imply innocence? No, it means that there's not enough evidence to prove guilt.
Yeah, exactly. And
okay, well, I'll give mine.
That option does not carry a burden of proof.
Okay, but Logo, let's hear yours real quick. So I want to get down this list real quick. Do you have one? When I asked you the question, what do you deny?
You know me? Me?
Yeah.
What do I deny?
Yeah.
What do I deny? In regards to 9/11, I deny the official version of the aftermath, but I think many people are doing that. I'm not buying into conspiracies in regards to the incident, but I'm strongly denying that the aftermath was okay, because Iraq was being accused of having organized that, and even the Islamic Republic of Iran was accused, and that was just false and asinine and counterproductive at the highest degree.
I don't want anyone to explain. I just want answers. Because I don't want. We're not going to go over all of them, so I just want to go through everyone's real quick. Crash. I don't really care about yours. What about Miss Crash?
Yeah, it's like that. I believe that there's alternatives to what we call gasoline that aren't available publicly, but that's just me.
How would I phrase that? So,
I believe that there's better sources of alternative fuels available.
You deny that the alternative fuels are okay. Get it? I get it. All right. No name, if you can. If not,
angels.
So
God.
Okay. Let's just go ahead and add unicorns and fairies to that. All these lists.
Okay. Wait. So what Crash said? Everything. So everyone said has been is has been actually a story or a event that happened in the media. So it's mainstream. So it's nothing wrong. Chris, your turn though.
I don't believe in unicorns.
Have unicorns ever been mainstream and/or real?
Yeah. Have you ever read about a unicorn?
Perceived to be real?
How many millions of books are there about unicorns?
Okay.
They have to have been thought to be real at some point.
You're right. You know what? I can't. Go ahead. That's fine. Hannah, your turn.
Listen, that's not really mine. I'm just I don't know. I'm in an annoyed mood, I guess.
I deny information that comes out of our Pentagon.
Okay.
Oh,
Farmer's boy annoyed me with his answer, but whatever. I'll think about mine. You come back to me, Sean.
Okay. I heard you, Anna. Hang on. Okay. Skyfly. Memes going away. Photoshopped ending.
Skyfly.
The question is, do I deny something or do I believe it? I don't know what the question was.
It's what do you deny? So if the mainstream media and or science perceives something to be a way, is there something in that you deny to be true?
I deny that Dow believes in the force of pull. I think he's talking complete bollocks because there is a force of pull, and I've displayed that with graphical representations in your Discord.
Okay.
There's about 7 of them.
Okay. So now here's the thing. The reason I did this, the reason I went down this list is because what I want to do, what I wanted to do is put this.
Someone's posted that picture.
There, perfect. What I wanted to do is I wanted to now pick through this list of your guys' situations and talk about it. Because the reason I did this is obviously I thought a lot more people would say 9/11, but they didn't. Chris, if you want to say what unicorns do, we can do unicorns. We can. It's actually not that ridiculous at all. Because there is a reason why the unicorn is a thing.
If we get stuck, we can go back to the rumpus and the invisible green pixies.
It'd be worth the same. Okay. No, twisted hippie. I did not want anyone to argue. Actually, I stopped it. That's why I didn't want anyone to explain. Okay, so yeah, Chris is right about that. Bigfoot's characteristics are not supernatural. Okay, so
it wholly depends on which Bigfoot people you talk to, because there's some people who assume they're fourth dimensional creatures who use trees as portals.
Okay, well, that's a little different. That's different. But hey, we can talk about this because
I deny that.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I believe in Bigfoot, but I don't think he's a fourth dimensional.
No. Anyone that distanced themselves from that shit, bloody hell.
I have one, Sean. I have one for you.
What's that?
I have one that
Never seen Bigfoot.
I deny the flat Earth claim that rockets are helium balloons.
Me too.
Good man.
That's good.
How about that?
All right.
I like that. I'll write that down.
You're not going to get much
cool.
argument there, Chris.
Yeah.
I figured you guys would like that one.
I think we're done, aren't we? Up at the bottom of the list.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay, so hang on. So, farmers, can you explain the 9/11 part for me real quick?
In a nutshell, I am fairly convinced that those 2 towers, and Building 7, but mainly the 2 towers, did not come down just because 2 planes flew into them. I believe explosives were used to bring the buildings down, and I think there's a wealth of evidence to show that.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So out of 8 people, I'm going to tell you this right now. Only 2 of you have claims or deny something that is rationally a denial, but has evidence for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you guys ready to hear this? So out of everyone, the only 2 people that made claims that have actually something that can be talked about and figured out. Ready? Brian and Chris.
Oh,
So check this out. The 9/11. Farmers, you're wrong. Okay, it's just wrong.
That's your opinion.
Matter of fact, GPS, I don't know because I have no. Hang on. GPS, I have no clue because I don't know about that incident. So I kind of wanted to actually talk about that, but I wanted to finish this part. Logo said the 9/11, the aftermath. Basically, the accusations and the planning accusations and all that. That's wrong. These are all things that have been. Everything I'm saying is wrong. I promise you. There's evidence that shows different. And it's actually undeniable. Crash said the gas situation, they figured out every single, not figured out, but there have been so many entrepreneurs, independents and engineers that have ran things off of so many different fuels. I would say that's not even possible. No Name said God and angels. I mean, realistically, we all know you're not going to find out until you die. Hannah said the Pentagon.
I mean,
Hannah, hang on. Whoa.
You didn't qualify.
Yeah, you're right.
You just said,
Yeah, I know.
It's mainstream.
It is mainstream.
5% of Americans believe in angels.
But you're right. It's okay. You don't have to be so relaxed, man. It's okay. And Hannah, we all know damn well that it takes an act of God, No Name's God, to get things released from the Pentagon. So those are kind of things that, we would always poke at, but we would never find out. You see what I'm saying on that one?
Yep.
Okay, so
I have issues with your 9/11. Let's talk about the 9/11 one because your flat out dismissal of the 9/11 was kind of strange to me.
Okay, what part?
So you rephrase or restate what you said about there was only two that were provable claims.
Yeah. The claims that can actually be gone into to figure out that without roadblocks, without speculations.
Why can't you do that with 9/11?
Okay, which claim? The buildings?
Yeah.
And the farm. Okay. He's made the claim that he doesn't think that two buildings could have fallen due to the planes hitting the towers. Correct, Farmer? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Now here's the thing: the idea that for those buildings to fall, you need them to melt is not true.
He didn't say that either.
Who said anything
I'm explaining that.
That's a straw man.
No, I'm explaining why the towers fell. That's what I'm doing. I'm not saying Farmer said anything. I'm just going off of what Farmer said and now explaining why it's not a conspiracy or not disinformation. What happens is the fuel and the fire from those planes that hit that building, and then the stuff that's on fire in the buildings, all it has to do is weaken that steel, which is far easier than to melt. All it takes is heat for a long period of time. Now, once one part of that building collapses, the weight of those floors are crashing down on the rest of that building. We see what do you call it? The pressure from inside the building that blows out the glass. It doesn't match what you see in a demolition, because in a demolition, it's floor by floor. In the 9/11, when the World Trade Center buildings fell, they were blowing out 5 and 6 at a time, which would be exactly what you would see from the inside of a building falling in on itself, which is exactly why.
That's never happened before.
It happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
All the time. You want me to show you?
Yeah, so what I need you to do to prove all those claims I can wrap into one is say to prove your claim, you need to show one high rise steel structure building that's ever collapsed due to fire.
Okay, and if I find that, you will then stop denying the buildings fell any other way, right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay.
And not that one that blew up because there's a fuel tank halfway up the high-rise building that actually detonated due to the
that's
fire.
that's not a structure collapse.
It has to be a full structure collapse.
Yep.
Due to fire.
Yep.
And by the way, that doesn't even begin to talk about Building 7 that wasn't hit by any airplanes or have any.
We'll talk about that we can talk about that as anytime. Hang on. So I'm gonna go and share my screen on here. so you guys can see what I'm watching. And then I will share it on OBS.
I can't believe Chris Berry has a different name.
But I've known Chris by OU Chris longer than I've known him as Chris Berry. All right, so here's just one. This is a Brazilian high-rise fire causes buildings to collapse. To collapse. It's a fire.
I think I've seen it.
And I did type, when you guys didn't say no, I typed in, or you probably saw it when I first started. The steel structure collapsed due to fire on its own footprint. You guys are thinking as if something happened to the structure of the building at the bottom and it would tip over. It's not how it works. I'll find another one now.
Whoa! What do you mean find another one? No, let it play.
It did. You didn't see it collapse? See?
Okay.
Steel structure.
I need the details of that building. No, it does that. Well, first of all, it looks like about.
It says an abandoned high-rise building acquired by squatters in downtown São Paulo, Brazil, caught fire and collapsed.
That's not a steel frame.
That's what I typed in on my site. Look, I'm looking at it right now. And
it's gonna pull up. It's gonna pull up closest results. That doesn't mean it's gonna pull up exactly what you're looking for.
Okay, well, that's why we're looking through them.
Oh man!
I would like to ask what the frame of the building is made out of if it's not steel in a high-rise.
Mm.
About the same.
Look right there. You can see the steel. Right there. See that? That's steel.
That's Tehran. That's a completely different building.
Yeah, you're right. This is another building that I'm showing you, but it collapsed due to a fire.
No, that's all concrete. That's like.
Wait.
That.
Do you Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that one.
Okay, you're comparing. Hold on, you're comparing.
No, I'm going to show you. Yes.
With buildings built in Iran.
So, wait.
Out
so you're
of
telling me
Adobe and mortar.
Whoa! Did you just get racist on me? Did you just say Adobe? Do you really think that building's made out of Adobe? Is that what you really think?
I hope not.
It looks like a. Look at the.
Hang on, I'm gonna show you how I know it's not Adobe. Look, what's that right there? What's that? That's wood, huh? You think they poured?
Oh, so wood. So now we're talking wood.
No, it's not wood. I'm asking you. Do you think where my cursor is right now is wood or steel?
I don't know. I would need structural technical documentation of that building in triplicate. Verified.
It looks like a hollow building. Like it looks like it's hollow inside.
Wait, what?
Did you?
There's no. I'm saying there's no course to this building
here too. Hollow buildings, 2020.
If you mean hollow and it looks like there's space where people exist within floors, then I agree.
It said a hollow building. That's far.
The Twin Towers had two massive cores throughout the entirety of those buildings.
Oh, look here. Here you go. Stability of.
I need to see. So I'll restate. I'll restate my claim, okay, to negate any of these like buildings that were made out of like mud and sticks, okay. I need to see modern.
Wow!
Modern.
Stop saying that shit. Stop saying that. No, Chris.
I'm gonna
no, Chris. I know you're from Texas. I know that's how you guys roll. But stop. Stop saying that shit.
That building was made out of like cardboard boxes, dude. Listen, I'm gonna restate. I'm gonna restate my claim.
Twin Towers weren't modern either. They were quite old.
Yeah, but they were built by Americans.
All right, I won't be able to get my question out. So
no, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
Go for it.
I need to see a modern
voice check.
Steel core and steel framed structured building, skyscraper that collapses. Listen, that totally collapses due to fire. Okay.
It needs to have the exact same number of floors as the World Trade Center.
It needs to be a relatively similar structured building in terms of like, if you showed me a house burning down and
the fire needs to start due to a plane crashing into it. It has to be kerosene fire.
Not into it, next to it.
We've seen several buildings.
Hey there, Sean.
Hey, what's up, George?
I'm sorry, Chuck.
Does
Go
it have
ahead.
to have the
stepped on
same
you.
number of people aboard the
Okay,
airplane
guys.
crash into the building?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Sean.
How you doing, George? Actually, this is perfect. I like this right here. So if you guys click on my link, there's something that I just saw that you guys should really look at. So click on that link. We're gonna watch it real quick.
Do you see the 666 though? Just go back a sec. Just back 1 sec.
Nope.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Go back a sec. Did you see the 666 though? Right? They're duping the light. It's in plain sight, Sean. If you go back to the reel at the start where it said Demolition 2, look at that 666. See? Can you see it? It's the same as the CERN symbol there. Yep. Yeah. Can you see it? Yeah. It's 666.
That's not a 6.
That is.
Don't you guys realize what's going to happen here is you find a modern building that's similar to the Twin Towers or Building 7, and then Chris is going to say, yeah, but show me a building where the superstructure steel is purchased from U.S. Steel.
No, that's not true.
It is crazy. You've done that.
Come on, man, give it up already. You are so ridiculous. You just make
Okay, hang on, guys. Hang on.
Okay, listen, I have people in chat. No, I got to get this out. People in chat like Fred Knott saying that the World Trade Centers weren't steel framed buildings. Like, you people have been so brainwashed and so lied to.
Okay, yeah, that's
Chris,
sorry,
come on,
Fred.
man.
It was a steel frame.
You cannot construct a building over 10 stories without
above
a steel
multi-stories
superstructure.
Okay, so Chris, are
Jesus
you watching?
Christ,
Are you watching the what I'm sharing on in here in the Discord?
So in the Discord or on YouTube?
If you click on my name where it says live, you'll be able to see the YouTube I'm watching.
Oh, okay.
So what we're watching right now is a simulation of how the Twin Towers fell, and I just want to show you how it's very clear how it fell. So, okay, so are you watching it?
Yeah.
Okay, so right where it's at right now is where it collapsed due to the steel being weakened, right?
Okay.
Now, see how it's collapsing?
Well, the pancake effect is concertinaing down, which they spoke about. Yeah,
and the reason
because the weight of each floor breaks the next floor,
exactly.
doesn't it? Yeah, and then the next one, like a pack of cards.
And the difference between a demolition explosion versus what happened with the Twin Towers is, see how most of the top goes, or what's falling sinks.
How does
sinks into the building?
No, this doesn't make any sense.
It does. Now listen.
No, this defies all known physics.
No, it doesn't. I can explain it, right?
Stop. Okay, how about this? Hang on.
I can explain it. I can explain it.
Please do. Please explain how this defies physics. Go.
Okay, so let's say you split that building up into, let's just say for sake of argument, 10 equal parts. Just what?
No. Don't worry about what anyone says. You just continue. Go ahead.
Let's say you split that building up into 10 equal parts. Mm-hmm. And the top 1/10 of those parts is the part that is supposedly has collapsed and pushing down on the other 9 parts. How does one part of the same building collapse down on the other 9 parts?
Okay, now look. What collapses in the beginning, I'm gonna go start make it so it goes to
that's basic. That's basic physics.
Chris. So this is 1/10, we'll say, that's crushing in on it right now, right?
On 9/10, correct.
Okay. Every time it collapses a floor, that floor becomes part of the collapsing.
No, but it has 9/10 of the building pushing back on 1/10. So how is it collapsing?
It's not because it's
weakening. It doesn't have to break the 9/10.
Sean,
it has to break
Sean,
one
this
floor.
is a very easy thing to demonstrate.
Ooh, get an egg.
This, or take an empty soda can and very carefully stand on it, and it will hold you up. And then just take your 2 index fingers and bend down ever so slightly and just push in on the side just a little bit, and that can will collapse immediately.
And crush your fingers. Go, but do it anyway.
Once the frame starts buckling, it's all over.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's as good of an example as it gets.
Wait. Say, okay, I need to hear that
once
again.
The frame is damaged enough to hold the support weight.
Yeah, get an empty can. stand on that can.
So stand on it with the 1 million times the weight of the can.
Ooh, wait, so you said that's not wait, are you saying that's not possible?
No, it is possible with 1 million times the weight of the can standing on top of it. Yeah. You don't have that amount of weight on top of the building. You have 1/10 the weight on top of the building crushing down, supposedly.
And every time it takes out a floor,
it's probably not even 1/10. It's probably 1/20.
So look, 1/10 may have started it, which did happen because of weakened steel, but after it starts collapsing, everything under it is collapsing under the weight of the additional floors that collapse. You understand that, right?
That wouldn't have happened. It would have fallen off.
What? What would have happened, Chris?
All right, Chris. I got one.
Wait, Chris. Do you think? Hang on, no name. Do you think that? Do you think the top of that? Hang on. Do you think the top of that building should have crushed down and then stayed like that? Chris?
It would have probably stayed like that or fallen over or tipped over or something. Just the top, not the whole building.
So where it stops crushing down, what stops that floor from holding all the floors above it? Because you understand that when it's a structurally sound building,
the 95% of the floors below it.
Good for nothing bloody platform. Why the hell doesn't it work?
So to prove this to me, you'd need to take like the same material, stack it up, take one of those pieces of that same material, drop it on the other 9 pieces of material, and have that one piece collapse through the other 9 pieces. Then I'll believe that that's possible.
Are you watching the simulation that I'm running?
Yeah, that simulation is bullcrap.
No, that simulation shows you exactly what happened.
No, it doesn't.
Look at it. You're telling me that didn't happen. It's not falling in on itself. It's not collapsing more and more. So you're telling me halfway down?
Well, okay, you can get a simulation
you're watching this,
to do
right?
anything you want it to
You're
do.
watching this, right? You're watching it?
You can get a simulation to do anything you want, Sean.
Watch the building on the right. Do you see the floors, how they're still connected? Do you realize that as it goes, as you fall more and more...
Okay, well, that's not how the building on the right fell at all. The whole top was disintegrated before it even hit the next floors down.
What?
That's video evidence.
No, there is no video. Show me.
There's no video. Okay. I'll pull it up. You can just type in World Trade Center collapse.
Can I be heard now?
Yes,
I had a lot of problems with Discord, which is why I never liked Discord. It's called you probably covered it, pancaking, and one of the bits
that's been debunked, Tony. That was debunked 15 years ago.
By who?
Hang on.
That's not even the mainstream explanation anymore, guys.
Yes, it is.
It absolutely is, but at least let me get a word out. So,
keep up with
part
your
of the mainstream explanation is this pancaking effect, where you have enough weight at the top of the building, above the point that the plane intercepted, that it can actually reach free fall. And I think a lot of the problems that people had was the weight of each floor collapsing on the next floor. But all it needs to do is be able to collapse the next floor, which is why you get the building essentially falling in sequence down into its own footprint, right? And that is the conventional explanation, Chris. It's not been debunked. I think it's got some weight behind it.
And the best part about using a simulation is that we actually can.
All right, wait. Was that a pun, Cody? That was an uncalled for pun about the murder of 3,000 of our own citizens.
Stop.
No. I don't make unnecessary puns.
I know this. Hang on. I know this mic works. I'm pretty sure. Okay, it does. Chris, you said something, and someone in this chat said something about the simulations not being reality. Well, you show me one video of the World Trade Centers falling where you're able to investigate what happened inside those buildings as it was falling. If you think simulations don't work and they're not reality and you can't use them, then you explain to me how you know those buildings fell the way you think they did without any evidence.
I'm going to find a video of what I said, which is the top portion of one of the buildings completely disintegrates before the lower parts even start to collapse.
Okay, perfect. Let's see it.
Chris doesn't like you talking truth. He hates it.
While you're finding that, Chris, you do know that when concrete breaks, it causes a lot of dust, right?
Dust.
And you understand that steel doesn't disintegrate too, right?
No.
So what you saw was all the concrete that was breaking apart and falling, the dust of it. So you said disintegrated. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how it disintegrated. Because you would need to grind it, crush it, or blow it up to disintegrate like that, and that didn't happen.
Oh, Ghostbusters!
Go ahead, George.
And I think sometimes the most simple explanations probably
I
are.
can't find it. There's only these fake mainstream bullcrap videos.
Okay. Well, then you can't.
Oh, here we go. Hold on, I did find it. Do you want me to share? Or do you? Or
Yeah, the thing is, though,
Sure.
The issue is the simulation tools are really quite wonderful. They use finite element analysis, and you can very accurately model collapses of buildings or how they're going to collapse under explosives or due to fire or whatever. I mean, the simulation tools we have with the of computers that are available to us can very accurately depict and render what happens in reality. It's just such nonsense.
By the way, I
denying
kind of
simulation tools.
Yeah, we get it, George. I kind of hijacked Dolly Farmer's whole topic. So
Don't we have good people like George?
Dolly Farmer, did you want to speak up? I'm kind of hijacked your point.
Yeah, can I point out that my first choice was Ghosts?
Here. Which Chris derailed and made you change.
I wanted to go with Ghosts.
Yeah, I'm showing it right now. If you guys want to click on the live link on the Discord, and then on YouTube, you guys are seeing it right now. And I'll go ahead and play it real quick.
Side note, I really wish I believed in ghosts. That would be like the coolest thing ever for those to be real.
Put that green line in there.
Chris, I want to ask you, where do you see it disintegrating?
From the top.
Because
the whole top portion is disintegrating.
Okay, see that the bottom red line? Right? What then would cause this to happen below that line? You see the blowouts?
Yeah, the demolition charges, Sean.
Okay, let me explain this one more time.
For fuck's sake.
I've explained, okay, show me any of the demolition that happens on this building. Because you don't see any
Those
blasts.
squibs?
Here's
The squibs that are coming out?
That's just smoke, Chris. Do you understand? Let me
Smoke?
Let me show you
Let
me show you what a demolition looks like.
What ejected 50-ton pieces of metal 500 yards laterally?
Pressure.
Sean, come on, man. You're smarter than that.
The same as the blowouts, but the line that we just saw, right? Those windows are blown out by the pressure of the top caving in, right? It's just like
the thing is, you have the inside of the structure has been burning for quite some time. It's filled with smoke, and the minute you start pushing down, like with a plunger, it's going to push
exactly.
the smoke out.
And you found a number of people with injuries consistent with that because they had burst eardrums. Yep. So some of the people who
You
survived,
also found people, Toady, if you looked into it, that were blown to pieces.
What
blown
do
to
you
pieces.
think?
Some people they couldn't. They only found like teeth and parts and bits of them.
Well, I guess after a building's fallen down on top of a lot of people, you get a lot of injuries. I'm talking about people who like ran out. Do you see what I mean? After the collapse has started, didn't get caught in it, and did survive. Yep, where their eardrums were burst from the pressure of the top coming down.
All right, Chris, are you
Well,
watching?
there would be pressure from bombs going off too.
Are you watching, Chris?
Oh, I'm watching, Sean.
Okay, good. So I want you to understand something. Watch each window as the demolition goes in concessions. It's not it's not 5-6 windows at a time like it was in the World
So,
Trade
Sean,
Center.
obviously they had to take down the Twin Towers in a different manner than they take down other smaller buildings.
Okay, so I got to find a different one again. Well, look, it's a compilation of them.
25, 35.
And oh yeah, and another thing, they always start at the bottom. I forgot to tell you that.
So it's called
Of course, you've
control.
got gravity helping
Yeah,
you.
it's called a controlled
It's called
demolition.
control. They can start from the top. They can start from the middle.
No, they do not.
Start from the inside.
Let me explain
all the
something.
time.
Let me explain something to you. They always, every one of these. I want you to watch something, Chris. Every single one of these clips.
What's the smoke coming out from the top of that building right there? What's that coming from?
It's called from on the camera. Look, it
From
moves.
on the camera. Yeah, what's the smoke at the top coming from?
Why do they start at the bottom? They start at the bottom because of gravity. It will help you to demolish the building accurately. It's obvious, right?
Chris, a big part of such a building is air because all the rooms are just air, and when that collapses, that whole air is being compressed and going through the window. So we would suppose
You can see the middle of that building is exploding.
No,
The middle of
stop,
that
hey,
building
stop,
is
no, stop. God damn it, Chris, you did it again. Let me show you something, and I'll make it prove to you every time. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, especially when it comes to construction. Look at the
Okay.
building. Do you see this building right now? We all see it. Look at the very bottom of that building, at the base.
Look at the
tell
middle,
me,
too.
tell me where the ignitions go off first in every single one of these.
That's not, even if they are at the very, oh, that one is identical middle and bottom. So thank you for proving my point.
The bottom. Yeah. Did you see that in the World Trade? Watch this. Just keep watching. That bottom has to be demoed first for the building to collapse on itself.
They couldn't demo the bottom of the building. That would be way too obvious, man. Use some common sense.
Oh my God. So wait, Chris. Ooh, did you just say they didn't demo the bottom of that building? Then how did it collapse?
Unbelievable. Chris,
They
it's
didn't
absolutely
start-
unbelievable as a grown man that you're willing to go on these
George,
shows
go
time
back
after
to your
time
go back
to
to
show
your
your
ice.
absolute.
Stop being
Go
personal,
back to
Chris.
doing whatever you need to do.
It's
So
unfathomable.
you say, Chris,
George,
that
you
they're
don't know
going
anything
to
about this.
they're going to blow it.
Stop.
They're not going to be so
That's
obvious.
perfect.
They do it at the bottom.
Cody's interrupting. George is interrupting.
Yeah,
I can't get
no.
it.
Chris, you're over. You interrupted George, but I wanted to say something. You just said George doesn't have a damn clue what he's talking about. I'm
he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet his engineering know-how is better than my know-how, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. In controlled demolition, could they start the blast charges going on any level, anywhere they want?
They start at the bottom because that is where it's collapsing itself. They can.
You're not listening to the question, Sean.
Let me explain to you how it works.
You didn't hear the question. You're too antsy to give an answer before you listen.
How controlled demolitions worked. Oh yeah, Chris, I forgot to tell you. I've also done controlled demolition.
Okay, Sean, you're not listening to my question. You're too eager to answer. Is it at all possible, knowing that controlled demolitions, A, controlled, B, hooked up to computer systems, is it possible to start anywhere other than the bottom? Is it possible?
If you're doing a controlled demolition, no, they do not ever
That's
start.
not the question.
Yes, it is. It is a question.
You're not giving a straight answer.
Chris,
on
let me give you a better answer then. If they're doing a controlled demolition and a faulty ignition wire is connected, yes, it may pop off at the top, but will it be a controlled demolition? No, it's a failure. Will the building fall on itself? No, because it is a failure.
And the reason is, Chris, that if you do it, hang on, let me finish, because I haven't had a word and I've had a bad day of it, and just let me get my word in and then I'll shut up. Yeah, the reason they do it at the bottom is because otherwise you've got the lack of control. Because let's say you did start halfway up, you've got the top half, coming down onto the bottom half that is then resisting the top half. So the reason you blow the bottom out, and then maybe also the middle as well, is you then have that control that you've weakened the bottom so that building can totally pancake in. Otherwise, you've got bits flying off all over the place. If you imagine,
like it happened at the World Trade Center that had 50-ton pieces of metal shooting out 400 or 500 yards laterally. You mean like that?
Which I think shows that it probably isn't a controlled demolition then.
Yeah,
and it did collapse.
Okay. Then Chris, show me, show me a controlled demolition where steel is flinging out of the buildings.
Okay, well, you won't answer my basic question, so...
No, I did answer your basic question, and now you're not going to answer that question because the question I just asked you fucks up your whole theory.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, show me one controlled demolition where steel and concrete is flying out everywhere.
Is it possible to start a controlled demolition if you wanted to? If you wanted to screw up your controlled demolition, is it possible to start at the top instead of the bottom?
I want to jump in on the possible thing.
Go ahead.
Barney. Sean, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to let them have their possible because that's all they have. Who's talking over me?
Sorry about that. You're up.
We've discussed this before. Is it possible that Beyonce is right now walking down the hall preparing to?
You're right, Barney. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Same thing, right?
Yeah.
There is no logical impossibility. In fact, you could reconstruct the World Trade Center. There is no logical impossibility that you could fill it up with the exact amount of kerosene and debris and structurally weaken it at the places where it was weakened and you could, in an artificial controlled way, recreate the collapse that happened. Therefore, what he's asking, yes, it is technically possible that it could be done as a controlled demolition.
Yes, it is possible. Thank you, Barney.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
So I also want to correct something that I need to correct something that Toady said. Toady's wrong about pancake.
Wait, guys. I want to get on. My microphone works, so when I'm lit, everyone should just stop. Perfect. Chris, I want to touch on what you said. Okay, fine. It is possible. Now show me evidence for that.
World Trade Center.
No, show me evidence for your claim.
World Trade Center.
Nope.
Tower
Nope.
7. Listen.
No,
I have to correct Toady.
Stop. No, you don't.
I need to correct Toady for his own benefit.
You don't, Chris, because what you're saying now is you don't have to prove your claim.
No, hold on. I need to correct Toady first. So this is from NIST.gov. NIST findings do not support the pancake theory of collapse. Debunk, Toady. You're on 20-year-old debunked stuff from NIST itself.
Finish
they do
reading
not
it
support
then. Finish reading it. What does
collapse.
NIST go to the conclusion and what the collapsing was then from NIST? Because you
what else?
Listen. NIST told you. Look, NIST told
NIST
you.
Findings
Listen
do not
to me.
support the pancake
Listen
theory
to
of
me.
collapse.
Listen. If NIST tells you they don't support the pancake collapse, but NIST tells you that planes made the building go down, and you don't believe them, what makes you believe the pancake theory thing versus the plane part?
Because the pancake theory, anybody can debunk. Anybody can debunk that planes took those buildings down.
Okay, so NIST is a lot. They're liars, but you believe that one part, right?
Yeah, because anybody can debunk it. Because it's not what happened. It's not even visibly what happened.
Perfect. I see where you're coming from on it. Then you're not willing. You're not willing to understand how you're wrong. You're here to say I'm right. You're all wrong. Period. I don't have to show you why. You just are.
He's not here to say that he's right. He's here to say that it's logically possible that he's right.
No, he's not. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Chris. Okay, no. Perfect. Chris. So you are not making the claim that that it was demolition. You're not making the claim that it was demolition done from the top. You're not making the claim that buildings or that anything didn't hit that. You're just saying it's a possibility.
No.
So, okay, so Barney, he says it's not a possibility. He says it's not a possibility. It's his claim. Yeah, but here's the thing, Skyfly. If I'm in the middle of talking, I can't hear you.
I thought he was smarter than that.
Yeah. Okay. So, Chris, everything that Barney just helped you on. Okay, thank you. Everything that Barney helped you on with your possibility and made it relevant, you just denied. So, show me evidence for your claim. It's no longer a possibility to you. It's a claim you're making.
Gravity.
Why are you just yelling out random words? Jesus.
Because this is an example of gravity.
Freaking moron.
Complete bollocks.
How does gravity shoot out a 50-ton piece of steel?
This describes gravity.
We just went over.
I've not seen
pressure.
any steel evidence yet, by the way. I've not seen the steel evidence. I'm still waiting for that, Chris.
What steel evidence?
You said, I don't remember you saying.
Make 500 yards.
Okay, hold on. First of all, Toady, do you acknowledge that the pancake collapse is not correct?
No, stop. You can't use that. First of all, Chris, you can't use that because
we're
you've
just
already
getting on
said
the same page.
NIST is lying. They're lying, Chris.
Okay, from a mainstream NIST perspective, I just want Toady to make sure he's got the latest information. I'm trying to do him a favor.
Chris. So
yeah, and I'll happily look at it, Chris. If you want to put it on the screen and read it,
or you can shut up. Those are your options.
Okay,
by the way, I'm happy to learn.
I'm going to say this to everyone. Toady, stop. Toady, stop.
Right.
I'm going to say this.
Right.
It's very easy. This is as clear as day. This is how it works. If I'm lit up, you don't talk. If someone is talking, you don't start talking. Let's remember that, everyone. Toady, go ahead. You got the floor, Toady. Now no one wants to talk. No one wants to.
Wait, it said I just advanced to level 1. What does that mean?
It just means you're new to here and you posted something.
Ghosts. I want to talk about ghosts.
And Barney, I want you to know I'm having a hard time hearing you. So if I step on you, when I recognize it, I will immediately apologize and yield.
Okay, if that's the situation, it's no problem. No problem at all. But it wasn't just you, Brian. It was everyone was doing it. But Toady, I know you. Toady, I think Toady's walked away aggravated and he's cussing everyone out right now. Anyone else think so? Should we do it?
Quite possibly, actually, because he jumped back in otherwise.
I was just making nachos and patiently waiting my turn to talk about the lack of evidence for angels and stuff.
I'm loving angels.
Chris, the reason I've stepped on what you were saying now is the fact that you're I don't know what it's called, but you say NIST is liars, but you're willing to nitpick is something they've said. So as far as that's concerned, I feel that NIST is lying about that as well. So do you have evidence for your claim that it was not, or that it was a controlled demolition?
Okay, so let me break it down for you, Sean. Okay, so Toady made a claim that the towers collapsed in a pancake style. Having researched 9/11 for the last, 15, 16 years myself, I knew that wasn't even the official story any longer. It was like 18 years ago or 17 years ago or whatever, but it no longer has been for 10 years or something at least. Okay, so that's the first thing I noticed. So I'm simply trying to help Toady realize that that's not even the official story, so that we don't even talk about.
So hang on, what type of? I'm going to keep my voice down because I've just been. Hang on, I just want to finish.
No, Chris, you're saying
my point.
Yeah, Toady,
I'd love to see, Chris. Yeah, you show the bit that shows that it's not the current science, because maybe it's been supplanted, maybe new information's come out. I don't know. It was about 2 years ago that I looked at this, and I definitely saw a presentation where they were talking.
Do you
about
have access to the link I posted?
Hang on.
The top of the building was, created under its own weight. This quotes pancaking effect, i.e., the multiple.
Toady, can you hear me, Toady?
Hang on, Chris. Let him finish.
Okay, I'm giving him what he's asking for.
Well, I can't see any links. This is Discord, so I'm not really very.
Okay, look in the live stream text part.
Live stream text. Okay.
That may be what it was.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Chris. OU NIST. Okay. I'll have a read of that. Right. I'll be quiet and you can have it.
It's number 8. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4th. Start of the 4th paragraph.
Fourth paragraph, number 8. I'll go and have a read of that. Okay. Thanks.
But see. Okay. Well,
guys, I cannot tell you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Barney. Go ahead.
I cannot tell you from the perspective of not being an American how uninteresting 9/11 is, except as a historical event.
Oh, even we don't find it. We don't find it interesting. We just want to argue.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this part of the conversation, I don't think anyone ever talked about 9/11. It would literally be like D-Day in Japan, or not D-Day, but
it's one of those American-centric conspiracies, such as JFK. Like, nobody cares. The president was killed. That's the relevant part.
The worst part is that, and this is very obvious to me, that there's a lot more conspiracy going on in other countries, yet you're right, we do stick to a lot of shit that we think about the United States. Like, there's real conversations about, like, in the Middle East, conspiracies and shit like that.
Oh,
yeah, but there's no other country in the world that can do what the United States does on a grand scale.
Russia.
Not even Russia.
China. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
not like the U.S.
Finland.
Yeah, nobody broadcasts their idiots quite like the U.S.
I hate to agree with Barney.
Well, it's ironic
we
that
invented Twitter for it, so we could find idiots more easily.
Pretty much, yes.
Anyways, we can either finish this topic or move on to something else. It's up to you guys. I've debunked Pancake.
Well, how about
I can
this,
debunk
Chris?
the rest of these theories.
How about this? How about if me and you do a one-on-one sometime on 9/11? And we have to bring evidence.
It's fine. The problem is I kind of can only jump on these shows as time allows. Tonight I actually have some time, so that's why I'm on.
Well,
but I don't want to hog the whole panel, so if they want to move on to something else.
Yeah, no worries. It doesn't need to be anytime soon. We'll figure it out. I know your schedule, and I know how it works. So I'm not. There is no running or anything like that. I know.
If you need an impartial moderator,
we'll pick someone else. Barney, actually, I hate Barney because he does it, but his devil advocate arguments do keep shit. It keeps both sides honest on it. unfortunately, Chris didn't pick up on what Barney was doing. Because Chris could have walked away with a win.
Like Chris full out pulled the full Ocean Star liner. It's like, fuck the lifeboats, we don't need them.
Oh shit!
Oh, Sean, one of the things that's being ignored here, and I went through the numbers once, is the amount of jet fuel that was remaining in the tanks when the planes hit the tower. There was a tremendous amount of energy released during the burning of that fuel inside the building. It was over 10 times the impact energy.
Yeah. People, see, there was so much that happened in that building that you didn't see, that watching just the outside is impossible to figure shit out. Just watching the outside.
Just to close this point out, if you want to move on, there's a group called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. There's over 3,000 members of that group who are all professional and licensed either architects. Please, either licensed architects. I know, Tony, you're in a bad mood. Please don't interrupt. Licensed architects.
I've got to. I can't help myself.
Or licensed engineers who all deny the official story of how those buildings fell. Thank you.
Okay, so you get a meta.
There's a great one with evolution, where they sent out a newsletter like, who in the science community can agree with the statement that Darwin's theory of evolution still needs to be questioned and needs to be verified, and like every scientist they gave it to kind of signed it, because yes, everything still needs to be questioned and verified and checked and blah.
That's not what this is, Barney. That's way different.
But they got some like something, I'm pulling a number out of my ass, but something like 9,000 signatures. And then the other side of the community compiled a list of scientists named Steve.
So I think the Architects for 9/11 Truth is a small interest group who are very prevalent, and I'm sure there are 8,000 members who've joined it, as Barney eloquently describes. But I suspect there's a real core of about 10 or 20 of them who have got a bee in the bonnet about this. By the way, I did come
with the statement that you've said that they've undersigned, that we're not being told the whole story, that not everything is disclosed, that not everything is known.
Yeah, I'd sign up for that. Yeah, so would I.
That's not what it's about. That's false.
Yeah, and Barney, some scientists didn't even know that they were.
Yeah, I know
let's see.
that they were on that list.
Kamal Obaid, SC, structural engineer. A localized failure in a steel frame building cannot cause a catastrophic collapse like a house of cards at free fall acceleration. Richard Gage, AIA architect. These professionals, who collectively have over 25,000 years of experience, have signed our petition calling for new investigation. Ronald Brookman, SC, structural engineer. After much studying, it is obvious that NIST has fallen short of a detailed accounting of the collapses of 3 WTC buildings. I could go on and on. It's very clear that there's thousands of certified engineers and architects and others who are calling shenanigans.
Okay, and would they outnumber when they outyear the number of people who said it was possible? Like,
so that's a logical fallacy.
What is your group of 8,000 versus the rest of
them? The assumption is the rest of them haven't looked into it as detailed as these people.
Okay,
you're just making a blanket statement.
You cannot use your fallacious appeal to popularity to debunk his fallacious appeal.
It's not an appeal to popularity. It's using expert testimony.
Well, he's using an appeal to authority. I'm using an appeal to popularity.
It's not an appeal to authority. That's not what an appeal to authority is.
Spending at the moment.
That's not what an appeal to authority is. You don't know what an appeal to authority is.
Chris, enlighten us. What is
testimonials
an
that
appeal
you're
to
coming up
authority?
with, Chris. What I'd like to do, if you really want to put faith in these people, I'd love to see their credentials or whatever. I've seen a lot of people like you pull up these statements by so-called professionals, and then when you start checking into them, you find that they don't have the credentials they claim to have. I mean, case in point, look what we always get from the nonsense of Globebusters with Bob Knowle that doesn't have an engineering degree yet claims to have one. I mean, this happens all the time, and you have these conspiracy types that bring these so-called professionals out of nowhere and state credentials, but when you start checking into them, no such credentials exist. I'd like to see
Was
this
that
list.
GPS in the chat just went through the list from that link, and he says that list has freaking computer engineers on it.
Yeah.
So
Was
what?
that George?
They're not structural
George, what you
engineers.
said? If that was George, what you
hundreds.
said, it literally is an appeal to authority. So if you need somebody's credential to know whether or not their argument is correct, you are committing the fallacy of appeal to authority.
No, if you say that they're right.
Okay, do you
Chris,
understand it, Chris?
Shut up, I'm defending you.
Chris is again throwing out the help that is given to him.
Wouldn't that technically be not an appeal to an authority, but a criticism of authority?
I apologize, Barney. Go ahead.
So the statement of this person's argument is correct because they are an authority is a fallacious statement. This person is an authority because they make correct arguments is not an appeal. It's not fallacious. It is a correct appeal to authority, right? You assume that these people know what they're talking about because they know what they're talking about and are presenting a good argument, but you measure the argument, not the papers or the institutions that person is related to.
And when GPS points out that list has computer engineers on it, Chris says, so what? Well, computer engineers don't take structure of materials courses. They don't take civil engineering courses. They don't take strength of material courses.
And they
Come
do
on,
some.
Chris.
Hey,
Fucking an idiot.
Chris, remember at the beginning of the stream or of this conversation, and you said, that's a simulation. That's not reality. Your computer engineers use simulations.
So maybe that's why they're on there. And by the way, the three names, Sean, you got to, if you want to be a good host, man, you got to quit laughing like that when people make statements.
Sorry, you just stepped
listen, no, seriously. The three, by the way, the three names and quotes I read were none of them were computer engineers. They were either architects or structural engineers.
Okay. But
we don't know that.
Yes, and Newton was a great physicist who also believed in alchemy, and what was it? Tesla was a brilliant scientist inventor who fell in love with a pigeon. What I'm saying is, credentials cannot save you from.
I'm not sure the pigeon story has been authenticated, has it?
And those people might seriously believe those things, and they might have the correct credentials, and they might even know what they're talking about and have a hypothesis or a theory that this doesn't. What has been demonstrated? What has been proven? What do we know about the collapse of those buildings? Right? We know that the planes crashed into them. Do we? Is that in question?
Nope.
We know that those planes carried kerosene. We know that there was an explosion and a fire. We know that
two buildings
steel
have planes
weakens under fire.
And and we know that fire cannot take down steel frame skyscrapers.
And that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong, because if you heat up steel and you temper it, once it gets tempered, it becomes soft, and it can no longer withstand the same pressures as it did before. It starts buckling.
Weakening it.
Buckling under that amount of weight means structural failure. And once you have that amount of mass moving downwards and gaining momentum, ain't no fucking building stopping that.
Thank you.
Right? The buildings are meant up to stand up under
let me ask
their
Barney a
weight,
question,
not
Barney,
to drop
after
from a height.
After that, Barney, you're again, my God. Preach,
So
brother.
let me ask Barney a question then. So is there anything in either an office fire or a kerosene fuel fire that would be able to melt steel?
You're saying melt. It's not about melt. It's about weaken.
It doesn't have to melt.
It's weaken.
It doesn't have to meld steel. It needs to temper it. It doesn't even have to get it to.
That's
to
not my
become
question. You guys
malleable.
are not
Doesn't have to
listening.
But you don't know. Nothing about
You're
the World
not
Trade Center.
listening to the
Nothing
question.
about the World Trade Center is
Okay.
a melting of steel.
Ask your question again in a clearer way.
Okay, let me ask it again. Now, don't think about answering quickly. Think about listening.
I will answer as correctly as I can, as
Thank
honestly
you.
as I can.
Here's my question again, repeated. Is there any principle or known cause in an office fire or a kerosene fueled fire from a jet airliner that could possibly melt steel?
No.
Okay, so that's a problem for the mainstream because there was tons of molten metal.
Steel.
There was tons of molten metal and small melted iron at the Trade Center.
When?
Yes. You know what can reach temperatures such that it would melt steel? Sudden deformation under very high pressures.
The snapping.
We're getting to the micro beads here, Chris, as well.
Yeah, and Chris, that welding, that melted steel you saw, was this after the building had collapsed?
Before?
Where?
No, that was after. That was found in the ruins.
So, so the microbeads were conclusively proved came from welding when the building was constructed. Yep. Conclusively proven on Metabunk. Yeah,
and also,
wait, were those pools? Were those pools of molten metal, or were they microbeads?
I'm talking about microbeads.
Yeah,
pools of molten metal.
No. Show me a pool.
Well, there's first-hand testimony from firefighters talking about it.
No.
Firefighters?
Yeah.
Firefighters.
Let's
the people that were there that day on scene, first responders.
I was trying to make a crude joke, but I don't want to disrespect those people.
Yeah, you're not American.
I think people firsthand in a big disaster do see and say a lot of things. I think there's lots of unusual stuff happens.
So 2 points. First-hand testimony of pools of molten metal, and 2, there is melted steel pouring out of the buildings before they collapse.
So question, Chris. Let's assume
my light was still on. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. As I say, I can't raise my voice because I'll get in more trouble. So let's say, so I apologize if I'm talking over someone. It's not intentional today. Okay. So let's say that there were explosives used. Why would they create pools of molten metal then, Chris?
Because they used thermite, and thermite is hot enough to melt steel.
But it wouldn't create
cut through steel on a very small,
would it? Yeah, exactly, on a localized thing, but it wouldn't create these massive,
well, if you had to use enough.
Thermite will only cut through in the width of the thermite pile. Jesus, Chris. It doesn't throw off heat that it will melt anything outside of its where the thermite pile is. You get a few inches from a thermite pile, and there's not much heat at all.
What's
all
the
thermite, Chris? For crying out loud! I keep seeing this all the time. People just don't seem to understand what thermite is. Thermite is a mixture of aluminum and iron oxide. It burns extremely hot and it burns slow. It doesn't explode. You can't make it explode. You can't mix it with other chemicals to cause it to explode and create a huge massive heat ball that's going to melt things. It just melts things that are underneath it, and it will go through steel. Yes, over time it can. I don't know if you've ever mixed thermite. I've done a lot of thermite cutting.
I've melted rails together with it.
George,
it does not cut
then you know that thermite in itself, leaves a pool of molten iron.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I just said that. Underneath it, it won't be any larger than what the thermite pile itself is.
It's not going to create these.
You're going to have a
but if you have thousands of these things going off, if you have thousands of these things going off,
what are you going off?
Shut up for a moment, Chris. Can't you just shut up for a moment and let someone finish? What the fuck's wrong with you?
5 minutes.
For 5 minutes.
Go ahead, George.
Jesus. I'm just saying, yes, Barney, thermite does leave a pool of molten iron or steel beneath it, but it's not going to be any larger than what the thermite pile itself was. If you're going to try to burn up a whole beam, will you please let me finish?
Sorry?
If you're going to burn up a whole beam, it would take an extreme, huge volume of thermite to say burn up a beam 10 foot in length. That's a ridiculous argument.
Agreed.
I'm done.
Agreed, but it would explain why there are pools of some size of thermite, of molten metal.
Well, to be fair, there's no real images of the molten metal. You find cinders that are overexposed on camera. That kind of look like they could be, but they're actually quite small.
Okay, so
You don't need to melt members, though. All you have to do is weaken them. Concrete and steel under extreme heat will weaken. That's all you need to do is get the steel to start weaken to where it's bending, and then it will buckle. You don't need to melt the superstructure.
Nope.
Like you can literally anneal, temper the steel to the point where it no longer has the same structural integrity to hold up the building.
Matter of fact,
it literally can be still solid steel and still collapse because it's been over tempered.
It's the exact same way Chris, it's the exact same way they bend steel. Listen, it's the same way they
some time.
I understand, and you can talk right after I'm done. The same way they bend steel without melting it is the exact explanation everyone keeps giving you. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so George made a claim that is incorrect, and he said that thermite doesn't explode. George, do you stand by that statement?
It's a slow burning reaction. It's a very hot, slow burning reaction.
Have you heard of super thermite?
It's not like super looming, is it?
No, this is actually real.
I have to fuck it out.
George, have you heard of super thermite?
What is super thermite?
Super thermite is a metastable intermolecular composite, MIC for short, characterized by a particle size of its main constituent, a metal and metal oxide under 100 nanometers. So it says historically pyrotechnic or explosive applications for traditional thermites have been limited due to their relatively slow energy release. Because nanothermites are created from reactant particles with proximities approaching the atomic scale, energy release rates are far greater. MICs or super thermites are generally developed for military use, propellants, explosives, incendiary devices, and pyrotechnics. Research into military applications of nano-sized materials began in the early 1990s. Because the reaction rate, study by the U.S. military with the aim of developing new types of bombs. So George is 100% wrong, as usual.
No, he didn't.
Chris, you realize that it's a detonator.
Do you realize that black powder is not an explosive?
I'm not talking about black powder. I don't care about black powder.
So Chris, same thing. You use it in bombs and you use it in bullets to create an explosion, but they're not an explosive, right? So Chris, any source of sufficient pressure, anything that can sufficiently turn into gas, which is contained within, let's say, a pipe bomb or bullet. What's it? Cocoon. Chakra. What's the name? Let me. Bullet cartridge, right? Will create an explosion once it ruptures and releases. Yes, you can use thermite for that.
Chris,
yes, you can use thermite to create an incendiary or an explosive device. That does not mean that it's an explosive.
Chris, as usual, is misinterpreting what's being written there. I just brought up nanothermite. And Chris, is aluminum explosive?
No.
All right. But if you add what's called German black, which is a very fine mesh aluminum, to certain explosives, it enhances the reaction. It's a catalyst, acts as a catalyst. And you can do that with thermite too, but thermite itself is not an explosive. You can add it in small amounts to an explosive, but that's not a thermite burn. A thermite burn is one that is generally very hot, very slow. If you're going to mix it up with explosives, you no longer have thermite.
Well, you have what they're calling nanothermite or super thermite.
Oh, you don't. No, you don't. You're
they're all wrong.
They say you can add the nanoparticles just like you can. It's serving the same purpose as what's called India black or German black. German black is or India black is the very finest aluminum powder that you can get. And because of the high amount of surface area for a given volume, you add it to certain explosives to enhance the explosion or the detonation. And the same thing with this thermite. You don't take a pile of nanothermite and it's not going to be explosive. You have to add it to explosives in a small amount in order to enhance the reaction. That's all they're telling you there. See, again, you're misconstruing what's being written because you don't have the slightest idea in most of the time of what you are talking about. This is so tiring hearing your bullshit.
Could I say something? I'd love to make a point. So, Chris, twice tonight, what you've done is you've Googled something in your eagerness to try to prove that somebody's wrong. Yeah, and I might well be wrong about the pancaking. It doesn't look like George is wrong about the thermite, but this is very much like Anthony Riley likes to do. Yeah, it's about right and wrong, and you trying to prove something wrong because it proves that it's a game and you're cleverer than other people. Doesn't seem to me that you're really looking for the truth behind an idea. Just to say, oh, well, look, because there's always an anomaly for something, right? There's always an anomaly. Something else. You Google something, it's back and forward. I just don't see where
Tony, I don't have to Google these things. They're in my head. The only reason I have to Google them is to give you guys links to prove it to you.
But I know that thermite isn't explosive, right? I absolutely know that, as George does. Yep.
Right, but super thermite is. So you can take thermite and do some stuff to it and make it explosive.
So if super thermite and nanothermite are the same thing, no, nanothermite is also not explosive. The only difference between common thermite and nanothermite is that in common thermite, there are two powders, two dust, the dust of aluminum and the dust of ferrous oxide being mixed together. And when you heat them up enough that they melt, the aluminum will strip off the oxygen of the iron oxide, release a buttload of heat, melting everything around it and continuing the process as a chain reaction.
Correct.
And elementary iron will be left behind.
Right.
Nanothermite is, instead of those two powders being separate, nanoparticles, which are already compounds of aluminum with iron oxide, are made as single particles, so they don't have to get into contact with each other because they're all already bonded into the same particle. It still doesn't explode. It burns faster.
And they're used as adjuvants for explosives.
Right?
I'm just reading what it says in the article.
It seems like you just want to be right about stuff, Chris. Right? Which
Tony, that's your opinion.
It is.
Tony, Tony, if I'm right, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just right. Like, what am I supposed to do about it?
I think you're missing the point. I thought these were discussions about moving it forward rather than just scoring points. But okay, I've probably misunderstood the game.
Well, unfortunately for you, apparently being right is trying to score points.
Well, no, I don't think that is
I think you
me.
have that completely
typically.
backwards.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that really is my style.
So when people are making false claims about a supposed terrorist attack that killed almost 3,000 of U.S. citizens, I'm going to share the truth whether you like it or not.
No, you felt upset that you'd said thermite was explosive, molten metal, and then you went looking for an exception, is what happened, Chris. Yeah.
Oh, so you thought I just randomly found the exception that I didn't already know about? Totally. Sorry, bud.
Chris, if that's the truth,
weird claims.
If that's the truth, I agree with you. You should share that truth with everybody and yell at the top of your voice until you're heard. Now, the question is, how do you know that's the truth? Present your evidence. Don't present me the doubt of the official story as the evidence of your story. I need to see the evidence of your story.
I've been proving it this whole time with links. I've been backing up everything I've said with links. 100%. I just posted another link.
Okay, so Chris, for the NIST,
Sean, share the last video.
Chris, are you going to let me finish something for Christ's sake? Jesus.
All right, one sec, Chris. I'm doing it.
Yes.
Let Ryan go.
He said Jesus.
So for NIST, you cherry picked something and neglected the rest of it. That's not proving your point. For the things that Sean brought up, you really just kept stating, "Oh, that building's made out of adobe and brick," even though you had no way of knowing that. And international to be, you had no knowledge of that. When it comes to thermite, you had absolutely no idea what the uses of nanothermite are, or what whether or not it was explosive, or what its uses in explosives are. I wouldn't consider that you being right. That's you just making.
You're wrong about everything you just said, Brian. You should back yourself out of the conversation. You have no idea what you're talking about.
That was pretty much point by point my experience of this conversation so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's
All right, well,
confirmation bias 101.
we can take
right
a point
there.
by
I went out
Brian
in
Peck.
search of proof of my hunch, and oh, shocker, I encountered proof of my hunch.
Right.
All right, so NIST
It seems
finds
as though
that
you're
it wasn't
trying
a
to
controlled
create a
demolition.
possibility that your story is true, which fine, you have the possibility that your story is true. And as evidence, you're kind of presenting anomalies which don't quite work and don't stand up, and you gish gallop around them and avoid them as much as you can, but keep claiming that your story is true.
Same as the flat
I
Earth.
still
Yeah,
haven't
tell
seen
me to back
anything
out.
that supports your story.
And Chris, don't ever tell me to back out of a conversation again. You don't have the cojones
okay.
to handle anything.
All right, well,
Okay,
first of all-
internet tough guy.
Okay, hang on. Chris, the link you showed me, does it explain that what it's in the bucket is only thermite?
Might I,
No, hold on.
might I say something here soon?
Yeah, I just want to go through because I'm kind of going through this video.
Yeah,
Also,
play
the car.
play just after the car. Play just after the car.
Okay, but do you understand that the car doesn't explode until it gets near the gas tank?
No, I don't even care about that. I just want you to
Okay.
show the building. No, back up a little bit. Right there. Just hit play.
Okay. Yeah, let me share.
You're gonna see molten. You're gonna see molten metal pouring out of the corner of the building.
Right there.
Yep.
Isn't that also where the plane hit?
It doesn't look like it.
That doesn't look like where the plane hit.
No, the plane hit on the other side.
And Jesus Christ, we like really, Chris?
Well, but we just said that the fires aren't hot enough
then
to melt metal.
What
So
is
what is it?
What is that damage from?
And then it just starts to buckle a minute after.
Wait, what'd you say?
and collapses.
It what? It buckles.
It starts to collapse a minute after that molten metal is pouring out of the building. We just said 10 minutes ago that those fires couldn't melt steel.
You don't know that there was molten metal. That was probably
How do we know it's?
pouring out.
That
could also be
How do we know it's steel? It could be magnesium from the plane,
Ooh,
right?
Triggered.
Could be magnesium.
People.
Fuel. It's most likely fuel.
Could be magnesium.
From the plane. It's most likely fuel from the plane.
No, that's exactly what a thermite burn looks like.
What?
Oh, it doesn't.
Oh.
Look at Chris. I've done
Yes,
a lot of.
it does, George.
I'll tell you a little story here.
Great.
Yeah, I got excited about using thermite many years ago, and I bought a 5-gallon pail of reagent quality iron oxide and aluminum powder, two different buckets to do in thermite. And I was very disappointed in thermite burns because they take too long, and they're also hard reactions to get going. You need to use another something else to set it off, like a magnesium strip or something. You just can't touch it with a torch or a flame or something. The thermite reaction will not start. So the long story short is that thermite reactions are very slow, and it just takes a while for it to burn through steel. You would never use it to do something in
That's why they use nanothermite, George.
And hang on, by the way, they're also more of a cherry red color than that color that you saw there. Yeah, when I've done them, they're much more of a cherry red color. Yeah, not that kind of yellow.
Thermite burn is almost white hot.
So, but
it burns so fast, it's almost white hot, like a magnesium burn.
John, we should just change
It looks
topics,
like a
man.
mag flare to me.
This is pointless.
Yay! Somebody called for a change of topics.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so we could change. Okay.
Ghosts. Anything.
No. What GPS brought up, I don't know anything about it, but I've heard quite a few people talking about it lately.
What's that?
The Vila incident.
Oh, yes.
What is that?
Yes, I don't know anything about that.
Anybody?
You know, these things you see in Hollywood, like MacGyver and all this stuff, where they say they're using thermite. That's Hollywood. It doesn't work like that. You can't put like a pile of thermite on a padlock and have it burn through.
Incident.
Where you have maybe a bunch of thermite the size of
George,
say a tennis ball.
George has found his track and he's not abandoning it.
George, I can share a video, George, of an engineer guy who built his own thermite cutters, and he's cutting massive steel beams with thermite cutters. You want me to share that with you, or?
Yeah, yes, massive beams where you can have a large pile of thermite. Fine,
Okay.
But you can't take, like in the movies, thermite, a pile of thermite the size of your thumb and burn through a padlock. That's just not going to happen.
Well, that's a straw man. No one's saying that's happened.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
saying
okay,
you
guys,
seem to think that thermite burns have magical properties.
We've all
And
kind of agreed.
It
that
takes a
we're
lot of thermite and a lot of effort in order to get thermite to burn through things.
Okay, we're done. We're not going to talk about this anymore. Chris isn't going to budge. Okay, so I'm looking at a Wikipedia site for the Vila incident. Is this the same thing that has to do with the satellite?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to share something and be able to look all retarded. Okay, so it says the Vila incident, also known as the South Atlantic Flash, was well, actually, partner, you know about this?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you explain it?
Basically, since the nuclear arms race, there has been heavy monitoring set up all around the world to figure out who is building the bomb, who has the bomb, who is performing tests and experiments. In the process of monitoring, we human race collectively, including Americans, Russians, and everybody else, have seen when India became nuclear, when France became nuclear, when Pakistan became nuclear, all of those. And we knew who it was and why it was. That goes for all of them except for the pair of nuclear explosions, something that appears to be a nuclear explosion that had the same light signature and basically that can be recognized as a nuclear explosion, which happened in, what was it, the Indian Ocean or South Atlantic or something like that?
Indian Ocean.
Indian Ocean. And that's currently hypothesized to be either the Israelis or the South African Republic. And that nation is the only undisclosed nuclear power in the world, whoever did it, if it was a nuclear explosion. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody did it, we don't know who did it. Somebody has nuclear bombs that we don't know who it is.
But wait, wouldn't they be able to have tracked it though?
No. What it saw, according to this, and this does ring vague bells now. I'm sure I've read about it before. The satellite had previously detected nuclear weapons tests, and apparently, when you let these things off in the atmosphere, you tend to get a double flash. It had seen 41 of these previously, and it's what it saw this time. It saw a double flash, which they think is characteristic of an atmospheric nuclear explosion of 2 to 3 kilotons. But of course,
they didn't find any.
Nobody owned up to it. Nobody knew who it was, but it detected a double flash.
Was there any radiation detected though, subsequent in the atmosphere? Because there's atmospheric monitoring stations. I've worked at one previously, so they definitely exist. They take samples at weather stations regularly. Do you see what I mean? So you know, like when Chernobyl happened, you know, when the other tests happened, Bikini Islands and all that, they know about the amount of radiation in the atmosphere and the prevailing winds. So could they not pick up that?
They did atmospheric sampling afterwards. They flew over the area.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. Studies of wind patterns confirmed that fallout from an explosion in the southern Indian Ocean could have been carried from there to southwestern Australia. It was reported that low levels of iodine-131, a short half-life product of nuclear fission, was detected in sheep in the southeastern Australian states of Victoria and Tasmania soon after the event. Sheep in New Zealand showed no such trace. This is September and October 1979.
Oh, okay, right.
There was an ionospheric observatory and radio telescope in Puerto Rico that detected an anomalous ionospheric wave during the morning of 22nd September 79, which is when this happened. So it seems that not just the satellite, but various other places picked up anomalies that tend to indicate a nuclear explosion.
So could it possibly have been a rogue state developing a nuclear bomb on an island, and there was like a James Bond type mission that somehow detonated it and caused the people who were doing this bad thing to also disappear?
Well,
Or aliens.
given its location, it was in the Indian Ocean, and it was between the Crozet Islands, which is apparently a sparsely inhabited French possession, and the Prince Edward Islands, which belong to South Africa. But, you know, other than those two islands, it is what's technically known as the arse end of nowhere. You know, it's right out in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, if you wanted somewhere where you wanted to test a bomb and nobody would really
would know you did it. Yeah, that's a good place to
pretty
do it.
good place to do it. Yeah.
Probably from the
Or
submarine,
aliens.
maybe. Or aliens.
Or aliens.
Hey,
I bet it is.
I'm surprised no one said aliens.
I just did.
No, I'm talking about when I asked the question. Damn it!
I couldn't get in to say anything.
Good. Wait, my bad. I said that out loud.
Don't damn the birthday boy, Sean.
Hey, wait, Nicole. From all of us, you have to do something for everyone on the panel.
I already
I'm
did
up for
do
that.
stuff for memes, Sean. I ain't gotta do nothing.
Yeah, you guys got to punch. You got to punch Crash for each and one of us.
No, I don't feel like breaking my hand tonight. Thanks.
I was going to say, there's only 11 of us.
Use something, duh.
Okay, he has to
Punch him
do
with a
things
chair.
for me. He has to do things for me, so I really don't want to damage him, so he can't.
Punch him through some thick cloth. It won't leave a mark.
Ooh, a pillow.
She could always just use my belt, and you could record all those lovely 39 smacks.
That's a great idea. Why would you say that? Okay, Crash, now you're getting a little weird, buddy. He's giving
Crash.
ideas. He's like, she could always take me out back and lynch me.
Oh, it'll cost if I gotta hurt him.
I don't know what to do with this information.
Did she just say there's a price for assassination? I don't know.
Well, yeah.
There's a price for everything. Come on.
It's
a capitalist world.
Learn to sleep with one eye open, Crash.
Only around you, Sean. He doesn't have to worry about me.
That's a good idea.
Oh, Sean?
Did you just drop something, farmers?
No, Sean, I've just noticed I got a message from Druss. He's trying to get in. Can you ping him a link or something?
Sure. Oh, okay.
Mortus est plana terra. He seems to be going under at the moment.
I have a large pit bull to protect me from Nicole.
Bacon.
I can get you a
with
I
no
can get you
pineapple. Solve that
I can get
problem.
you a relatively large
Bacon
bulldog
wrapped
that'll lick her to death.
pineapple lumps, Sean.
Yuck. That's gross.
Yo, Crash, I can get you
Make it chocolate covered bacon wrapped pineapple lump.
You want to fry it too? Goddamn.
Dress, I get you a rare color bulldog if you
Can
wanted
you put
to
those
lick her
on a
to death.
pizza?
No.
I so will when I get the lump.
I'm telling you right now, this is not okay. I'm eradicating pineapple. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start blowing up pineapple trees with thermite.
Sounds good to me.
I'll even
by
tell
the way,
you what,
Sean.
Sean. When I come see you with my new camper, I'll bring you some chocolate covered bacon wrapped pineapple lumps on a.
Sean,
Then
that's
I'm gonna
going
have
to
to
be a
spend-
problem.
I'm gonna have
Pineapples, Sean,
Yeah,
that's going to be a problem. Pineapples don't grow on trees.
That is
they don't.
No,
No.
we don't.
Well, good thing as a demolitionist, I start at the bottom, so I'll get them anyway.
Yeah, you don't aim too high for them.
I'm thinking coconuts.
Stick with
I have to drag us back to
stick
what we
with
were talking.
demolition and surveying, Sean. You wouldn't make a very good farmer.
No, I wouldn't. Like, come look at my strawberry trees, guys.
A strawberry
Right
tree.
next to my a strawberry tree right next to my pineapple tree.
Yep.
And my banana bush.
That's how I keep them away from the pests. Oh, God damn
Banana
it. Digital's
tree,
here.
pineapple bush.
Oh,
There
look
you
out.
go. I corrected you.
Sean.
You're very quiet.
This is what we're going to do, Digital. We're going to do the digital therapy. If Digital wants to be here, we'll do therapy on him.
Sean, go fuck yourself.
See?
Sean needs the therapy.
Ah, come
I
on.
don't need
Come
anything.
on.
I get therapy.
There we go. Sean
Well, I
got
had
you a
my
little screenshot of pineapple
chemotherapy
bushes.
earlier today, and I feel fine.
Yeah, I just have one question, one simple question. Even if I'm quiet, my question is, what the fuck is thermite doing on the outside of the building? The columns are on the inside of the fucking building. That's all.
Don't you dare restart this, Davros.
I
No,
just
no,
want to know if Davros wears his GIMP mask to physical therapy.
Only when you're there, Crash.
Ooh, you guys are all fucking wrong. I found a pineapple tree.
They're not trees.
Pineapple
They don't
bush,
grow pineapples.
banana tree.
I
That
found
they
one.
are not trees. Do you know how tall they are?
I'm going to show you right now.
I just posted you a whole pineapple farm.
I will show you a fucking pineapple tree
18 months
right
for
now.
them to ripen. They are
Here you go.
gold.
This is a pineapple tree. Boom.
What,
in
is
your
it next to the
motherfucking
pasture
faces. In all your faces. Tell me there's no pineapple trees. Hang on, it's loading.
That's a pineapple donut.
That is a
Okay, now that's
GPS, I
hang
will
on.
totally eat that.
This right here. This is
Spaghetti
what I'm talking
tree.
about. Pineapple tree. Fuck all of you. I'm right. You're
CGI,
wrong.
that's fake news.
I'm
That's
right.
three pineapples
You're
on top of each other.
Hey, is that a pineapple tree?
No.
Is that a pineapple tree?
It's a stack of
Made up
pineapples.
tree.
Barney? Barney?
On tree.
Barney, is that a pineapple tree?
I don't know. I'm in the park.
Hey, Sean.
No, this is just an abomination.
Yeah.
That's a pineapple tree, people.
You learned a lot.
Nice
from,
CGI, Sean.
You learned a lot from Liley, didn't you, on semantical arguments?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just.
Hey, Sean, just eat the bacon pineapple donut from GPS.
This
Put that on a
gross.
pizza?
I would never. Stop that. I'm.
I
don't even
need
know
you
what
to
say
disavow
right
me
now.
as your god again.
No, I will not.
Toadie, they've not done it yet.
I was finally free.
Wait. You need more
they closed the
evidence? Here you
voting,
go.
but they
Here's
haven't
another
named
one.
it yet.
Another pineapple tree. Go fuck yourselves. I'm right. You're wrong. Thank you, Barney. My God.
It's just another stack of bloody pineapples.
That is a fucking pineapple tree. Stop denying reality.
Are you saying that
Sean,
pineapples
I'll tell
are
you
the
this.
trunk of the pineapple tree?
I'm saying
Not
that is
the
a
fruit of it?
pineapple tree.
It is a tree constructed of pineapples. He is not incorrect about that.
That is not a pineapple tree. This is a pineapple tree.
Fair enough.
There we go.
Um,
Just a stack of pineapples.
Sean,
Yes.
do pineapples grow on the pineapple tree?
Apparently. The photo. It would appear that yes, they do grow in this photo.
Don't bring in pears into this. We're now talking about pineapples.
That's just a hat.
Where are you
That's
bringing
Sean.
the pears for?
That's
Yeah,
Sean.
that's not a pine. No, see, Druss. Or I'm sorry, Davros. You are wrong. That is not a pineapple tree.
No. That
Pineapple
is you,
tree.
Sean.
I'm a white lady with a pineapple hat on.
Yes, your caramel has been denied.
No, it can't be. I'm too sexy. Sorry. Oh, and I'm officially
Yeah,
watching the
Becky
chat
said
again.
something
I
interesting in the
apologize,
chat.
people.
Racky seems to
So
think
is
that
that
a pool of
evidence of
thermite
like
can stay hot
pineapple
forever.
people hybrids?
I don't know. I didn't hear you or interrupting Brian. Damn it, no name.
Go ahead.
I
No
told
Name.
him he was
I
really
would have taken this
quiet.
back.
Were you,
Brian,
Brian, were you trying to say a joke?
No.
No.
I was going to
Brian
say
doesn't
Racky has got something funny in the chat.
Look,
Dude,
another
well,
fucking one.
Do pineapple trees grow in the same place as pizza trees? Just
Shut
curious.
up.
Yeah, they must have.
Sean, I'm on a roll. Sean, I'm on a roll tonight. You
No,
can't
no,
deny that.
they grow on pizza trees.
And Brian, just because you said that, you'll only say bad jokes now. Watch.
I'm not even going to make jokes the rest of the night. You watch.
Where are the peanut trees in? Come on.
That was actually quite a good joke.
Wait, did you motherfuckers deny pizza trees as well? Did you?
Oh, dear. You can tell who hasn't had an agricultural background.
Who's gonna invent the pizza tree with pineapples on it so I can come live there?
That's not possible.
That's never going to happen.
Tree supporter.
Oh, somebody's gonna do it. Somebody's gonna have to do it because I want the pizza with the pineapple already on it.
It is your job to find an Italian pizza.
You motherfuckers run
Does it
around
have to be
denying.
GMO free?
You guys deny evidence every day. And I'm showing you evidence. There are pizza fucking trees on this planet.
I need to go to that place.
It's nice how they come pre-cut.
Yeah, exactly.
The pizza fucking trees. Fuck trees. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Who fucks who in that situation?
The tree.
Pizza fucking trees. The trees fuck the pizzas. Okay, got it.
Well, how do you think the salami gets sliced? I mean, come on now.
There's pizza trees
Pepperoni,
everywhere.
fuck.
That have pineapple on them.
None of them have pineapple. I don't see one. I found a pineapple tree for you. Take it where take what you get. No, fucking farmers. No, that's worse than fucking Star Trek. Get that shit out of here. You've been censored.
What is your fascination with Druss? You just keep calling everybody Druss.
Because he was trying to get in, and in my brain I kept remembering his name because you guys didn't hear it or see it because it was in the YouTube chat and on here, and Hannah only briefly said something about it, so you guys didn't get it. That's why.
Hey, Farmer, you need to message me
Pizza
that
trees
picture.
grow sliced pizza?
Yes.
Can you show me where on this doll that pineapple hurt you?
How do they put it together then?
They just put it together like a puzzle piece, Barney. What the fuck? Really, Barney? Come on, man. Come on, Barney.
They match up so perfectly.
Yeah, I know. You gotta. Well, see, what happens is it comes from the same tree, so it is alike. It's a kind.
It's a kind. I saw that one coming. And it was not a pretty sight.
Well, I have answered all your questions. I am awesome.
Sean?
Are you, Sean? Really?
I am awesome.
Sean, did you have a childhood trauma with a pineapple?
Excuse me? I will not show you where the pineapple touched me. No.
No, I want you to
Did I
show
say
me
too
where
much?
on this doll
Fuck.
the pineapple touched. Or should I say, where on this pineapple did the doll touch you?
No comment.
I think it's time for an intervention.
On
Heard
you.
that it was fun.
Don't think
He addicted to a pineapple, but he didn't get the part where it needs to be cored.
Yep.
Davros, you know what I just
Record.
decided? I'm going to make a quick 10-minute intro to the Davros therapy moment. And we're going to do this. I've been talking about it for a couple streams now, but I'm serious. As of next stream, at some point in every stream, you guys will see a intro to the Davros therapy moment. And we're gonna therapize Davros.
You realize, I have a feeling that whatever intro you make is actually going to traumatize more people than it's going to help.
Oh, you have no idea. You don't think I saved that picture of your fucking foot?
Okay, guys, it's too cold to be out anymore, so I'm gonna say goodnight for
Oh
tonight.
yeah, Sean.
Have a good one, Barney.
Later,
He
Barney.
can't take for you.
Say
He
bye to
just
Barney,
can't think.
Davros.
No, because Barney's an ass. He doesn't
If-
believe in gravitons.
If there's, he doesn't.
No, remember he
Oh, did we
deflected.
lose him already?
He did. He did.
Yeah.
I
He
just want to
deflected
know
when
We
we
have to
had
all
a.
star hail Barneys.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know what I've
want to know if
decided?
Cody's ready to get in this mud truck yet.
Hang on. I've decided we're gonna do the Davros therapy moment now. Davros, I need you to sit down,
What's the weather?
relax.
The weather is currently
shit.
15 degrees C and raining.
Well, that's good. So is your fire fucking pictures gonna be less now?
Well, see, that's the thing. All the rain missed all the fucking fires.
Oh, you're joking.
That's so funny, not funny. You said all the rain missed the fucking fires.
Yeah, so because of the inland heat, it missed the coming across the inland. It just went along the coast.
Oh, and for all you conspiracy theorists, no, they couldn't cloud seed the fires because the fires actually pull moisture out of the air.
Boom.
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 It
Did
just
you ever-
proves again that
you
Australia
ever
will
let
try
Justin-
to kill you by any means necessary.
Yeah.
For real. Davros, are you sitting down now? Davros? Davros? I need to ask you a question.
Yes.
Where do you think your anger comes from?
Stupid people.
Okay. Where do you think stupid people come from?
Flat Earth.
Davros, you're delusional. Flat Earth is not real. Where do
Okay, they
stupid people come
9/11
from?
Denial.
Where?
9/11 denial. Anti-vaxxers. Do you want me to keep going?
I'm a 9/11 denier.
No. You're a conspiracy theorist that understands that it was a conspiracy to actually create the controversy that was the 9/11 attacks. But you do not believe that there was thermite in those buildings.
Yeah, but that's here nor there. I'm still a 9/11 denier.
What do you mean? It happened. You can't deny that it didn't happen.
Under false pretenses.
Yeah, but it still happened.
Yes, it did.
He's a motivation denier.
Yeah, he is. You're denying my motivations to say that 9/11 happened, okay?
True.
Yes,
No,
there
he's
was
just
a
taking your
conspiracy
motivation away by making you do this silly
certain
thing.
stupid people to do it, but it still happened. The other thing, too, is that, Sean, you're my friend. Don't make me angry.
Now, everybody give Davros a hug.
Crash, you're the only one who can give me a hug, man.
A birthday hug.
Now wait a minute, Davros.
And that has been the Davros moment.
Hey, Sean, I sent you a picture of
Of who?
Crash.
It's messed up. Why you gotta do that? That's messed up. I thought we were friends.
We are friends, that's why I sent you a picture.
It's not a picture of Crash.
Picture of Crash and a get. I feel like you
She didn't send me a picture of Crash. She sent me a damn picture of Riley and Pineapple.
But Crash loves pineapple.
That's why Crash is demented in his head.
Not really, if he's with me.
Have you taken
volunteer
Crash?
yourself as the reason why he's demented?
If you are being held hostage by Pineapple and Nicole, blink twice.
Oh, I've let him walk away. He won't do it.
Munchausen syndrome. We got a case, people. He's too scared to
What's the
run.
next conspiracy you're going to debunk today?
Marriage.
Oh, that's easy. That's just a corporate scheme by the government to make more money.
No,
And
but we do need to do a live stream to set a date for me and Nicole's wedding.
Ooh. You guys should live stream your wedding. Not on your connection, though. I'll be the best internet man.
That works.
Cool.
That doesn't work because you are conspiracy against my pineapple pizza, and that's what we're having at the.
Damn.
Conspiracy team pineapple pizza.
Well,
I'll
you
bring
guys-
fried chicken.
Let's make one thing straight. You guys have denied pineapple trees and pizza trees, and I've proved you wrong on both. Maybe your decision
I
making
did
isn't
not
correct.
deny the pizza tree.
There are no pizza trees with pineapple. That's why there are pineapple trees.
I'm taking a page from the Flat Earth book and going, nuh-uh, it's CGI.
Yes, pineapple is CGI. I agree.
Pineapple trees.
No, those are real. I just showed them to you. I can show them again. I have more than enough evidence to prove you all wrong.
I can prove that pineapple belongs on pizza.
No, you can't.
I can, and I did.
No, you didn't.
I sent you the picture.
Nuh-uh.
Want me to send it again?
No, please don't.
Hey, Sean, I just found a pineapple pizza tree.
Thank you. See? There's a lot of them. I'm looking at it right now. I'll show you
This
guys
one's
again.
festive.
I mean, there are pizza trees everywhere. You just gotta look for them.
I know, but this one's got pineapple on it though.
Does it?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's one of them thin crusts. You pussy.
I didn't say I liked it. I just said I found it.
You know what? You could put pineapple on your thin crust.
If you've never had a Monocle's pizza thin crust, and you've never truly had thin crust, because that's just
Oh, see, I proved to you. See, I proved it again. She likes thin crust with her pineapple. Why? Because real people who like real pizza don't put pineapple on their fucking pizzas.
real people do.
Bullshit,
It wouldn't be a
Giants
thing
bullshit.
and popular at restaurants.
I don't know where that restaurant is. It does not exist. Sorry. I have not seen it. I have not experienced it.
She's been watching too many reruns of Hell's Kitchens lately.
Yeah, they'll put any kind of crap on
Oh.
pizza.
No, name. You found monumental text.
Yes, he did. Interesting. GPS and I are above Sean in his own Discord server.
What?
Oh, you're talking about the Giants existed meme? Yeah. No, I did that for the Nokia phone meme. It was just a joke.
Giants
Oh, I mean,
aren't
listen.
real.
I know,
You
but
shut
people
your
say
mouth,
things like the
Sean.
monument.
You're just
people say
jealous
things
about
like
their
the
towering height.
Yeah, Sean's just denying his height restrictions.
I don't have height
I mean, there really are things called.
Motherfucker, I can dunk a basketball. Can you?
You're too
Yeah,
short.
Sean with a 6 foot
Not
ring.
Giants, because we know you stand on the shoulders of what you call a giant, even though it's really a short mid.
Be careful. Be careful. what
I
you say,
like to
Mitch.
send out DMs of my own. Don't make me do that. What other conspiracies you guys got? See, that's the thing. There are many conspiracies, but you guys seem to have these weird conceptions of reality. I'm sorry. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. There are pineapple trees, and there are pizza trees. Anything else? Giants aren't real. Boom. I'm on a fucking roll.
Jet fuel
monumental
hoaxers.
text are. Hey Sean, the Giants may not be real, but those giant books are absolutely. It was a fad in what, the 9th century.
That's retarded.
I mean, it was a show of power. It was really kind of a strange thing.
Could they even read back then?
I've got a big
Depends
book.
on who you were.
And Toady, that is evidence of cell phones thousands of years ago. Thank you.
Interesting, but there's no evidence of cell phone towers to be able to make the connection to said cell phone.
And they had satellites.
Precisely as I said, what is the point of them revering a Nokia cell phone when there was no way of even making a call with it's just garbage, isn't it, that one? I think it's just a tablet that looks a bit like a Nokia. It does look quite a lot like it, though, doesn't it? The top one, the first one, the one in red.
So we are uploading a Wikipedia page where it has been scientifically proven that pineapple belongs on pizza. Thank you.
Hashtag TRUUTUBE.
Well, there's peer-reviewed science that argues otherwise. I was there for it. I witnessed in the peer-reviewed study.
Did you say peer review? We can peer review.
Yeah. There was a peer review, Sean. I remember us doing a peer review on it. It was very scientific, and pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Sorry, Nicole.
It's been
Yeah,
done.
I
It's
do
settled.
remember
That's what we call settled science.
Yeah,
Moving
you
on.
can't
No,
refute
I
science.
do remember, however, that there was some form of ham steak pineapple incident that caused some of the scientists to be a little bit discombobulated about the whole pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, Hannah. She's confused.
It is scientifically proven
What?
that pineapple
What?
belongs on pizza. So pineapple is a fruit, just like tomatoes. Therefore, adding pineapples to tomato sauce.
Hannah, don't worry about it. Just agree. Say yeah.
Okay, yeah.
See? Peer review complete. Sorry, Crash and Nicole.
Pineapple's still good on pizza.
No, stop that. Now you're contradicting yourself.
Found the largest book ever
Well,
made.
if Chris can do it, why can't I?
Hey,
We should
Tony,
all just
check
start
this
doing
out.
that.
No name as well. Let's see, at 36 inches long and 20 inches wide, and 8.
Can you stop looking on my camera?
Book. The largest known book. Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
It's called the Codex Gigas.
You are so full of it.
Yeah, it is a little much.
It is believed it was made out of the skin of 160 donkeys. It is the biggest book ever found.
What?
What did you just say?
It's a 3 foot tall book that's 20 inches wide and 8 inches thick. They think it was made. The pages were made out of 160 donkey skins.
That's so
like
rude.
that's a yeah, it's a lot of leather in that book.
They're fine.
You cut out.
Yeah. I posted a picture for Toady.
Sean, I understand what Crash's problem is. He's actually on 5G.
Mute your mic when you hit your bowl, Sean.
I can't because then I gotta mute OBS as well. So why should everyone in OBS? Why should everyone on YouTube have to hear me cough and not you guys?
It's because you've got cheap hardware and you can't do it separately.
Need another conspiracy to debunk. The pineapple pizza thing's getting old, guys. Come on.
Thank you, Hannah.
Okay, so what about the fact that Winnie the Pooh and Jack the Ripper both have the same middle name?
I told you called the definite article of name.
Our dad joke.
Oh, that's a.
That was a Brian joke. It's not even a dad joke.
It's actually
If
a
I'm
honey
funnier than you,
conspiracy,
something's
but-
wrong, Davros.
Yeah, Davros.
Well, no, the thing is,
Davros.
both after
Davros.
they committed a certain.
Davros.
After they both committed
We
a
can
certain
have
crime,
multiple.
they both had
We
sticky
can have
fingers.
multiple therapy sessions. You know.
So you're denying the sticky finger conspiracy?
I'm
that goes
denying
along with it.
that you aren't willing to accept that your joke was whacker than fucking Brian's, and you won't acknowledge it. Stop it.
No, I have a picture. I have evidence.
What?
Go with Thor again. Like it.
I laughed at
No, because if I show you my evidence, you'll try and debunk it, and I can't have that happen. I'm the only one with the information. I can't have that.
All right,
Nuh-uh.
Chemo.
Oh, hang on. You need
Now
some
Chemo
wire and
just
some
twists
solder.
it all.
Yeah, you need
I
some
didn't
wire
say
and some
that.
solder, some wire, some solder, and you can create the internet by attaching it to the ether band that's in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I heard part of that last night. That was pathetic.
But that's what came from.
That's not even the worst of chemo. Trust me, you guys. You newbies are
Sean.
so beautiful. I love you guys so much. You guys make
Sean,
life so wonderful.
I've heard every chemo argument. It's just the way he spins.
Whoa.
That's the funny part.
How long have you been around?
Have you heard Sticky Air?
Dude. Dude, you don't know my history.
I don't. That's why I just asked you how long you've been around.
See, you were asking about
I just asked a
land.
simple question. And I wasn't doubting. I was just asking. Damn, Davros. You need a hug.
Your intervention wouldn't work today.
It's not an intervention. It's therapy. There's no fixing you. I know that. The fuck?
Diggle needs a hug.
Yes, he does.
Oh, there's Blue.
What's up, Blue? How you doing, sir?
Blue.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, we're fine.
I just
Apparently-
got done with chemotherapy, Blue, so I am feeling no pain.
Oh, good for you, No Name.
Did he still does it like in the
Loving it.
middle of the night, right? So probably like around your probably your 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. No Name.
No, he was doing it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon today.
Oh, really? Jeez. Quantum Eraser.
Oh.
Nathan must not have been on.
No.
Spurge is an idiot.
Well, he tries to do the chemotherapy when the least amount of talking is happening.
That's
Usually,
fun.
he's a special one because he does it, and I don't even think he's trying to get to trigger people. I think he just likes talk. I think you're trying to talk, Hannah. You're cutting out though. I kind of heard you bits and pieces.
Chemo got beat up so hard today that even he had to kind of acknowledge it. He disappeared for 15 minutes and came back and was just doing chemotherapy.
My favorite part about chemo is how he starts his bullshit, starts the fire in the room, and then chooses a flat earther to finish it off and then leaves. David's like, "Hey guys, what's air?" And he's like, "Oh, David's here, bye." And yes, there's a
He's been on the
dumbass.
air thing forever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I can't. Oh, you guys should have heard it. For a long time, he was like, "I know how to make it so we can run energy for a penny a kilowatt or some weird shit." I was like, "Dude, you need to put that information out there if you know how. You can make some money." There was like 20 of us were like convincing David to put us in on his patent. It was great. I mean, if he figured that shit out, why not? And maybe tomorrow I'll set up the mute for my OBS and also for the Discord so that you guys don't hear me fidgeting and doing all my stuff in the background. But until then, fuck you.
Your stuff.
My stuff.
We know what your stuff is.
What? I'm talking about when I eat and when I'm moving stuff around.
Oh, that as well. Oh, that as well. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, you mean when I'm smoking weed?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys say it like it's a secret. I don't know about you guys, but I'm in California. I don't live by no schools, and there ain't no kids near me. I'm good. I am illegally in my bounds. Hell yeah. Just you guys start trying to figure out why I don't use a camera, then we got a problem. Just kidding. That was a joke, but it was better than Brian, so laugh.
Can I do a gleam laugh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
I could do my fake like Captain Hammerballs laugh.
Oh God, that's horrid.
Yeah, don't do that.
Right?
That was
Yeah,
terrible.
Don't do it again.
Yeah, I think you kind of pissed everyone off just now.
I had to stir the pot a little bit.
You know that
there,
little
yeah.
niche you get behind your ear when someone irritates the fuck out of you? Everyone just crinkles. It's like, ah!
I thought it was a pretty good impression of the Nathan Thompson fake laugh. So, I mean, that had its intended effect.
It needed about 20% more insincerity, 50% more triggered.
And 100% not here.
Yeah. Yay! Yes.
I know
I'll
my
put a little bit more effort into
my maths may be a little off, but it works.
Oh, well done, sir. He said maths.
Stop that shit, Sean. Damn it.
Brits have corrupted
There's
you.
only one of them. Math. Period. Math.
Yeah, maths.
God damn it.
What's the full word? It's mathematics, not mathematic.
Mathematics.
So when you shorten it, it becomes maths.
Math.
There's an S on the end.
Hmm?
Oh, yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, just leave out all those other letters and keep the S. Got it.
Well, no. This is how it works. 1 + 1 = 2. That's math. 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 is math. Yep. That's how it works. I'm on a
Plus
roll.
C plus C equals math.
No fucking
And 2
sense
+ 2
whatsoever.
= fish.
Don't be upset. I'm right. Blue, I know
What?
you know almost everything because you've been around since everything's been around.
Oh, you're so mean.
Or something, is it?
Hannah, it's the truth. Ask him.
That
He's
hurt.
old.
That hurt.
Are your ears that
Not
old too?
much.
Like, I'm not.
Not much. But
I'm sorry. I apologize. Maybe.
no, you don't. No.
I don't.
No. I know you
I
don't.
am vessel guy. He needs to come in and tell us what he knows. He seems to have some opinions about 5G.
He is able to come in the panel. He should be able to. I think he's just here, but he's listening on the other side. He has to be. He's the only way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Duh.
good thing. Duh.
Who's doing
That's
that, Hannah?
mean.
Who's this?
I am vessel. He's out in the chat here. He's talking about 5G being a weapon.
How?
And math is only what we were taught. There you go.
Now, I have my opinions of 5G, but I don't know if it's a weapon.
Yeah, it's one up from 4G.
It has a very small range. It actually has a smaller range than 4G. So why didn't they just use 4G as a weapon?
I don't know.
But that just
Good
use a
question.
gun.
Exactly. Or a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking weapons, why don't you actually go to something slightly
Shitty
more
one.
What do you need? Guns. Lots of guns.
Guns.
Yeah, absolutely. I am vessels. If you have what you believe is evidence and all that stuff, and you want to have a stream where we just talk about that, you're more than welcome. Just let me
Yeah,
know.
that sounds cool.
Yeah, just DM me whenever you're free and ready to want to do it. Be good to go anytime, buddy. Anytime. That goes for everybody. I don't care.
Of course, he used it in John Wick Toady. It was a piss take of the Matrix.
The only thing that limits anybody in the chat or listening from getting their point out or a topic being talked about is the fact that all you gotta do is join, talk about it, or DM me or say it in the chat. We'll start talking about shit. I don't care. Because Peter G says it is not 5G that is a weapon. G5 is a weapon. What the fuck is G5?
I thought that was G6.
G7? What? What are we counting now? Uh-oh, more
I think
math.
that's about a G thing.
That's right. Y'all didn't know.
Whoa. Miss those days. Good music.
Whoa.
That's what we do here. I blow everyone's mind every day with information they thought they knew.
No, all you do is blow smoke up our ass, Sean.
That's what you do. You are a very angry person. You need a hug.
No, Sean.
Oh, let's all give Davros a hug.
That's okay. You can give me a hug. Still doesn't change the fact that I do not like the fact that people are illogically stupid.
Well, life's going to be really hard because there's a lot of them out there.
Hannah, I know you went and watched FTFE. I know what happened.
Did for about 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes too long.
It was painful.
What was really painful was the person he was talking.
That's why it was painful. He was just a kid. They're beating up on kids now.
Thanks, Toady.
I have no idea. They brought some kid on. He's like, "Oh, you're just presupposing this." It's like, not the evidence. Well, that's just a presupposition that your evidence. Oh, you presuppose all of these things. It wasn't even like Nathan Oakley got into it. It's almost like he only read the piece section of the Encyclopedia of Philosophy. The only thing he had was philosophy of science, presuppose, and that were the only two things he said. Over and over.
So an intellectual juggernaut, Brian.
Yeah, I think they're running out of people to beat up on.
He used bigger words than most flat earthers I've ever met, so I was quite surprised with that.
More
words? Words like the and at.
No, bigger words.
You obviously haven't listened to Dell or Pete Shea very much.
Well, that's just because every word Dell says is actually a bunch of words strung together in Scottish.
Well, somebody told him about 50-cent words when he was young, and he thought that they were being literal. So he thinks he's going to collect like $500 at the end of every rant if he uses enough 50-cent.
Swear so much.
Okay, then somebody told him about the concept of a swear jar too, so he has to pay himself every time he cusses. It all works out in the long run.
G5 is South Africa. That explains it.
The fuck is a narwhal? Isn't a narwhal one of those things? Oh, that's not even funny. Not even funny.
It's that whale that has a big spike growing out of its mouth. It's actually a tooth.
You can't handle the truth.
No, tooth.
I said tooth.
Tooth.
See, you've got JM on your mind. You thought I said truth.
No.
JM
Tooth.
Tooth.
Say it, Davros. Tooth.
This is a kindergarten. Repeat after me.
You can do it, buddy. Come on. We're here for you.
No.
Wombat.
No.
Tooth.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, it's that name. Ugh.
What just happened?
Look at what GPS has just put up. Ugh.
What?
That's GPS's buddy.
Read all my copy and pastes that actually argue with everything I'm stating, but I haven't read them fully. Ugh. That's Gleam.
I like Gleam. Gleam's funny.
Can I interest you in the Mac Earth?
No.
It's on sale today.
But don't you dare call him a flat earther, even though every argument he makes is for a flat earth, but he's not a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther. I don't even know what he is. Like SC
He just
Montreal.
doesn't-
Me neither.
Yeah, SC
SC
Montreal.
Montreal's a stationary earther.
Yeah. Gleam, I don't know. Gleam, well, put it this way, everyone's a fucking glober, period.
He's a flat earther, but I don't think he likes the association of that name with flat earthers. So that's why he calls himself something else.
He just has a relationship with the flat earth.
Oh, SE?
No, Gleam.
No, Gleam.
Gleam specifically
Gleam's
states
not-
that he doesn't know whether it's flat, flat or round. He doesn't think anybody else can tell either. So he makes a bunch of shit up and claims electric universe.
That's right. Everything works in both. Everything works on the flat earth and the globe earth, and it's the electric universe and reasons.
Oh, that settles that.
Yeah, but he also
And
Plasma. Gotta put plasma.
And read these citations, but please don't read all of them, because if you read further than the bit I've shown you, it denies everything I'm saying.
That's what I'm hoping happens with if Toady, if you're listening and you read that link Chris wanted you to read, I guarantee you that NIST file says something against what Chris is saying, and Chris didn't read on.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, which is why I will. Yeah, because he's just mistaken most of the time, isn't he? Like
Bleed autos.
But I think Jose uses
Candy wrappers quieter.
Just keeps the show going, doesn't it? Right? If you've got a couple of the opposition there, otherwise it degenerates into a sewing group like this.
Yeah.
I cannot believe Chris got so mad at me over telling him that he cherry picks.
Maybe he's got a cherry phobia.
I think Chris just likes to score points. Like I said earlier, I think he's I think he likes to sort of go, no, you're wrong, and then look for these anomalies. So it's the same flat Earth mentality. It's rather than putting up something as a positive proof, it's no, you're wrong. Do you see what I mean? Which is very different, right? The two things are very different. Yeah. One is I've got a statement
Chris
to
is in the
make.
chat. He says, Toady, you're wrong. You're just a moron.
No, it's fine.
As
He's got his
usual.
opinion. He's got his opinion.
Just like the light under clouds.
He said, just like the light under. Chris, I
think he's proving my point for me, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He is. And Chris, I've made it. You got to remember, buddy, we're on YouTube. Things are recorded. I have multiple uploads of crushing your under the sunlight under the cloud idea many times. And shut up, binary. You're the only one who notices.
You gotta admire him, though. I mean, he kept getting more and more reflective surfaces, and then making direct light at them, so that he could force an albedo to kind of look.
And that's what we tried to explain to him.
That's dedication to forgery.
But that's what we were trying to explain to him. Even the shadow doesn't depict the albedo rating. The albedo, you know what I mean? It doesn't depict what you would see. It would give you a cloud. It would give you a shadow of the base of the cloud at the top, not the bottom, or bottom of the or top of the picture, I guess, depending on how you would look at it. But Chris, yeah, we crushed that, man. And that was, as a matter of fact, Chris, your tombstone was in lieu of that in the Coriolis argument that Riley crushed it, helped me crush you on. That was the greatest moment of YouTube history. Chris argues Coriolis is fake. 80% or 80% through the debate, Riley comes in and goes, Chris, Coriolis is real.
I'll debunk each other. It's kind of humorous.
No. But when I do it, it's for real. Like Travis, it is the same thing with Chris. And yes, I will do that as well. Chris. He's talking jujitsu now.
Oh.
And I think middle of next week, I'm going to start doing the MMA streams from the other accounts. I'll start talking about that more.
It's been nice knowing you, Sean.
Yeah.
It's not going to be all the time. It's just going to be like in betweens. I can tell you now, I can rant and talk longer about MMA than I can about anything.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
You guys must have been pretty bored during those conversations. I think we did.
You know how
no,
you
it was
feel,
riveting.
Sean, you know how you feel when we talk about Dungeons and Dragons and Star Trek and stuff?
Yeah, no, do not. No name. I will take your
exactly
fucking.
how
I will
I
take
felt.
your MP.
Can't speak for
I'm gonna take that
anybody else,
MP.
Sean.
I'm gonna take that MP from
just
you.
being real.
I'm
not
being real
laying
with you
a
too.
Davros here.
Echo and
I'm not
all.
blowing
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm going to
need
take
somebody
your
to
mod
tell you you're not
privileges.
wearing any
If you
clothes,
ever
bro.
in your life compare Dungeons and fucking Dragons to fucking MMA. That was rude. Just rude.
Sean, as a daywalker who's a fan and a participant in both, I'll tell you that the subcultures between them aren't too terribly different. They're just focused on different things.
Oh, I mean, I'll go to an anime like a Comic-Con. I go to Comic-Cons. I know what's up.
Okay,
I just don't watch that crap.
Then shut the F up. That's all I'm saying.
Hang on. I don't want this to be live when I say this. So hang on, everybody. My bad.
As if that makes a difference.
It does make a difference. It does. I have a high level of respect for you, and I don't want to say stuff like that with you here.
Oh my gosh.
It's like it's weird.
I don't know whether to be happy or sad.
Me either.
I think next time you come in, you have to knock on Sean's door and say, "Have you finished yet?"
Anna, I've rolled with Sarah Kaufman before.
What?
I've rolled with Sarah before.
I like Sarah. I'm only teasing you about the MMA.
Oh, okay.
I do follow her.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I've rolled her quite a few times. She teaches a class that goes to my coach's tournaments all the time.
Awesome.
It's not broccoli ear, asshole. It's cauliflower.
Broccoli ear.
Call it broccoli ear.
God.
The common problem in rugby.
Unless you're boxing Tyson, then it's missing ear.
Yeah, he'll fix that problem.
Sean, he
You-
gets those ears from lay-bys, okay?
I don't know what that means.
Sean, you've forgotten your corrupt toady spiel. Come on.
I have.
Put on the interior light and double pump the brake.
Oh wow, yeah.
Great way to attract the right kind of attention.
Hey, I'm happy. Hey, I'm happy.
I use it all the time.
Well, damn it. The corruption has gone too far. The corruption has gone too far.
Abort. Right, I'm going to go and do something constructive now. Nice to speak with you all.
We always have fun after beating somebody up.
Exactly. I thought that'd make you laugh. Cool. Does Sean know a little bit about MMA? Have you got a history with MMA, Sean, of some sort?
Oh yeah, I used to fight.
Oh,
He's also
did
got
you?
a history of DMA.
And I do
that
jiu-jitsu
would be
and
interesting.
classes, the whole nine. Oh yeah, I've been in it for a very long time, about 7-8 years.
So you're like a sort of downtown Joe Rogan.
No,
Sort
I've
of,
actually
Renaissance man. Oh, you've actually fought, right? Okay.
Yeah, I've actually fought. Joe Rogan hasn't actually fought, but yes, yeah.
Has he not fought Joe Rogan? I thought he always goes on about
he used
trained
to he used to fight taekwondo
and,
and kickboxing.
Kickboxing, yeah.
Yeah,
but he never did MMA. I thought he was always talking about MMA.
He always talks about it, but he's never done it.
He was brought on as a specialist for training kicks and things like that.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's get one thing straight. Joe Rogan, he's fought taekwondo and kickboxing, and was very good at it. Never fought MMA, but I'm telling you right now, that man has a spinning back kick, heel kick that is like, whew, like he shows MMA fighters how to kick. He's not a slouch. He knows what he's doing. And he's also a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So I mean, he's not just talking out his ass.
He brought on specifically wasn't he brought on to specifically train George St. Pierre on how to kick?
He did. Point? Yep. George St. Pierre came to LA and Joe Rogan showed him how to do that spinning back kick, the heel kick.
So I thought the whole thing was that, and I'm sure someone told me this, which is probably wrong, which is why you should do your show and I should listen to it. But if you don't win in the first, what was it, 3 minutes or something while you're standing up, you'll lose when you get into the wrestling bit of the whole MMA thing. Is that true? Is it? Is there a strategy around that?
It kind of goes. Win... It depends on the fighters. It's weird because what you'll get is if you get a mixed match, like a guy who wants to stand up and fight versus someone who wants to wrestle, what you'll see is a guy going for constant takedowns and a guy kneeing and kicking him in his face as many times as he can. And once it gets to the ground, 9 times out of 10, the wrestler does have the upper hand. The problem is the early days of MMA, it was like that a lot, where it would be boxers, kickboxers, karate, wrestlers, like, a very specific field. So they wanted the fights to be somewhere. Nowadays, it's MMA. And if you go to a gym and ask and get taught MMA, you're going to get taught everything. Everything from standing, kicking, punching, grappling, jiu-jitsu, judo, they'll teach you everything. So nowadays, most people, they all come up the same now.
So you're saying now, because the sport has developed, people fight in all those different areas that you need to be successful in it. Whereas before, you'd get a Joe Rogan who wants to fight standing up with his amazing kick, and you get whoever a wrestler is, I don't know any names, of someone who really wants to wrestle. And they would try and force it as quickly as possible to their safe space, really, where they were supreme. Whereas now, an all-round good MMA person should probably still be a good wrestler or a good kicker.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
There are still a lot of fighters that will prefer it somewhere. For instance, when I fought, I preferred it on the ground. I wouldn't even play around. First thing I do is start trying to take you down. Why? Because my hands are bad. I used to play football, so my fingers are all torn up. So standing up and punching, it hurts my hands after a while. So I would want to be on the ground.
We don't tend to punch much in football in the UK. That's American football, right? You mean soccer? Yeah.
No. I'm talking real football.
Yeah, you mean American football, right? Okay.
Yeah, real football.
That's why your hands are big.
Yeah. And so, like, It's weird though. Here's the weirdest part. So if there's two guys who are excellent on the ground, so they do jiu-jitsu, they're black belts. What happens is they both will then stand up the whole fight.
What?
It's the weirdest thing. It's weird because as a goal for me, my background is wrestling jiu-jitsu. So standing up to me is not fun. But at the same time, if someone I know is great on the ground, then it becomes less of a chance, of a get to go. No name. That's very close, man. That's close. I don't know if that's going to fly. Just
do they have weight? Do they have weight? What do you call them in? Your. So is it like in boxing? Do they have a weight? So would you be like, because you like a little skinny guy, whereas if you were up against a big kind of guy, even if you could wrestle him, so do they have a weight category?
Yeah. In the MMA world, I'm stuck in the bad spot because what happens is because there are more weight classes, but I'm just going to name the basics. There's 45, 145, 155, 170, 185, and 205, and then heavyweight. Myself, I don't fight anymore. I fought at 145. Problem was, I walked around at 165, 170, so cutting weight is a very bad situation for me. And what happens is the sport it's bad. It's real bad. I think if they cut out weight cuts, you'd see a different sport altogether.
So why didn't you fight weight?
Because the guys that I was fighting, if I would have fought at my weight, so 170, I would have been fighting guys. I would have been fighting guys 200 plus because they do cut weight.
Cut weight? You mean get weight off to be able to weigh in for a fight?
Yeah. So I walk around 170, or I did. I'm a little bigger now. I walked around at 170, and I would cut to 145. Yes. Pounds.
These are pounds. So what's that in? So my weight is 90 kilograms.
Divided by 2.2, so it's like what? Half of that is 60. It's like 72 kilo weight class.
160. What's that? Pounds in kilograms? Yeah. Hang on. Let me just convert it so I can understand what that means.
Okay.
Oh, so you're quite light because I'm I think 85 kilograms, so I'm 170, 180 pounds.
Yeah, that's about what I am right now. I think I'm about 185. I wouldn't cut to 145 now. I'm way too big for that shit. That was the main reason I stopped fighting. I couldn't keep cutting that much. I averaged cutting 18 to 26 pounds every cut, and that's in 2 days. So give you an idea.
So 145 is very small, really, relatively.
Yeah. It'd be the smaller,
or as you say, a big person who's skinned down a bit and cut some.
But see, when I fought, so I would cut from 170 to 145. So that means 24 hours before the match, I'd have to weigh 145. And then when I fought 24 hours later, I was at 172, 173.
What? How do you change your weight so
You
much?
lose that much weight.
Water.
What?
Though.
It's very okay. Cutting weight is extremely dangerous. Us dumbasses that compete in combat sports think we gotta have it figured out. And there are safe ways of doing it. Nope. There aren't even safe ways of doing it. There are ways of doing it to getting it to you have almost zero moisture in your body.
I mean, you're talking about 10 kilograms. You're changing your weight, right? You said you would cut from, what do you say, 160 to 150, let's say. That is a lot. 10 kilograms of anything.
No, more.
Sugar.
More. So 170, I don't know if someone wants to convert that for him. So 170 pounds. I cut 25 to 30 pounds.
Yeah, not kilograms, pounds.
Pounds.
That's still 10 kilograms.
It's a funny thing you do. It's funny. So this is how it works. First of all, in training camp, I eat healthy. I eat extremely healthy. I don't eat McDonald's. I don't do the crap food, nothing. So, and all I'm doing is getting my body to balance. I want my body to not gain and not lose weight. And you got to kind of find the right, mixture of foods and diet for that. And I'll do that all through camp. The last week of camp is what we call Hell Week. Okay, so everything I've done, all the training is now supposed to be, subconscious. I'm not supposed to really think too much. Then what happens is I will drink. I will start 4 days before I have to weigh, the weigh-in day. I will drink a gallon of water every chance I get. So I'm drinking probably about 4 to 5 gallons of water a day. I'll do that for 2
We use the
days.
metric system here. What's a gallon in terms of
4
milliliters?
liters? Is that
4 liters? 4 liters. Bloody hell! All right,
Liters.
loads.
How many, Brian?
Right.
4?
3.8.
3.8.
That's a lot
so
of water.
I'll do that for 2 days. What I've now done is tricked my body into now throwing out water. Peeing. I put it this way.
Peeing. Yeah.
I could literally drink a gallon. I would drink a gallon of water in 3 sections. So in a third of a gallon of water, or 1.2 liters.
You're getting your body.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So what happens is my body becomes waterlogged, and anything excess of what I need, I will piss out. So I can literally be drinking a third of my water, and before I put it down, have to pee again. That's how waterlogged I get. That third day, I will now drink only a gallon of water. So I've now dropped 4 gallons. What that then does is it just keeps me topped off. Then day 4 comes around, or 24 hours before I stop. I don't drink anything. I stop eating. I stop drinking everything. In that time, I do what is very dangerous. I put a sauna suit on, if you know what that is, a rubber suit. It's like a rubber suit, basically. Skin tight rubber suit. And before I do that, I will rubbing alcohol all over my body. And I will, for the next 24 hours, do everything I can to sweat every ounce of moisture out of my body. I'm going to tell you right now. So I averaged about 20 pounds I needed to cut. The first 16 I could do in 3 hours, not even trying. Easy. The problem comes the last ones, because then your body goes, uh-oh, something's happening.
But are you not losing body salts, and you're not breaking down the muscles in this terrible lunacy that you're doing?
Remember, my whole training, I've had a diet that makes it so I don't lose or gain. I've left. I stop eating salty crap because it will absorb things. I stop eating carbs because that absorbs. I want my body to flush that water out as fast as I can. There have been, so I've cut weight. I've cut weight more, probably 100 times. Of those, 10 times I put myself in the danger zone. Danger zone is dehydration. Once you get there, you're fucked. There's no way around it.
Shit!
Yeah.
Exactly.
To be hypernatremic, you really screw yourself up, dude.
Yeah.
Does this not also mess you up in terms of your ability to fight?
He's making.
Did you not lose your energy and your testosterone? Well, don't you get a dump? Don't you just get an adrenaline dump by dumping all this water?
There is a.
Although this is very interesting.
Well, here's the thing. See, here's the backside of it. Well, hang on, Tony, because there's a whole other. After I weigh in and I make weight, there's a whole other part now. Because now I have. Remember, I said I gained almost more weight than I lost. Here's what I do.
You said you were balanced, I think, is the first thing.
Yeah, well, I balance. So then I'm at. So when I start camp, I'm 170. By the time I'm going to cut weight, I've lost 10 pounds from training, eating correctly. So then I'm only losing 20 to 15. That's realistically, that's the water I'm taking off. The thing is after I weigh in, it's dehydration basically. I've put myself in bad spots 10 times. It's you start feeling very lightheaded. You start feeling weirdly warm. You know when you put your tongue on a battery, you feel that all over your body.
No.
Yes, it's a very like a weird feeling all over the body. Once that happens, I know I'm screwed. I have 2 options. Luckily, I fought amateur, so I was able to go get an IV if I needed to. You fight professional, you're not allowed to get an IV. So what ended up happening?
How's the IV helping you?
It puts fluids back in your body insanely fast. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, go on, Brian.
They would either drop 1% saline.
Yes, yeah. And then Yeah, this is actually perfect. Hannah and Brian can know exactly how dangerous this is by what I'm doing. So again, I weigh in 24 hours before the fight. Now, if you're starving and you eat a big meal, because you're starving, usually what happens is you start getting cramped up and blah, blah, blah. I can't let that happen. So instead of meals, I will snack all day long. Usually little bits of meat, protein, a lot of granola, like fiber. Like, I just want my body to absorb everything. I snack because my body needs to take everything it can. Not everything I can put in it, everything it can. And I don't want to put more. So I will snack for 24 hours and I will sip water. You do not down water, you'll go into shock. And then by the time I get back to the ring, I am around 30 pounds heavier again. And that's water, and it's very dangerous. And yes, Tony, I am not at 100%.
It sounds crazy that you're doing this up and down, up and down, up and down. I don't know what advantage it's giving you, rather than just stabilizing your weight properly to
because
fight.
A guy
in
who
category.
Because I'm what would be considered I'm big for 145. Usually guys don't cut to that. They will cut to the next class up, 155s. I can make 155 in 10 minutes. I can make 155 in 3 hours right now if I wanted to. Just doing it. I know how. But I extreme cut to get to a lower division, because what ends up happening is I go against guys that cut from 160, 150. They make easy weight. I make it. It's hard for me, but I'm also a lot bigger and stronger than they are when we fight. Granted, I'm only at 70%, but they're only at 80%. So my size and strength gives me an advantage.
Sean at 170 versus somebody who cut from 205.
Yeah,
that guy's going to have quite a few inches on Sean just in arms, let alone height.
Yeah, I will never be 205 pounds because my body will not allow it. I'm not big. My structure isn't big enough for it.
Do the proper people do this, or is this just something that happens at your sort of amateur?
Almost every fighter does. There are a couple fighters, and there's been a couple champions that didn't cut weight, meaning they cut 5 pounds. That's nothing. That's not dangerous. That's not even close to dangerous. You do that, not even thinking about it during the day. But the majority, I'd say 99%, yes, cutting weight is very common.
So next question is, why do women on diets find it so hard then to change their weight and get those pounds or kilograms off when you can do it in like a day or whatever?
Because their bodies hold more water.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention,
you're not really taking the weight off. You're just getting rid of water.
Yeah, it's not actual weight.
He's dehydrated at the weigh-in.
I lose through the
process.
process.
Off otherwise,
yeah, through the process, I literally lose maybe a pound or two, actual weight, like fat off my body. That's deterioration. That ain't even good fat loss.
Can't even see that. You can't even really measure it.
Yeah, fat loss. You don't. I don't notice that at all.
You won't see it.
Yeah, so I may lose a pound in the process of everything in that 24 hours, maybe, but yeah, no. The goal is water weight, and I didn't even. So the sauna suit I put that on, and then I jog. I train, like I actually do, like I'll do 2 hours of training. The worst one that I do, and I have actually been advised not to do it, yet I do it anyway, and you guys will be very pissed. I put that sauna suit on, and I'll go sit in a sweat house for.
In a sweat house. Oh my god!
I'll do. That's my last resort. That last 3 to 4 pounds that's hard to get off. That's how I get it off. And that one, I have to have someone with me. That's how dangerous that is. I can't do that alone.
The whole thing sounds very dangerous to me. Doing anything with your body that's dramatic is
Cody. It's extremely dangerous. You don't hear about it, but there has been one fighter that died after a fight due to cutting weight. It's it's extremely dangerous. It is.
I'm not surprised. It's obviously dangerous, isn't it? If you're changing your body that dramatically, that quickly, even if it is just water, as you say, it's still a dangerous procedure.
You want to hear something even worse? Okay.
Yeah.
I do that. I'll do that twice a year. 3 times a year is the most I've ever done it on a regular. You have wrestling where you're at, Tony?
Yeah, wrestlers do it all the time.
High school? No, I'm talking kid wrestlers. I'm talking
but
teenagers.
But it's not long term. So my son, right? He's training.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now. teenagers up till grown men that wrestle, not MMA, wrestling. They do that. They cut weight like that every week.
They still do it in the Olympics.
So my son is training at the moment for rowing, actually, right? But it's a similar thing. All these sports to build up the right kind of muscle. You want to eat the right kind of food. You've got training before camp. It's all very similar, right? But I mean, he's on a program. He's eating a set kind of diet. He's got a training regime. You know, it doesn't sound as dramatic as this, because this sounds like you're trying to get an advantage.
Okay. Well, imagine this.
Shooting scales.
Imagine
basically,
this.
like
Imagine if your son's rowing team, there was a weight limit, so a combined weight limit, and if they all cut 10 pounds, they get to be in the lower class. So that means they're going to be bigger and stronger than those the other teams rowing. That's going to be their advantage. That's the same. It's the exact same reason. Exact same thing.
You're probably right. Yeah. Yeah. I just think it's a dangerous procedure, really, for anyone.
No, totally. Don't get any of that shit twisted. It is extremely dangerous. It is extremely stupid to do. That's why I stopped fighting. I realized, because I do jiu-jitsu tournaments, and I cut weight for those. But I only cut 10 pounds. Again, it's not smart, but 10 pounds, I can do that without even training to try to do it. I don't have to do the water thing to lose that. But when you start getting to anything over, I think it's 18 pounds, to tell you the truth, it becomes a very big gamble. Like, every time you do it, it's bad. It's extremely dangerous. If I didn't worry that I would have to fight against a guy that's 210 pounds, I wouldn't do it. But that's the reality of the sport.
Was it worth it? Is the question. Was it worth it?
No.
Did not have to fight someone who's 6'3" and put weight
the
back
cut?
on to be 70.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you win things that you wouldn't have won? Money you wouldn't have made or whatever.
No money, because I was amateur. That was why. That was another reason I stopped. Kind of like this: you play football in high school, real football, and you go to college. You get signed to go to college. You're a prospect. Then you go into the NFL. The problem is with the NFL career is it's almost 1 in a million to go to the NFL. Same thing happens in fighting. Only a select few are that good. Like, you think about it. You think training and all this stuff makes you a good fighter?
It's the elite of the elite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with fighting. There are guys who train, hit, and understand and learn and just execute better than everyone else. And I wasn't one of those guys. I was never going to have...
You realized that you were not going to ever be that person.
Yeah. I was never going to have a UFC belt, a Bellator belt, and I went, no, it's being hit in the face for that, it's not worth it. Nope, not at all. That's why I still do jiu-jitsu. I love MMA. And I do spar sometimes, but the mental preparation, I don't have that to do that. I don't have the mental capacity.
Pro route for you, or semi-pro route, where
Mm-mm.
you wouldn't have to do the job that you're currently doing, but you could hang around gyms, do a few fights, I don't know, do something. There's no in between.
I'm 100% set up, so I'm not the regular person that does MMA. I got lucky. My coach, he has one of the largest jiu-jitsu tournaments, jiu-jitsu and grappling tournaments in California, the largest. He is one of the founders of Team Quest. If you don't know who Team Quest is, it's a very prestige fighting club.
Yeah, I've heard about it when I've listened to the Rogan thing. They interviewed.
Exactly, yeah.
The head guy.
So what happens is I can train.
A lot of controversy recently.
Say again?
Is it Quest? I thought they got into controversy recently for something I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I have heard of them.
Yeah. So I can go train jiu-jitsu, boxing. I can train anywhere I fucking want for free. I can just go train just because of the respect that everyone has for him. As for fights, the last one I had was because he asked me to step in. I won't do it again. I will not fight in a ring like that nope, it's not worth it.
Why? Because you were out of shape, or?
No. It's not worth it to me. I'm not going to be that guy. And I come from the era where the head injury aspect of sports started really coming to light, and I believe that in 100%. There is no reason. I am an excellent heavy equipment operator. I am top notch. I it's not me boasting. I am. To risk that, thinking hitting in my head will be fun, it's not worth it to me. Just not. It's a head sport. It's a head injury sport, and I'm not willing to.
So professional career is construction, which is more important than any career you could have in that other area.
Exactly. Put it this way: I'll make more money in construction. I will. I love construction. It is what I do. Period. That's what I am. There's no other job for me. I couldn't have an office job. I'm not saying I don't want it. No, I can't. I would not be able to do a desk job. I have construction. That's what I do. And I would never risk that. Or I was no longer willing to risk that, is a better way of saying it.
What about a marijuana plantation?
You show me studies that marijuana makes people brain dead, we'll talk.
No, I'm saying, why don't you get into a marijuana plantation for medical use?
Because I like smoking it, not fucking growing it.
Yes, but Sean, you can create 2 strains, one for medical marijuana and create a super strain for yourself.
Why didn't I just find a super strain someone else grew?
Even better.
It's currently the biggest growing industry in your country right now.
But it's not.
It's huge, isn't it?
But
CBD
it's not. Yeah.
Sure.
Gold. So is gold mining, but I don't go do that. Actually, I want to. I have an opportunity.
Actually, I'm very interested in that. That is something I'm very interested in, gold mining.
I've been asked twice to run a heavy equipment on a gold mining site up in Alaska, but it was when my son was just born, and I wasn't willing to do it.
You could have wound up on Gold Rush, making a cool $200,000 a year and not finding a single pan of gold.
You can make some serious money at gold mining if you know the right, if you get in with the right consortium. Absolutely.
Yeah, the thing that gold mining show didn't tell people is that there's 1,000 of those companies in that little area, which is very tiny. They make it look large, but they're on very small sites, and it's a very big chance.
They're all mining little 2-acre sites.
Yeah, it's not
hoping for the best.
Yeah, they make those sites look huge. They're nothing like that. I've been up there and I've seen those sites. They're very small. They make those things look like that. It's not. The problem with that also is they don't put people on wages for those jobs. They give you I forget what it's called. It's like a retainer, I guess, where they guarantee you a certain amount,
and then share. Yeah,
exactly. So if that mine doesn't get shit, you're gonna walk away with a shitty year. The goal up when they do that is to make a year's wages, and as in the operator position of it, make a year's wages in that 3-4 months. And if you can't do it, it's not worth it.
But this is where if you got the research right and you look for some old mine tailings from a really prosperous place historically, and then we're able to exploit that land. I mean, as I say, I follow this quite closely because the treasure hunting thing. So there's a lot of people doing this, right? It is an industry. There are people making money at this, and not lots, but there are definitely some, Especially if you do the research and buy up those bits of land, those parcels of land. As I say, especially old mine tails where they never managed the gold in the first place. So they mined it, they got all the ore out, but they're only taking big nuggets that they could wash out. So they got a lot of tailings that have still actually got stuff that modern machinery can now extract from it. Things like that. It's an industry, it really is.
Yeah. The problem is there's only about 1 billion people that understand exactly what you just said.
I know, unfortunately,
and they're all up there doing it.
They're all up there trying to do it.
Yeah,
and then you got the ones that are taking the new technology and applying it to the old machines. Like, it's not just Tony Beats with Gold Rush. It's something like 5 or 6 major companies have dredges with modern technology, and now the damn things mine gold like nobody's business.
Yeah, most, and that's the other thing that people don't realize. A lot of the mining that's going on for gold doesn't even happen on land. Nope.
But have you seen those guys that also hoover up the silt with those big pumps? Then they put for those pumps. Yeah, that's really interesting as well.
That's the stuff that most of it's done off in creeks and streams and
that's it, creeks and streams,
tributaries.
They do it in China. They do it in China. They dredge mining.
They do it everywhere.
It's called dredge mining.
Yes.
They get tons and tons of gold out of the Yangtze River.
And that's the most. That's oddly simple. That it's not. They're not digging much. All they're doing is skimming.
That's what I mean. It's exactly. It's a pipe with a couple of engines. You've got a back of a boat. You've got some silt collection. You've got a separator. Don't know, it's pretty interesting stuff. If I was in America, I'd definitely be doing some of that. Fortunately, we don't have it here in the UK.
In 2015, a net worth, or it doesn't say net. It says gold worth $1.01 billion was accounted for in Alaska alone.
By the way, if any of you come across a really good patch of land, I'd definitely be interested to purchase it. If you happen to find a little local gold mine, I've got some money. I'd happily put it towards a little.
Don't say that, Tony, because I'll start doing my research, and we'll have
I'm
to
not
meet
joking.
up
You
in
should do your
Alaska.
research. I don't live in America. Buy it, but as I say, it's an area I'm very interested in. If you watch that Cody's Lab, he's always going and trying to get gold out of all sorts of ridiculous places. Surprising where you can get it
We
from.
need critical thinking. We need critical thinking in the chat. Come on over to Arkansas. Start up lots of counties that are just licensed.
The best part is critical thinking. He's here in San Diego with me. I think you're north, right? Critical. I think you're northern San Diego, Fallbrook, I think, if I remember.
Have you got any gold in San Diego? Is that a gold?
No, we got gyms and shit like that.
Right.
You got jewelry.
Two in southern Oregon, southeastern Oregon.
Yeah, once you
to
get
get
towards
your
there,
gold-
you'll start seeing gold.
How about where blue is down south? Is there any? I don't
Get
know.
your
Is there any
gold.
gold down south?
No,
Get
just,
your
no,
gold,
we got
get
moonshine, no gold.
Sure.
Get
no
some
gold.
palladium. Get palladium. I'm going to say
Black
it again.
gold.
Get palladium.
Texas
What the
Palladium.
fuck is palladium?
It's more
It's one of
expensive.
those things
than
that
gold.
stand out to make
A
us
role-playing game system put out in the early to mid-90s, Sean, to compete with Dungeons and Dragons.
They're using jewelry. I know that
used
much.
a percentile-based system that I just wasn't really a big fan of, but I played a hell of a lot of Rift.
I'm gonna punch you in your fucking head. No name.
Oh, I'm
what you're
sorry.
doing
I
right
thought
now.
we were talking about a different Palladium. My bad. I was just answering your question.
Well, see, the thing is, it's the fact of not understanding the TDI going in the UAC.
This is why we do the Davros moments.
Oh, but you do not understand, my son. The research that we are doing at the DVR is actually going to break the density vector. If you can't get your head around that, I'm sorry, I cannot help you.
Does Alabama actually have any interesting natural resources?
All right, Tom, you shit.
Limestone and marble. Okay, that's cool.
Getting your damn comment out, you asshole.
I want to go. What is it? Are they figs? What is it over in your somewhere over there near Tennessee? Something in the ground, some root that's worth fucking thousands of dollars.
It's not figs then.
What is it
I don't know.
called?
I don't know.
Are you talking about the thing from God, it was a book we had to read in grade school.
Probably. Think so.
Yeah, it's like some kids up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and their father died, and so they were trying to make money finding these roots.
Yes, but what was it called?
I don't remember. I can tell you almost everything. about
They
the
dug
book
those
except for
roots
the
up.
bullshit.
I read that story as well. I know the story you mean. One of those roots.
It wasn't ginseng.
Yes.
No, they were like
Was it?
ginseng, weren't they? It wasn't ginseng, but they were like that. They were that kind of size. They were quite big roots,
Truffles.
weren't they?
Yes, truffles.
Truffles. Yes, those are yummy.
Yes,
Truffles aren't a
truffles.
root. They're a fungus.
Was it truffles, really?
Mm-hmm.
I do know the story you mean because I read it too.
But I don't know if it's a money-making thing, Jody. But I just remember.
Well, truffles are, but you need a truffle pig or a truffle dog. Was those kids truffles? I thought it was something else that the Indians all knew about. Can
I
you find the
think
book,
all
Brian?
you guys have been dipping into Sean's bowl right now.
No way.
Damn, Hannah.
Who's that?
We get it. You're against it. Okay, got it.
I'm not against it. I just don't like the smell of it.
I never said you. I didn't say what was in the bowl.
All right, Clinton.
I'm not saying I don't like it, but I didn't put it in my mouth.
I don't put it in my mouth either. Never mind. I was gonna say. Sounds
Short. You might have to have a peer review on that one.
On what? Oh, I'll get a peer review on that. Marijuana is great. Period. I don't care what any of you guys say. My bad. I just realized what I just
Lots of alcohol either, so there.
I don't do alcohol. I hate alcohol. Alcohol is bad.
Okay, I haven't figured out what the root is yet, but I found the book. It's called Where the Lilies Bloom.
I thought you were gonna say where the red fern grows.
No.
Which is a great fucking book. Yeah, that's the extent of my reading.
Yeah,
ooh, and the Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies is by far my favorite. Any book where a bunch of kids start killing each other makes me happy.
You're so sick. You really hate kids.
That's something I learned when I had my son. It's like, I love my son, but I hate all his friends. Like, they're all fucking annoying. Like this one kid sounds like a little fucking elf, and I wanted to tell him to shut up, but I can't. So I end up hating his friends. It's completely normal.
No, it's really not.
Wait a minute. All right, I think it's time for peer review.
Isn't pot supposed to mellow you out?
Blue, I am mellow. Blue.
Just hate all the fucking kids.
Blue, you have kids. Do you hate your kids' friends?
No, not really.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Brian?
nor do I. I've got kids, and I don't.
Yeah.
Sean, if you could hear me, I need your help, buddy.
I did hate a few
it
of them,
really
but-
depends on your kid, on the kids that your kid is hanging out with.
That is very
Because
true.
if you find that one that you know is nothing but a troublemaker, you know what I mean? Yeah, you hate him because you know he's been causing problems for your kid too.
Oh yeah, I've dealt with one of them too. I will not lie to you people. I will refuse to. I told an 8-year-old to go get his parents and have his dad come speak to me the way he told me his dad spoke of my child. So, yeah, I've done it. I've had to deal with one of those. Mind you, this kid stole a lot of stuff from my son. Where he got it? His parents. Oh, I hate my kids' friends' parents too. Is that
I
odd?
can dislike their parents because, but I
glad you
can't
didn't ask me
dislike the
because she's-
kids.
What if one comes to your house and he's like
She's 3, she doesn't
super
even know.
loud? Yeah, that's why I know, Brian.
Tell him to be
You're
quiet.
too young. Or
Yeah,
you're just too
exactly.
young.
Loud's okay, and boisterous is okay. And I do agree, if you've got a troublemaker that's a friend of your son, you can lead him into trouble, and you may dislike them a bit. But I agree with Hannah or whoever it was. I blame the parents, not the kid. Right? It's not the kid's fault. Not when they're 8, 16, different matter.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If they're 16 and they're still acting that way, then like they come over, I don't know, steal stuff out of your house or something.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, of course, but
Yeah.
And by the way, it's
Agreed.
still the parents' fault as well, bringing them up like that. But I agree, they have their own,
there's
motivation.
always going to be rotten kids in the crowd. But
Yeah, exactly.
The
for
worst
the
ones
most
are the ones
part,
that
your
lead.
influence is better for them instead of
Yeah.
hating them.
But the trouble is, at that age, when they get about 16, kids are very impressionable by the peer
Well, I
pressure.
don't like teenagers. That's different.
I think Lord of the Flies is pretty accurate. I think there's a lot of truth in there that we all recognise. It's a good book.
Once they hit middle school, they get to be kind of animals.
They are, and they're douches, and they go in clusters and groups and pick on people. They can do dreadful things, can't they? Like Lord of the
Yes,
Flies, right?
They are not
It really
human.
should be
Anywhere
legal
between the
to.
ages.
It really should be legal to
Sorry-
kill your
sorry,
own
Blue.
children when they reach the age of 14.
Yes, Blue. I totally agree with you. Euthanasia for the young is
Absolutely.
something to get
Yeah.
on board.
Just start over again, make some new kids. Just do it again.
I was a very happy-go-lucky boy. My son, for example, had the window open the other day, so I was suspicious that he was either up to witchcraft, smoking, drinking, something else. Me, if I'd had the window open when I was 16, yeah, well, he had a girl in the room, by the way, just before this incident as well. So who knows what he was up to? But those were the things I thought he might be up to, yeah, which he mocked me for, yeah, and said he wasn't doing any of that. He was cold, which is just ridiculous. Me, if I'd had the window open at 16, I would have probably, because I was trying to, I don't know, extract mercury from something. Cinnabar. You know, I was that kind of kid, right? Yeah.
Cody,
as I pointed out to my son, hang on. As I pointed out to my son, he doesn't have lots of test tubes and Bunsen burners in his room, right? So he can't say he's doing scientific experiments.
That's why
I
my
would
two
argue
are.
that smoking weed is slightly safer than extracting mercury.
I think it is. Yeah, I blew the mercury up. Unfortunately, my father walked in just after there was this big puff, and the mercury went everywhere.
Oh God,
And,
we gotta corrupt you more.
Then my father, not being the world's greatest scientist, unlike me, thought that he could use a magnet because he kind of vaguely remembered that mercury and magnetism might be a thing. So he then tried to use a magnet to mop the mercury up, and I mocked him while he was trying to do this. He got very, very cross with me, as you can imagine. I was grounded for a month after that.
We're all not nerds. What happens?
Our two kids are nerds. I
What
raised two
happens?
nerds.
Cody.
Hang on. Wait. What happens with magnets and mercury?
Well, it doesn't work. You can't
Not
attract
much.
mercury with a magnet. So
Okay.
father was on the floor with his magnet trying to pick up all the mercury because he didn't want his house contaminated with it. Quite right.
Isn't mercury liquid?
It is, yeah. That's why it's a nightmare. Once you blow it up into little small globules, it goes absolutely everywhere. On a carpet, into the floorboards.
Wait,
it's still
isn't
there
that,
in
like,
the house, by the
extremely
way. The
dangerous,
stuff I blew
Tony?
up is, yeah, it's still there. It wasn't a lot.
Wait, I got a question. Brian and or Hannah, is my MMA cutting weight, or is Toadie's mercury explosion more dangerous?
In a single incident with the amount of mercury, your weight cutting is far more dangerous.
Exactly, your weight cutting is more dangerous.
Gag
what is more
lifetime. You
dangerous?
could have lifetime.
Okay, I know. I just blowing mercury up doesn't sound good.
No, it isn't.
I mean,
Good.
I've
It's a
never
stupid
done
thing
it.
to do.
Blowing mercury up.
But
is
I
one of
wasn't a
the
nerd
most
growing up. My
exposure
kids,
risks.
I have no idea how that happened.
Yeah, and the other
You'd
thing
be
is,
surprised the amount of mercury before it affects you.
I lost my eyebrows for the whole of the summer one summer as well. The same summer, I blew the mercury up because me and a friend were making black powder, which is illegal in the UK, by the way. So I'll say this quite quietly. Many years ago, 30 years ago now, for rockets, right? Literally for fireworks. We weren't
I
trying
think
to.
they'll come after you now.
Yeah, we were trying to make literally fireworks because we had a whole book on American book, very good book actually, about fireworks and how to make them. We were making these fireworks anyway, and we had a pretty good production system. We kept all the things separate. We kept matches and dangerous things and sparks, and we weren't totally stupid.
It's like
I was mixing stuff.
It's a what do you call it? Damn it! It was on top of my fucking tip of my tongue.
So anyway, I was making this stuff. I had this mortar and pestle. I was mixing the saltpeter with the. Anyway, I won't mention actually. I probably shouldn't because it's probably most people know anyway.
Toadie, stop.
Actually, I think it's illegal for you to do that.
Exactly. So anyway,
No,
I was
it is.
mixing something up precisely.
It is if
mixing
he
something up.
mentions the chemicals that are used to make it.
Exactly.
you'll get something.
Exactly. That's why I've stopped. So I was mixing some things up in a mortar and pestle, and stupidly, my friend had, for some reason, prepared sort of a primer from some match heads, and he left that around, and somehow the two got mixed up. The whole lot went up. Luckily, I moved backwards, and there's still a big ring on the garage in which I made this because we were doing it in the open air, by the way. Yeah, in the under a porch of a garage. There's still a big ring. If you go to that garage and look up where it went up, and I lost most of my front hair and all my eyebrows. And looking back at it now, right, my parents seemed unaffected by this, right? Like they said, "What's happened?" I said, "Got a bit close to a fire."
They're like, Toadie.
Yeah, he's up to it again. But I mean, if I saw my son like that, I would immediately know he was up to something and onto the little bugger.
Hey, Sean.
Yes, sir.
On the mercury issue, if you say break a mercury thermometer or you have a a flask of mercury, you drop it on the ground, as Tody said, it breaks up into many little balls, but that's not dangerous in itself. What's dangerous with mercury is mercury vapor. If it, say, gets heated, or if you're rubbing it on your skin, it takes quite a bit of mercury before it starts becoming a problem where it gets absorbed into your tissues.
Okay.
Like in the Mad Hatter in Lewis Carroll, the Mad Hatters used to be people that would rub mercury in the hat band, and they'd be handling mercury, all day, rubbing it into the band of hats, and eventually the problem with mercury is you need a chelator to get it out of your tissues. It just accumulates and accumulates, and then it's much like lead poisoning.
It takes far less.
It reaches a toxic level after a while, and then you have problems.
And that's why.
But if you ingest it, it doesn't take much
No,
at
no,
all.
you can ingest it. No, it's absolutely fine. You can drink it. Henry VIII used to drink it. I've drunk it before. A big joke when we used to be at college was put a drop into someone's beer, and it makes them shit immediately, basically, as soon as it hits your stomach.
I thought you do that with eye drops.
No, you can do that with mercury. It's pretty safe like that, right? But as George says, where it isn't safe, and why my father genuinely was quite concerned, rightly so, is I was going to be sleeping in a room where basically I'd blown up this mercury and vapor, alcohol vapor thermometer, which is why it had blown up. Basically, I was stupid. I'd been heating it with a Bunsen flame to see what it did. I did see what it did.
How old were you when this happened?
Tony, you don't sound like a scientist. You sound like a fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm gonna burn the thermometer.
Hang on. How?
Hope it doesn't.
Tony,
I learned the reason I'm reasonably educated now is I've done a lot of stupid things in my time.
I need to know how old you were.
I don't know. I mean, between 12 and 15. So, yeah, that age where somewhere between that age.
I mean, when
wow, between
with
12 and
kids,
15,
when
I was getting in trouble.
When I was in fourth grade, we thought it was so cool. Guys would bring mercury in, and we'd dip our quarters in it and then rub it between our fingers and make it really shiny and stuff. So, I mean, it isn't immediately toxic. If it was, I'd be dead by now.
Damn, you old
Yeah,
people
so
are
would
crazy.
I would.
George is the David Carradine of our community. He'll beat the fuck out of any element.
He's our old timer assassin, and blue is our old timer begin. Everything from the beginning.
I think what was probably more worrying, right, is I used to be into guns as a child as well, yep. And the benzene from the gun oil is probably actually I absorbed more of that through my fingers because I was always handling and cleaning guns, right? Like a lot of people who like guns a lot. I don't anymore, by the way. I don't own any guns now. But at the time, I was into guns, antique weapons, that kind of stuff that you could own in Britain legally at the time. Buzz by. But yeah, touching all that oil, that oil, you absorb it through your skin and you don't realize as a child, right? But that's, that stuff's not nice, benzene, right? It's, I think, quite cancerous, isn't it?
Well, talking about dumb things you do as kids, I'm surprised my buddies and I didn't kill ourselves back then. Is we did something even much worse. Is next door neighbor's father was a contractor, and he had all these cement forms for walls, and that we'd build forts out of them in the wintertime, stack them up, make a fort, and then we'd go down to the sulfur yards at the local paper mill. At that time, they were using the sulfite process, and they'd bring in box cars of sulfur, and left back in the empty box cars would be big hunks of copper or of sulfur, pure sulfur, maybe the size of a softball or bigger. And we'd go down, we'd grab a bunch of those, and we'd bring them back to our forts, and we'd use that for heat. Is we'd light those things, and because they had such nice blue flames, they had nice blue flames.
George, from the sulfuric acid in your lungs. God.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, we did that, several winters in a row because it burned with such a pretty blue flame.
The sulfuric acid, because it would condense, right? The
sulfur.
Sulfur dioxide. Nah,
Yeah.
you're making
And it was
sulfur
always
dioxide.
cool too. We'd put a stick in the burning sulfur, and bring out a glob, and it'd be
Oh, it's fun. It's like glass, isn't it? It's
dropping
lovely.
and it'd be a kind of sticky, gooey mess that would be burning on the end of the stick. We always thought that was so cool as kids.
Smells
I thought we
bad.
were
But
stupid and we wound up on ridiculousness. What you did was straight. Oh, side note, want me to tell you later, Sean, the story of how me and my friends wound up on ridiculous.
What the fuck? What is wrong with you people?
Yeah. I mean, we're actually me
All
and some
of you.
my friends are actually. It's me and some of my
Hey,
friends are
don't put
actually
me in
on
that
the show,
bunch.
Like fucking pineapple on pizza.
No, but I didn't burn any houses down.
It's just as bad. I'm sorry for yelling.
Hurt my feelings.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Adventurous kids always end up doing,
See,
problematic things.
That's the thing, though. My adventurous stories are a lot different from yours.
Yours are probably
So are
involve
mine.
girls
I
and
bet you we could share
drinking.
notes, Sean.
Yeah, Toadie's right.
Yeah. I have some of them, but they happened later. I was a late developer. Chemistry first.
But
My son isn't though, and that's the problem.
Hurting first was my dastardly deed of choice.
Say again?
Partying first.
Pudding.
Partying. Skipping
Puttying.
school, that kind of stuff.
Oh, right. Yeah, hooky.
Yeah, I'm gonna say right now, I used to be a straight A student until girls. I didn't ditch school, nothing. One incident changed everything. I can't
did.
say
I
that.
skipped
I'm not going
school.
to say what happened because Hannah's here.
Yeah, we know.
Oh,
it's
for
America.
God's sake, no.
You're a very oral culture, so we can guess what happened in the bike sheds or whatever it was.
Oh
in the
no,
back of the
this was
Chevy.
this was in the hallway of the school.
The school, bloody.
You're even worse than I am.
I'm telling you, it was a life-changing situation. I know it's not going to happen. I'm not going to tell that story online right now.
Oh, they'll use it against you, Sean.
Yep.
Be careful what you tell.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure most of the people on this panel, same situation probably happened. All right, fuck it. So I was walking through
You
the
can't
hall.
tease us and not tell us.
I was walking through the hall, going to the next class, and a friend of mine, Susie, walks up and is like, "Hey, we're all ditching." And I'm like, "I'm not ditching. I'm not doing that." And she showed me her tits, and I said, "Okay, let's go."
Oh, for God's sakes, that's it?
That's it. That's all it took.
Got you beat.
She was very well endowed, so it was
Oh,
definitely more
nothing.
than enough. Yeah.
Oh, man.
you
That's
guys sound
lame.
That was my
you guys
freshman
sound like a Sunday school class compared to the shit we got
Yeah,
into.
no kidding.
For real. How do you ditch school on a chariot?
Yeah.
Shots fired.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, lose the chariot and take the horse.
Yeah.
Oh, those Southerners, they do it big down there, don't they?
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing.
It's not.
When
He's
you're a
not called
man,
Big
you
Blue
can't-
for no reason. Yeah.
Big or go home.
Exactly. You
When a
go
man
big or
grows
go
like
home.
Sean, he doesn't think outside
He
the
isn't
box.
called Big, is he? He's called Blue Marble. I got his name wrong. Oh dear.
Marbles.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. All the clues are there.
Big marble.
I bet nobody messed with him in school.
What, Billy Blue Balls?
Shit, everybody mess with me.
Hillbilly Blue Balls.
Especially some of the ladies.
Everybody mess with me. And that was fine. I didn't mind.
They're all buried now.
In the backyard.
You guys are horrible.
I had
Just up to the
fun.
neck.
I don't regret one day of it.
Yeah, I had fun too.
You didn't. You were a nerd.
Nah, I had fun doing that, and then I had fun doing other things.
probably didn't do enough of it, but then you never do. Yeah, I was quite nerdy, but you know, yeah.
That was before it was cool. Now it's cool to be a nerd. But
I know it's a real shame, isn't it? The nerds have inherited.
And wait. Not that Star Trek type nerd. That's not cool.
You don't know, man.
I promise you, I did everything I ever wanted to do, and if I liked it, I did it twice.
Exactly. Davros.
What?
Hey,
My
Blue,
favorite
was
chemical.
this is kind of when you were born, Blue? Was it kind of like this? Yeah, I'm sharing it I'm sharing it in the chat. I picture it being like that. That's baby Blue right there.
That's so cute.
Well, Mark, it's your turn to change him this time.
Yeah, but look at the details behind him.
A crane and a tractor.
That's his toys.
There's some big turds.
Don't speak on that, Blue. we don't want to know.
No.
Don't want to know.
I think the family used to fertilize the fields.
What's up, B-Ball in the chat?
Oh my goodness.
Right, I was going to leave about an hour ago and do something else, so I really must leave you guys. It's been nice
A
chatting.
good one, Toady.
Yeah,
Bye,
Toady.
Bye, everyone. Cheers.
Oh, Chris is back here. We have our little chew toy.
What's up, Chris?
Chris, already.
Sorry, Chris.
Chris,
Just want to see how much more behind my back you guys would talk about me.
Oh, we did all that earlier.
We talk right
I have
to
a
your face,
question.
sweetie.
Before you guys start chewing on the meat, has anyone had any experience with light meters?
A light meter? No.
Talk about
What
nerd. Here he is.
I'm trying to I'm looking at light meters, and it kind of seems like anything of halfway decent accuracy and is in the $250 to $300 range. And I was wondering if anyone's had any buying experience in models and manufacturers of light meters.
So any of those light meters that you get under, say 100 to 150 American, all they're doing is registering the amount of output, not the actual spectral characteristics of that light that's being emitted. So they're just lux meters, right? So it's just the amount of light being produced and not the actual spectrum of the light. But if you get the more expensive ones that have both that funny ball on it, but they've also got that optical sensor as well, then you'll get both the readings of lux and the spectroscopy.
So you can switch between the two?
Yeah,
you can get like a
on the
total lux
device.
reading, then also look at spectral readings?
Yeah, it just depends on the product you get. You just have to see whether it has both those sensors.
Okay. All right. Well, get your Worcestershire sauce out and start chewing on the meat. Catch you later.
I prefer some form of ranch type, you know.
No, you don't.
Maybe some mayo.
Nope.
God, mayo on meat?
The hell's
Sweet
wrong?
chili sauce.
What, you have never put mayonnaise on a ham sandwich?
There's a difference between mayonnaise and mayo.
Dude, my taste buds are black as the night. I don't eat mayo.
Sauce.
I'm hot sauce and mustard all the way.
Oh yeah, some Thai food.
I love Thai food.
Give me a number 10, please. If my face ain't burning, it's not enough. You're supposed to suffer through a meal.
With peanut sauce. Oh yeah.
Unless you're allergic to peanuts. That could be bad.
God, you're always gonna be such a downer.
No, I'm not. I'm happy. I'm a happy person.
No, it's because he was
I'm
abused by
happy,
a pineapple.
I have never been abused by a pineapple. I'll
Yeah,
tell you
so
that
denial
right
is
now.
strong.
That would hurt. They're spiky. These
Yeah,
are
yeah.
very
Damn
spiky.
right.
Denial. You can hear the
Anyone else just
denial
get
in his
a,
voice.
Anyone else should get a mad Samurai flashback from Little Nicky's like, don't forget shoving a pillar's ass at 4 o'clock. No, I'm the only one who's seen that movie? Well, fuck me then.
Yeah. No
What
longer on
movie
a
was-
roll there, Brian. You're not a quieter room.
It had to end sometime.
Yeah. Good on you, though.
I found Toadie's Christmas tree.
There it is. Chemistry.
Yeah.
Everything measured on precise 8-inch centers.
Wait. Let's get this controversy out the way. Mayonnaise and mayo are not the same.
That is.
Yes,
what the hell do you think they are?
Sean,
No,
what are
mayo,
you, fucking
mayo
retarded or
tastes
something?
funny.
Mayonnaise is mayo for
John,
sure.
you're thinking of Miracle Whip, not
Yes, Miracle Whip is that spicy, or not spicy,
Miracle
but tangy.
No, it's mayo.
Oh, Sean, you're high.
So?
Oops.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
John is always high.
Go on, crawl back
Mayo
into your
is
bowl.
mayonnaise. Come on, Sean.
Get your Google going there, Sean.
I am.
I mean, I know I'm from the South, Sean, so a lot of times we kind of blend words together.
I hate
So
you.
when we walk into a grocery store and we see a lot of mayo on the shelf, we might say something like, mayonnaise sure is a lot of mayo up in here, but that, I don't expect that.
That's funny.
Trust
Boom,
no name
got
to
you.
bring the South
Again,
into
I'm
the
fucking
conversation.
awesome. Okay.
Well,
I'm right,
you know,
and I'm going to show you right the fuck
that's
now.
a self-esteem.
Here we go.
Self-esteem.
You guys can
Okay.
click that
Sure,
link
sure.
if you guys would like, and I will
What
read
link?
to you
Why
the
do you always
difference.
have to click a link? Just
Or
put
click
it
on
in
the
here.
the live thing. I don't
No.
want to.
Just show it.
No,
Fine.
Sean.
What?
Sean.
What?
Spell mayonnaise.
Huh?
Spell mayonnaise.
Why?
He can't spell.
Well, that's true. Fuck you, though. It says mayonnaise as defined as a mix of vinegar oil, vegetable oil, vinegar, egg yolk, and lemon juice. Hampton Creek. On the other hand, created a line of just mayo, products that are eggless and made out of plants instead.
Who the hell would eat that shit?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just letting you
Sean,
guys know
Sean,
that hey,
Sean, you
I'm just
have
letting you know that I am
misrepresented the
right.
word.
Thank you.
No,
I am
you
right.
misrepresented
I've never
the
heard of
word.
that line.
I'm right.
You're reading a fucking Hellman's advertisement, for God's sake.
I've never even seen. That's a California thing. Only California has some weird ass
Did you
mayo.
notice? Did you notice
Damn
Sean cherry
Hellman's.
picked that? You don't get the rest of the article.
That's the equivalent of the goddamn ether band, for God's sake.
Stop that. Stop.
Sean,
The mayo band.
I was researching one of the buildings that you showed demolished, collapsing, is the one in Tehran.
Okay.
And ironically, it was controlled demolition. So you actually proved my point.
The building that was on fire was a controlled demolition. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, you're right. It was a controlled demolition, but you also said there wasn't steel in there. You said it was, you said it was Adobe.
Oh, that was
It
the one in
made out of
Brazil.
Bricks and Adobe. No,
No,
that
it was the one in
Tehran.
Tehran. That was the one in Tehran.
Well, it was definitely a piece of shit building, but either way, it was controlled demolition, so it's all it can
You're
move.
such an asshole. You don't even see how dick
You
that
said
is.
you said it was you said it was by fire, and it's obviously a controlled demolition.
Funny thing is, controlled demolitions start from the bottom and work their way up. They don't go
Oh,
from top
that's
down.
what I was
the fun.
showing you. You motherfucker.
Oh, no.
There was no fire at all in that one.
There was.
The one in touch. Show it. Show the link. Show it.
All right. All right. Just relax.
Chris, I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but I can't be wrong.
Cutting in and out a lot. Is that just me or?
No, it's probably me. But wait.
Are you doing touch to type? If you are, then yeah, you're not holding it long enough.
So, Sean, I posted a picture there in the side chat about boneless wings and how you can't say it's actually chicken wings
Whoa.
because it doesn't meet the definition. So same way with Mayo.
Hey, Chris, on what you're showing, how is that a controlled demolition when it's on fire and fire trucks are spraying it down?
It's a controlled demolition. You just have to watch the video.
No, I'm actually listening to the report right now, and they're saying that it fell apart with 250 people in it and several firefighters.
That it was similar to 9/11 that the Iranians blew it up.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
What
There's
the
no
fuck,
way
dude?
they blew
And
up.
Peck, if you can't handle the truth, you just need to get offline and go be a little bitch somewhere
Wait,
else.
time out. You said that was a controlled demolition. That was not a controlled demolition at all.
It is.
Who says?
Okay.
Who says? What evidence besides just your own?
Let's see.
What's with all the
They
fire?
don't normally demolish buildings with people inside.
Or
Nor
with fire.
You guys are seriously. Then there's got to be a definition of psychopath. that includes,
then do me.
Okay,
a favor.
hold on. Go to 30 seconds.
So does gelignite
Go to 30
create
seconds and watch the
fire?
side of the building explode.
Does gelignite
Oh
create
my
fire?
god! You're telling me shit does not blow up in a fire?
Inside of an old ass building.
Why didn't the
There's
rest
also
of it?
flash.
Oh my god, Chris, you're right.
Wait a minute.
That was when the building collapsed. That puff you see is the building collapsing.
Go heat
Oh,
up
the
some
explosions of the
concrete.
building collapsing, right?
No,
Hey,
I didn't
I'm
say
gonna do an
explosions.
experiment.
And it blew stuff out the side of the building, Chris.
Yeah,
It's not-
as it's
Give you a little,
collapsing.
telling
little
You're
experiment.
trying to tell me they set fire to the building so that they could blow the building up? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Make it look like it was due to fire.
Oh, horse shit, Chris.
Evidence.
You can't do that damn
Okay,
thing.
Chris. Evidence.
Buildings don't fall due to fire.
Evidence. Yes, they do.
Oh, shit,
Evidence.
Many
The video
Chris.
is the evidence.
No, this video is not evidence. It's
Video.
you. It's your opinion.
Go to that video and pull up 30 seconds.
Is it your opinion or is it evidence, Chris?
Evidence.
Is it opinion or evidence?
Well, you don't understand the difference between opinion and evidence, I guess. Evidence is just something that you observe, test, or whatever to come to a conclusion.
An opinion
This
is
an
something that you do to
observation.
obfuscate an opinion. Okay,
It makes
so,
sense, but go to 30 seconds and hit play.
Yeah, we already
You'll
showed
see
that
it.
part right there. Yeah, I see
Yeah.
it. Yeah, and I see the
Yeah,
building
the
collapsing.
from fire.
Oh, and
Yeah,
I see,
because it's been blown up.
And I see a person on the scaffolding. Yeah, that guy's dead. Ooh, that sucks.
See, there's a flash. There's a pretty good flash.
That just hit me. That just made me realize. No, Chris.
At
I'm
39
sorry,
seconds, there's a flash.
Yeah, so apparently the conspiracy is that all controlled demolitions have to have people inside it to make it look like it wasn't a controlled demolition.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a
not going to watch.
fucking
I'm not
ludicrous
gonna-
idea.
Just a heads up, I'm not going to play that again.
That is a pure
I just
collapse.
noticed people in it, and that's not
Okay.
necessary.
Okay.
That wasn't
Question,
controlled.
provide
Play the
evidence
evidence.
Or find a cactus
It's not
and just
evidence.
place it gently within the confines of your
Okay,
rectum.
how about this,
Yeah.
Chris? How about this, Chris? Since you think it's evidence, can you please give me your what backing do you have for it? Like, what experience do you like? What investigational conclusion have you come to doing this? So you said that was a blast. So you know how controlled demolitions work, right? Okay, you do? Name the 4 components of a demolition.
4 components?
Yeah. These are things you're supposed to know if you know it. Because to do it, these are 4 things that you do to make sure you don't blow your fucking self up. And those are the 4 components that make the blast. So tell me, what are they? Since you know. Okay, so you obviously have no actual experience because you're Googling it right now. Okay, so do you have structural engineering degrees? Or have you...
You're cutting out, Sean. You got to turn off touch to talk.
I'm not using touch to talk. It's you then.
Your mic's cutting out for some reason.
Am I cutting out for everyone?
Yeah, a little bit.
Not to me.
Okay. You guys, not me. I'll talk into it more. But like I'm saying, you don't have the experience in a lot of these situations that a lot of other people do, like myself, to say that's what it is. Okay. How many controlled demolitions have you been involved in?
I don't have to be a part of a controlled demolition to understand the concept.
What are the 4 steps? Because knowing the concept has nothing to do with
Well,
actually
there's
knowing
more
it.
than 4 steps. It's a
not. Nope.
malformed question. Yeah.
No,
what are the
there's
6 steps, Sean? You're missing 2 steps,
Okay,
Sean.
that's the thing. If you understood,
Googled
okay,
that.
how about this? How about this? How about this, Chris? What are the steps to breaking someone's guard?
Yeah, Chris, you're missing an important point. Experience does
George,
count
no
for
one's
a lot.
talking to you, George.
It's just,
Chris.
it's just like
No
you
one's
and
talking to you,
thermite. You
George.
don't understand thermite. You've probably never saw a thermite. burn,
I
yet
just
you know
I
every-
gave you.
Of course
Did you
I
watch
do.
the video?
Of course I
George,
do.
did
I
you watch
use
the
thermite.
video?
I manufacture
I
thermite.
have about this. I have a better question, Chris. I have a better question.
Did you watch the video of the guy
Chris,
cutting steel columns with thermite?
Chris, I have a question. You've watched black
Idiot,
belts roll,
George.
right, on YouTube? You've seen black belts roll on YouTube or in your gym?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
Mhm.
Does that make you a black belt? Does that make it so you know
No, but I
jiu-jitsu?
can understand what they're doing.
Okay, so you know what a flower sweep is. Explain it to me.
But it doesn't mean I know everything about every single move on the
So
planet.
you
You didn't
don't-
know what a ghost escape was. You didn't know what a ghost escape
No,
was.
no, no. Here's the thing. I know what a ghost escape. I'll show you what a flower sweep is, so I can show you what I'm talking about. Because I know what a ghost escape is. It's not called the same thing to me, though. But I'll show you a flower sweep, so you can see what it is. So you can tell me what it is.
Maybe that's called something that I've not heard of before.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
different names and different moves.
Yep. And that's why I want to see if you know what it is. Because it's going to prove my point. Okay, I'm
Why
going to share
bother,
it.
Sean?
I don't
Good.
know.
Why bother?
I'm just amazed at this variant of Chris we've seen. I've never seen him be actually distasteful piece of shit like this.
So, Chris, you've seen this sweep before?
What am I looking at?
You can click the live or you can watch the YouTube. Either one. Sorry, move. You ever seen it before? Ever done it before? Ever seen it before? Done it before? Do you know what a Darce choke is? Do you know what do you know what let's play that. Did you know that move that I just showed? Okay. Just because you've seen something and you watched a video, Chris, doesn't make you an expert. Doesn't make you know what you're talking about. There's zero evidence that that building you just showed was a controlled demolition at all. Not even a little bit.
Not one time in recorded history has anybody ever done a controlled demolition starting at the top third of the goddamn building.
The corner.
Why in the hell would you do that?
With people in it and firefighters trying to put a fire out. Or with fire. Everything about that video says you're wrong. Sorry.
That is incredibly naive.
Like I said, you may have watched black belts roll, and you may know some moves or may know something about it, but that don't mean you know what you're talking about. And I use that example because now you know exactly what you're doing with those buildings. You're doing the same thing as I just showed you.
Marble, it's not an issue of being incredibly naive. He's just incredibly stupid. He can't. He has a hard time comprehending anything he watches or sees.
No, he's
I
not
understand
stupid.
that.
Not at all.
He's stupid, Hannah. I've heard him for close to a year.
Hello?
There's hardly anything that he says that is based in fact.
Doing it.
I can hear you now.
Now
Chris.
be heard there,
No,
Sean?
I can't hear you, Chris.
No, we couldn't hear you at all. Just now was the
Oh,
only time we were
God.
able to hear
You didn't hear anything I said the last like 5 minutes?
No. I thought it was your mic or you weren't answering or something.
No, it's Discord. Discord's
You
stuck.
have to refresh after you get out of that live stream if you went into the live stream thing.
Whoever wrote the program Discord needs to kill themselves.
Okay, if you didn't hear that, Hannah said when if you click on my like when I do that live thing, you may have to refresh.
Oh, great. I didn't have to do that earlier. Anyway, Sean, I guess let me just quickly repeat. So yeah, I've never done the flower sweep. It looks a lot like a scissor sweep from guard. But I did understand the concepts
not even
behind
close.
it.
Scissor sweep. Okay.
Yeah, it's very
No.
close, Sean.
Okay,
Come on,
let
don't
me
be ridiculous.
let me show you. Okay, and this can be very simple. A scissor sweep is your so in that so imagine you're on your back and then in your guard. A scissor sweep is a sweep from your left leg, your heel, sweeping under. That the flower sweep or pendulum sweep is a sweep that you put your right leg into the armpit and roll them that way.
You
It's a
have
complete-
to put
it's a
your right leg
complete-
into the armpit on a scissor sweep
no,
too.
No, you don't. No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't put your okay, well, Sean, I've done in scissor sweep and I've had them done to me. If you don't put your leg in my armpit, you're not moving me. You're not doing anything.
Want to bet? Let me show you right now.
Yeah.
Scissor sweep, because you're wrong. Scissor sweep has nothing to do with that.
Put your right foot in. You put your right.
Why don't you guys
foot
just
in.
get together and have a match? We'll all come and
Watching
watch.
the scissor sweep video right now.
Yeah. And I want you to understand something. One is a
His
pendulum.
right leg is across the guy.
Listen, yeah, across the guy, not in his armpit. Because one is you taking them off their weight, and the other one is a hip bump. You're hip bumping on on that sweep, Chris. You're not putting it in the armpit. You're putting it in his rib cage, and then you're sweeping your leg or your right leg under his leg. It's not the same sweep at all.
Right leg under his leg. No.
Yeah, okay.
You're,
So look, he's gonna see where the grips are, which are completely different. His left knee. I'm not even showing you. My bad. Or actually, it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter.
No, yeah, I want to see.
Okay, well, I'll show you. Okay, so where they're at right now, his grips completely different. That's just right off the bat. For one, this is a hip bump sweep. You use your hips to sweep this guy, and the other one, you're using his weight. It's a pendulum. Kind of get it? Pendulum sweep, flower sweep. This guy, he puts his knee, his left leg is going to go across his belly and lock it in like his ankle would be in his rib cage. He's going to use the right leg then to sweep the guy's knee that's on the ground. It is a completely different sweep, Chris. And that's what I mean. You may have seen it. You may think you've done it, but you haven't. I'm telling you, man. I know what I'm talking about. I teach this shit, Chris. I can't hear you if you're talking. That's
never look a gift horse in the mouth, Sean.
Yeah. And what the guy's doing right now, where he's at, is where that sweep is from. That is a completely different sweep than one we were looking at.
Oh.
Yep, I hear you now.
For some reason, when I click on those videos, it's taking off my mic audio. It wasn't doing that earlier. I don't know. Anyways, it's not. I wouldn't call an almost identical move completely different.
It is completely different.
That's just my opinion.
One is done from your back, and one is done from your side of a hip, which is a hip bump. I'm telling you right now, Chris, you're wrong. They're not even close to the same. They're not the same sweep at all.
Okay, and you use that to try and debunk a totally obvious.
Yes, 100%. Because you've seen it. You've seen black belts roll. Doesn't mean you become an expert at knowing the concept of jiu-jitsu. It's the same thing. Exact same thing. So yes, I used a method in which I knew you would understand me saying it, and I believe it worked pretty good.
Well, it worked to prove my point. So even though I've never done a pendulum or flower sweep, I understand the concept. When I watch the person do it, I understand what they're doing. I understand they have to, if you're going to the left, you have to control the left arm. You have to have a base.
If that were true, Chris,
it's not true.
Listen, okay, if it was true, you would not have said it was it was the same thing as a scissor sweep. You would not.
I didn't
have said
say
that.
it was the same thing.
Yes,
I said
you
it was similar.
Ooh, you said that's a scissor sweep. I said no, Chris, that's not a scissor sweep.
Oh,
it's
I
not even
didn't.
the same.
I said it looked like a scissor sweep.
Okay.
Weed.
I'm just saying, they're not the same sweep. It's
Smoking
So
dope.
get together and
Yes,
duke it
I am
out.
smoking weed. Why does everyone keep saying that? Like
No
it's a
wonder
new...
you're all off.
I'm so on. It's
Right.
insane. Chris, two different, completely different sweeps. It's like saying a guillotine is the same thing as a rear naked choke.
Out. God, it's fucking just a piece of shit.
We hear you.
You cut out. All I heard was it's like saying a guillotine is the same as, and you cut out.
As a rear naked choke.
Are they both chokes?
Yeah, they both are. But are they the same positions?
Okay.
Are they the same
Well,
thing?
they're not the same position. They're both chokes, so they're similar in the fact that they're chokes.
Oh, so a flower sweep is the same as a scissor sweep because it's a sweep.
Oh, I didn't say that's the same. You're
Okay,
putting
well
words in
then,
my mouth.
guess what? A guillotine.
Similar.
and-
Listen, similar.
A guillotine
is not
and
the same.
then a guillotine and a rear naked choke aren't the same. You just
I
said
didn't say they were the same. No, I didn't.
You said it was the same. They're chokes, right?
I said they're similar. They're both chokes.
Okay, so that's the only similarity to them. The same way that the only similarity to a
okay.
flower sweep and a scissor sweep are sweeps.
But I understand. So, like, if you said, what's the concept behind a guillotine choke, a Darce choke, or a rear naked choke? The concept is the same. I'm cutting off the circulation on both or one
Now-
side of the carotid arteries.
Perfect. Thank you for proving my point now. Just because you've seen a building crumble doesn't mean you understand it completely. You've just seen it. It's the same thing. It fell. One building falls. Demolitions fall. They must be the same. They're similar. That's all you're doing with the buildings. I saw that building fall.
It's called characteristics, Sean. If you see the
Yeah.
characteristics, of
The
something,
characteristics
it's probably
is it
that
fell.
something.
Because guess what, Chris? The building was on fire. There were people in it, and it was being fought by fires.
Okay,
And
that's one way of looking at it.
oh, wait.
You could also look at the video and see explosions coming out of the side and flashes, and then say, "Oh, that's a lot like a
I didn't
controlled
see no
demolition."
flashes, and I know they're not like controlled demolitions, which I have.
But I told
been
you there there's a
I
flash
have-
around
Have you
39
ever
seconds.
seen a controlled demolition in person?
Not on this again.
I don't think so. Maybe I did. I've been to Vegas a couple times, but I don't really remember. I'll just say no for
Chris,
sake of
just a little something about the structure of the towers, right? To do the controlled demolition, the demolition would have to be inside the main superstructure, not on the outside, because that's not what was holding up the building.
Right.
So why
And-
would the flashes come outside the building if they were done internal?
Which building?
I don't know. The one you keep saying was demolition.
Well, if the building is being exploded and you can see inside of it all of a sudden, you're going to see the flashes going off.
It's actually classified as an implosive device.
Odd.
So as debris doesn't go outside of the confines of the building.
Okay, well, that's funny because the debris was being blown out of the windows.
That means it's not controlled.
Not only control it to a certain degree. The point of it being controlled is to try and get it in its own footprint, but that's not a one-to-one perfect scenario. There's tons of videos online that show quote unquote controlled demolitions going haywire, like buildings falling over, buildings collapsing halfway and not completing. Like,
So now you're accounting for failed demo attempts for terrorist attacks or fire burning down structures. Because I can tell you right now, they wouldn't. Here's the other thing.
He's saying that in a demolition, that the dust is not allowed to escape from a building that's
bullshit.
And somehow,
And Chris, here's the other big thing you should know. When they do demo, they do a fair amount of deconstruction before. Fair amount. How do I know? Anything that would be tiny, small, and be a projectile to kill people, they try to take away from that aspect. AE, windows, frames, doors. So when you see these things with glass, guess what's happening? It's no longer possible to be controlled demolition. Understand what you're saying? Controlled demolition. A terrorist attack with a bomb is not a controlled demolition, Chris. Can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay, just checking. Just want to make sure.
That's the point you made is no point at all against anything that I've said.
Okay.
Why? Like the funny thing is you guys are you're saying things like, oh well, why would you blow up a building from the top? Like, well, you normally wouldn't when you're doing an inside job
then it's
and
not
you're
controlled
making
demolition.
it look like
Not controlled demolition. It's a terrorist attack.
Wow.
It's not the same thing.
All right.
It's not. Sorry.
Guys, keep believing whatever you want to believe.
Nope. You believe what you want to believe. I will understand what I understand.
I will go along with the architects and engineers from 9/11 Truth. Those people who are certified and accredited. Brian Peck.
Very good question for
the rules earlier were when someone's talking in the screen, you don't interrupt.
Well, I'm asking a question. What do you do for a living, Chris? What's your expertise?
I
don't have any idea. I've never heard you say.
And Hannah, you're hot micing, I think.
Yeah, Hannah's hot.
And Anderson hot micing it.
Yeah, Chris or Sean.
Yes.
I'm posting into the side chat here. I saw two of the. If you want to see good controlled demolitions, is when they take down casinos in Las Vegas. I seen them do two of them. I saw them take down the Aladdin and the Landmark, and they were really quite interesting to watch. But I just posted the link there. It gives a 10 top controlled demolitions in Las Vegas casinos.
I just want to know what Tehran was he felt the need to control, demolish that building, people inside of it, and firefighters on the outside with spraying water on it. I just want to know their motivation.
Who asked that question?
Brian Peck.
You don't have the common sense to understand the situation and why they would have done that?
Are you a
Wow.
Why they would have?
Can you explain?
Why they would have made
Can you
it?
explain the common sense then? Because I don't.
If I'm a government that's going to blow up my own building and I don't want people to know about it, I'm going to make it look like it was a fire.
Yes.
How hard is that to understand?
Why not make it look like a controlled demolition?
Why would
Then people
Tehran feel and say, hey, no. Why was the building brought down? What was the goal they were trying to accomplish by making it look like it burned down and fell? That's all I'm asking.
Do your own research.
I'm asking you because you seem to have an insight. Please let me know.
Okay, so the
If
fact,
you've got special
so
insight, please let us know.
who said I had special insight? That's you're making
You're the only person.
an argument from incredulity fallacy. Like
That's not incredulity.
There's no.
Yes, it is. Asking why someone would do something.
Yeah, that's
That
not
would be if it was
incredulity.
fictitious at the current.
He
That's
can't
clarification.
fathom why they would simply do that. Why would they do that?
You're not giving me a reason why. You're just saying they did it. I'm
I
asking
don't have to
you
give you a
give me
reason why.
Then what is your
If you
reason
don't
for
have
thinking
one,
they
right?
did it?
If someone murders someone and they never
come
tell you
up
the
with a
reason, did they not murder that someone? Big Blue, quit interrupting.
Right.
Non sequitur.
You can't come up with a reason. Is that what it boils down to?
People,
Chris, I just wanna know,
none of you
what
know what
was
logical
Tehran?
fallacies are. You don't know what a non sequitur is.
Chris,
Again, I'm going to ask
I
you
just
one more
want
time. What do you do for a living? I'd just like to know what your qualifications are. Everybody knows who I am and what I do.
I don't.
And what I've done.
I don't.
What do you do for a living? Is that too much to ask? You need
Are
to
you
go
saying
ask somebody.
I don't have? Are you saying because I don't have a particular call it degree or work in a particular field for my job that I can't
I just
train
want to know
myself
what you
or teach
do.
myself certain things?
I just want to know what you do for a living.
You're interrupting again. You're interrupting me. I'm giving you a response.
I'm
You're
just
interrupting.
asking.
Yeah, I know. Quit saying.
I've never seen you
Quit asking
behave like an
the same
absolute
question.
dickhead. You're usually very cordial and polite. Unfortunately, you're just being an utter dick. for no reason.
And the good thing is your volume's still low. We can't really hear you. But to answer Big Blue's question, Big Blue, are you saying that if I don't have a degree in something or I don't work in a certain field for my job, that I can't train myself or teach myself those same concepts?
Not saying that at all. I'm just asking you what you do.
It's a good part of the equation, though. That's a huge part of the equation.
No, let's don't move
Let's
on.
just move
Answer
on.
my question, please.
I'm not answering anything.
Answer the question.
Of course, you're embarrassed because you don't have any.
So are you going to apologize?
You may pass any
Are you gonna
judgments on
apologize
any
for
of us.
for being rude?
That's been the whole problem all along.
Hey,
like
you muted me, Chris.
What is going
around?
Yeah, but you're
so here's
a
the
dick
thing.
most of the time.
Yeah, Chris. So, what
You can't-
is going
you-
on
you're
in
not gonna
Iran
answer-
that they decided to collapse the building?
Marvel, you're interrupting Brian Peck.
Chris, what was going on in Tehran that they decided they needed to collapse that building and make it look like a fire?
What does that have to do with anything?
You're claiming it was a controlled demolition that killed a bunch of people, and it would look like a fire. I'm asking you how you know that.
You don't have to know motive to know something is true about the same situation.
I'm asking how you know that. You can either tell me or you
Called
continue
motive.
to obfuscate and just look like a prick.
Well, you're looking like an idiot because you think you have to know motive to know the truth about it.
I'm asking how you know that was their motive.
I don't know their motive.
So how are you making a determination that that's what happened?
You don't understand. You know what? Oh, God, I can't believe it. I'm probably the least educated one on the panel, but I have to educate you guys about definitions of words and things. Do you understand what motive is?
Yeah,
What is the
It's
motive?
the reason for
behind
doing. It's the
them
reason for
collapsing
doing
this
the
building?
thing. Listen, it's the reason for doing the thing you did, not
Yes,
that thing you
what was
did.
their motive for collapsing this building? You
I
haven't
don't
answered
know.
that.
What's
And-
the motive
and yet
for
you're
somebody
claiming- and yet
murdering
you're
somebody?
claiming that they did it. If you don't know why, you don't know why they did it, and you just assume that they
Does
did
that
it
mean that
for
they
a reason
didn't do
you
it?
don't know.
Does
You
that mean that
assume
they
they did
didn't
it
do
for a
it?
reason that you don't know and that there's no evidence for.
I've given no assertion as to why they would have done it.
But yet you've claimed they've done it for a reason.
No, I didn't. When? What did I say was the reason?
Why would they? You said they had to have done it for a reason. That's why they brought it down.
Oh, I
You
didn't.
don't know
I
what
didn't
the
say that
reason
at
is, though.
all.
Okay, Chris.
You don't need to
I'm
know.
gonna
You
ask
don't need
I'm
to know
gonna
the
ask
motive.
you. Okay, Chris. Why was the building brought down?
I don't know.
How do you know the building was brought down intentionally?
Evidence.
What evidence?
Video I posted.
The video is not evidence of that.
Well, there it is. Just like the videos of the Twin Towers and World Trade Center 7 being blown up as evidence.
I'm referring to the Tehran building.
Right. There's video documentation evidence.
Yes, that the fire.
So you have.
caused the
So you're
collapse.
just claiming. Look at this video. It's the evidence, even though they've got nothing about it.
Well, the video
video in and
shows
of
you
itself
that the building came down, not why it came down. In the case of 9/11,
Well,
we know
that's-
why it came
that's
down. We
false.
saw jets going into the building.
I will see, George, your brain has been so conditioned to only read the top layer.
Chris.
You do not understand how to read between the lines, George. I'm sorry, you just don't.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
to art.
You are
Go
so
to
good
hang
at
on,
this,
hang on.
I
Sorry,
I
sorry, I have to
apologize,
interject.
Chris. You are so good at this. You are such a much better observer of picking apart and analyzing data than any of us.
I am. You're right.
All
Thank you,
sir.
I accept your apology.
Yeah.
Why on earth am I going to have to move
hang
Chris
on.
Berry to the
Right.
list of people who are just flat in-fucking-sufferable? You used to be a good guy. Now you've just proven you're an ass.
Oh, look, 9/11 triggers me way more than flat Earth, because flat Earth is like, all right, if you want to believe the Earth's round and spinning and flying through space at infinite speeds, be my guest. 9/11 is a little bit more personal, right? And there's a little bit more evidence.
Oh, it's personal to you? You think it's personal to you?
A little bit more evidence behind proving 9/11 was an inside job of some sort. I'm not even making claims of who did it or what, right? I'm just saying there's tons. There's like so much evidence. It's insane that it was some sort of an inside job, and that you people still deny it. And I post everything I state. I back up with links and facts. Like Toadie's like, oh, it's a pancake collapse. Oh, that's like 20 years ago. They haven't said it was a pancake collapse for like 10 years. right? And I
Yeah,
post
the
links
rest of
to
your
it.
article says that it didn't collapse due to controlled. But Chris, here's the thing: the rest of that article that you cherry picked that from says that it wasn't a controlled demolition.
It's not a
So
cherry
you
pick.
either
They can
believe
be
the whole
right about
article or
one
you
thing
don't
and wrong
believe the
about
whole
something
about it.
else. They didn't look at controlled demolition. Do you know that as well?
What are you talking about? It says controlled demolition in their paper, and they found it wasn't.
Oh, they said it wasn't because they said they explained it in other ways. They never tested for controlled demolition.
Because nothing was blown up on the bottom fucking floors.
There was. Oh, tell that to the firefighters who were blown up in the basements.
No. I said. You mean the ones that were crushed to death, and they had the force of all the pressure of air?
No, before the buildings collapsed. Before the buildings collapsed, sir.
Before what?
You're talking about where the generators blew up.
Oh, the generators in the basements blew up because an airplane hit 85 stories up.
Do you understand what happens when the generator
causes
gets
a massive-
overloaded, Chris?
You're an idiot. What a moron. God. See, the government.
There's a moron here, all right. I know who it is. His name is Chris Berry. That's the moron.
Triggered. See, the
I
government
don't
knew they
think
could
it-
get away with this because they
Chris,
knew
have you
people
ever
like
run
you
a
guys would be
generator?
on here debating it for them.
Chris, have you ever run a generator?
Chris, you were
really
pissing
sad,
in your
Chris,
pants when that happened. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Chris, what's really sad,
know
you
anything,
pull
Big Blue.
all
You're an
this
idiot.
stuff out of the air and make statements that aren't in evidence. You say a
That's
pancake
not what.
collapse wasn't discussed until 10 years after. My God, the day after, I watched the buildings collapse on TV, and that's what was being
wow.
discussed by structural engineers at the time.
And they were
within
wrong,
2
George.
days. Oh, yeah,
They were
okay.
wrong.
Really?
Even
Sure, of course
the
they
link
were.
I posted.
You get to
listen,
pass that judgment.
Again, tell us what your experience, Chris. What experience do you bring to this that allows you to say those engineers were wrong?
I'll post a link for you, but listen,
I don't want a link. I want you to tell me what your background is. I want you to tell me what your background is. I don't give a shit. I'm talking to you. I want you to tell us what your background and experience is that lets you make a statement like that, Chris.
Anyways, George,
tell us.
I can post the link.
Look, it's okay if you're a grocery boy. I don't give a shit what you do. Sell cars, sell insurance. I don't care. Just tell us what you do.
George, I'll
Why
post
won't
the
you
link
do that?
again that shows
Why won't you
from
do that,
NIST.
Chris?
So it's a link from
Why
NIST
won't you do that, Chris?
itself that says it's not a pancake.
Why not?
Why won't you do
About
that,
who
Chris?
you are?
Why won't you do that, Chris? Why won't you do that, Chris? I can do this all fucking day. Just ask the people in this panel. I can be the biggest asshole in the room.
Chris,
wow.
grabbing
You guys are such
videos out of
internet
YouTube
uppers.
University proves nothing. There are so many misconstrued, dishonest videos out there. If you've studied this stuff, you've studied the documents, why don't you give us a synopsis of an abstract of what you've read and understood? That's what Blue is asking for. We're not asking for YouTube videos. We're asking what.
I'm not giving you YouTube videos. I just posted a link to NIST.gov explaining that it was not a pancake collapse. Yeah, that was one of the initial theories, but that is not the quote-unquote official theory any longer. It hasn't been for a long time.
Yeah, and the official theory isn't that it was a fucking controlled demolition either, but you still cling to it. So it's either you
right.
If you're going to quote the official, you're either going to accept. If you're going to quote the official, you either accept it or you don't.
No, that's. Dude, Brian, you got to go back. Oh, I'm not. Never mind. Don't go back to school. That's what got you in trouble in the first place.
Well, if I ever meet you in person, I'm going to rip your head from your neck and shit down your throat.
An article. Wow, chill out, bro. Chill out. Just take a step. You need to get Brian Peck. You need to get off the internet for a little bit, man. Go take a break. Listen, an article or a group or a study can be right about one thing and wrong about another thing. Do you understand that?
This link you've posted, Chris, I don't see any link posted by you about a government study.
Where is this link?
I just reposted it. Go to number 8. Number 8 states.
Where have you posted it? I don't see it anywhere.
Discord in live stream text. And you can look at it yourself. Number 8, paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4. The beginning of the 4th paragraph. NIST findings do not support the pancake theory of collapse, etc., etc., etc. listen, I'm not saying there isn't an official theory. There is. I'm just saying it's not pancake collapse. It's something else. Now that doesn't mean that the other thing that they're saying it is correct either. I just want you all to be aware that it's
Do you know
not
what
pancake
pancake
collapse.
collapse means? Do you actually understand what it means? It means that the top fell
I'm just
directly
telling
onto
you
the
that
next.
NIST says it wasn't a
Chris,
pancake
did
collapse.
the middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours? Did it?
Actually,
Okay, so
did.
pancake collapse
Yeah, it
means
did.
that it goes floor by floor by floor downward. That's all it is. All it
All right,
means.
I'll read it again. NIST's findings do not support the quote-unquote pancake theory of collapse. Well, I guess.
You just don't listen at all.
You obviously
Okay,
don't know
it's
what
not
the
a-
fuck you're talking about.
It's not a theory. It's not a fucking theory. Pancake collapse is the way it collapsed. There's nothing theoretical about it. It fell floor by fucking floor.
Why don't you read number 7 here, or the cause of collapse? It says, based on comprehensive investigation, NIST concluded that the World Trade Center towers collapsed because 1, the impact of the plane severed and damaged support columns, dislodged fireproof insulation, coating of the steel floor trusses and steel columns, and widely dispersed jet fuel over multiple floors, and 2, the subsequent unusually large number of jet fuel ignited multi-floor fires, which reached temperatures as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius or 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, significantly weakened the floors and columns with dislodged fireproofing to the point where the floors sagged and pulled inward on the perimeter columns. This led to the inward bowing of the perimeter columns and failure of the south face of World Trade Center 1 and east face of World Trade Center 2, initiating the collapse of each of the towers. Both photographic and video evidence, as well as accounts from New York City Police Department Aviation Unit during a half-hour period prior to the collapse, support this sequence for each tower.
Not to mention, if you go a little further down, you get NIST findings also do not support the controlled demolition theory, since there is conclusive evidence that the collapse was initiated at the impact and fire floors of the World Trade Center and nowhere else. And the time it took for the collapse to are you going to let me finish? To initiate 56 minutes for World Trade Center 2 and 102 minutes for World Trade Center 1 was dictated by 1, the extent of damage caused by the aircraft impact, and 2, the time it took for the fires to reach critical locations and weaken the structure to the point where the towers could not resist the tremendous energies released by the downward movement of the massive top section of the building at and above the fire and the impact floors. Video evidence also shows unambiguously that the collapse regressed from the top to the bottom, and there was no evidence collected by NIST or by the New York City Police Department, the Port Authority, or the Fire Department of New York of any blast or explosives in the region below the impact and fire floors as the top building sections, including and above the 98th floor of World Trade Center 1 and the 82nd floor of World Trade Center 2, began their downward movement upon collapse initiation. In summary, NIST found no corroborating evidence for alternative hypothesis suggesting the World Trade Centers were brought down by controlled demolition using explosives. NIST also did not find any evidence that missiles were fired or hit the towers instead. Photographs and videos from several angles clearly show the collapse initiated at the fire and the impact floors, and that the collapse progressed from the initiating floors downward until the dust clouds obscured the view.
Boom. And that's from your paper, Chris. Your paper that you're
It's not
using
my
as
paper.
evidence.
It's not my paper.
You're
No,
using
okay.
it
All right.
as evidence.
It's the link you're backing your claim on, Chris. It is the link you're backing your claim on.
Maybe you need to tell your Sunday school teacher to come up with a better quote than what we just saw.
All right, so let me give you a response. Okay, so my whole point is, so first of all, obviously they're going to have an official story. They're not going to come right out and say, the government blew it up.
Chris,
here we go. Sean shot off.
Chris. Then you can't use their link. If all they do is lie, Chris, don't you?
No, you don't understand.
Yeah, if all they do is lie, don't use their links. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead now? Am I going to be interrupted 5 words in?
Maybe so.
Yeah, you probably will.
So, you bozos. All right,
listen. That was 1. That
was crazy. 1. All right, so obviously they're going to have an official story. I'm not doubting that. This not it's not I think it's a paper, but it's a FAQ, a frequently asked questions. So this FAQ is gonna have the official answer, right? So that's obvious.
So
my
you're
whole
just,
thing
you're
is
admitting
to
to cherry picking then.
Yeah, it's pronounced FAQ, mate. Not
and
fact.
doesn't understand what cherry picking is. So I just wanted to inform both
You're
Toady.
picking basically one small section of this entire thing and claiming it for your story and how it corroborates it. That's cherry picking.
Oh no, wrong. I never once said this corroborates controlled demolition. I did say it corroborates no pancake theory. That's true, and that's
You
fact.
also said they didn't investigate what I just told you they
They
investigated.
didn't.
So
They
did you lie
didn't.
or are you dishonest?
They did not investigate controlled demolition. No.
They just said they investigated it. What part
They
of the
didn't.
section I read did you not listen to?
Okay, reread it, and we'll take it one by one and see what they meant by investigation.
Let me pull it all
You
back
really
up.
are that thick. You really are that fucking thick.
Does anyone else want to read it this
You read
time?
out the whole fucking.
By
you read out the whole
investigation,
fucking
I'm talking forensic investigation. They didn't test the steel for explosive materials. They didn't test the dust for explosive materials. In fact, when independent parties tested both steel and dust, they found nanothermite in the dust.
Do you know you can make thermite out of aluminium, you dumb fuck?
No, not nanothermite. You can't. This is
You wanna
sophisticated.
bet?
This is
You wanna
weapons
put
grade
money on it?
thermite.
Okay,
This
then
is
let me start all
military
over from the
grade
beginning.
thermite.
You want to put money on
Did you
it?
say military grade thermite?
Chris, you're a
Thermite.
fucking idiot.
It's-
The only difference between regular thermite and nanothermite is the amount of surface area that's between the particles. You have very, very fine particle. It's called mesh. Like a 200, 300 mesh is a very, very fine aluminum. And what the nanotechnology allows you to do is get it to even a finer mesh so that you're increasing the effective surface area between the particles of iron oxide and aluminum. That's all it's made. That's the only difference. And because of more surface area, it will burn faster. There's nothing different between regular thermite and nanothermite or your super thermite other than the amount of surface area that you have in the particles of the two elements, aluminum and iron oxide, that's used in composing thermite.
I think it really
So anyways,
fight it with the burns, doesn't it,
so
George?
Sean, you laughed at that. You laughed at me saying it was military grade. So it says super thermites are generally developed for military use. So I don't know what you're laughing at. It's just a fact.
This doesn't mean military grade.
it's
It
not
means
military
it's been
grade.
developed for.
You just
You're
super
implying that somehow military grade implies more power.
Oh, so military grade and developed for
Chris,
military use is not the same thing.
Chris, you just
It's not the
super
same thing.
you just super loomed thermite. That's all you did.
I'm
just
glad
now.
you feel that way about super looming. I'll take that.
I do. I think super looming is just as stupid.
Then how do you explain things that shouldn't be over the curve that are?
Looming.
It's called looming. It's just looming.
Looming.
It's just looming. It's like
So here
things
we go,
just
Chris.
looming 100 feet over the curve. Got it. That's just looming.
That's
Yeah.
There was no
That's
evidence.
easy enough to
Here we
do.
go, I
I
got
have
it now.
measured refraction effects across the lake at 2.5 miles away, where objects have actually appeared to rise over 12 feet in 2.5 miles. That's not unheard of. I have actually documented and measured that.
Yeah,
Okay,
Chris,
great.
do you explain to me how you can explain how refraction works on a globe and use it to show that it's not on a globe? Go ahead. I'd love to hear it.
Oh, what? That didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, okay. So we know miraging happens due to refraction. We understand why refraction happens, and it does happen because we live on a globe, the way it does. And you say it's not. No, you say it's not, and you say that these effects happen because of go.
Effects.
Miraging.
Oh, Sean, we've gone over this, man.
I
We know why
Chris, that's
miraging
why-
happens.
I know we've gone over. That's
Miraging
why
happens due to a change in the density.
The density of what?
The medium.
Would the light have nothing to do with it?
The density refracts the light of the object.
The density refracts. Are you sure?
The density of the medium.
Okay. Why does that happen?
The density gradient. There has to be a gradient.
And all explained under the pretenses of a globe. How is it explained in your
Oh,
idea?
You don't need a globe
Why
to
not?
do refraction. Sean,
Okay,
you know that.
perfect.
I'm
Okay,
telling you. Let me
Chris,
answer.
do you believe in a dome?
Stop interrupting.
I can't. It's my fucking nature. You know that, Chris. You know
I
that. know. Fuck. Stop acting like it's fucking out of nowhere.
I can the globe in 3 seconds.
No, you can't.
You saying refraction requires a gradient, Chris?
Yes.
Oh, refraction has to have a gradient, huh? Thank you.
You know the laser through the fish tank full of sugar water? That's not a globe, Sean. That's a flat fish tank where the laser is shooting through 2 feet of water and it's bending the light at like 30 degrees. Okay? You don't need a globe for refraction.
It's certainly not 30 degrees.
No, I didn't say you need a globe. I said we live on a globe, and refraction is explained in many ways because of the fact that we live on a globe.
Refraction has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No.
You don't need a gradient either, Chris.
I didn't say
You need
that,
a
Chris.
change in the you need a gradient if it's the same medium, Big Blue.
Chris, that's not what I said. You're making it as if I
It's a
said.
different medium, you
You're
don't
making it says the only way we see light is because it's a globe. No, dude, didn't say that at all.
That's what are you saying then?
I'm saying that many things like sunset, sunrise, and multiple miraging shows that we live on a globe. Using refraction, we understand that. That's what I said. Now, I ask you to explain how it's wrong without using refraction, because the refraction you even know is explained the same way I just explained it. So what magical method have you come up with, Nobel Prize winner, that explains it?
Let's just get on the same page and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
Do you need a globe to have refraction?
Nope.
Okay, so then what's your point? I'm completely missing it, I guess.
Refraction would happen differently on a globe versus a plane.
Really, because the fish tank experiences a similar type of refraction.
Chris, really?
The fish tank is a proof of concept that light can bend.
Correct.
So they added something to the water.
It's not round. So you're saying the fish
something
tank
to
is
the
not
water
round.
to show you how that works. Why are you comparing the two? It's because the fish tank is flat at the bottom. Okay, Chris. Then do me a favor.
Yeah,
just put water on a globe. Okay. Don't add sugar. Do the same thing. Because all they did was show you that light bends. You said it yourself. All they're showing you is that how light bends. It doesn't need to be a globe. I never said it does need to be a globe. Not once.
Why do you keep saying it proves the way that refraction works proves globe when Mick West himself showed refraction working not with the globe, with the fish tank?
You're a dick.
That's not what I said. You keep. What did you call it? Obfuscating? Yeah, that's what you keep doing, over and over again, nonstop. Stop it. I didn't say that.
If that's funny, you quote Mick West, who debunks the building.
Yes, no. That's the concept of what Chris has done this whole night, and he's been called on it. Chris, you keep saying because you think so is why things are, regardless of your experience in them, understanding of the situation, and that's why everyone keeps getting all like because like it. Blue asking you what you do for a living, it has nothing to do with what you do for a living. It's basically, do you have the experience to understand what is being said and seen in these situations? And you don't. You just don't. I'm sorry, you don't. I'm going to tell you right now, 90% of the people on this panel don't either, because they've never seen it, studied it, or understand it in their life. But the difference is they're not saying they do. And you are saying you understand it regardless. You cannot teach people black belt jiu-jitsu because you've seen it before, Chris.
I could.
You wait. You think you can teach people jiu-jitsu because you've seen it?
No, I just said it didn't say I could.
Okay, my bad. I heard wrong. But that's what you're doing.
It did sound like you said you could.
Yeah, my bad. I really thought you said you could.
Say I could.
Okay. That's what you're doing, though. You're saying because you've seen
white belt.
Okay. Yeah. No, Chris, you are a layman. You have no idea about controlled demolitions, but yet you say because you've seen it, you know it.
That's false. No. That's not to say I know nothing about it is false.
Okay.
To say I know
okay,
everything about
exactly. Okay, perfect. That's why Blue asked you the question. What background in demolition do you have then?
He didn't. That's not what he asked.
No.
He asked what I did.
Yeah. Because he was trying to say you don't have any experience in it, but there's other ways to get
Don't
into
need
it.
experience.
You okay? Teach someone jujitsu. Can you?
If you go into your,
you've seen Chris, man. You've seen black belts roll, my friend. So you can teach
level.
You can teach
everything you.
Chris,
All right.
Chris, you could teach black belt jiu-jitsu because you've seen it before, right? Chris, right?
I've never once claimed that. You're strong.
Okay. You say you understand controlled demolitions. Is that a fair thing to say?
I have a basic understanding of controlled demolition. Yes.
Okay. What background do you have to have a basic understanding of it? Now, I can tell you mine, and now I would like you to tell yours. Do you want me to go first?
Research of controlled demolitions.
Okay. Then you tell me 4 different types of demolitions. The 4 steps. Step 1, you figure out if you need this type of demolition. Go ahead. Which
dodge, dive, and duck.
Yeah, exactly. Chris, your opinion is your opinion. You're more than welcome to it. Your belief is the same way. But I'm telling you right now, you do not have an do not have a educated, logical understanding of controlled demolitions to tell anyone how a building went down. And
that's false.
No, it's not false at all.
It is
false. How about this? If I show you random
is it
buildings.
Gonna be something stupid like gut the building, clean it, rig it with explosives?
No,
all
I asked you what the 4 different types of demo were. That's all I did.
Well, you
would know these.
There
are 4 steps: is ignition, primer, clear, and you would call it it'd be the warning sound, but it's alert.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think the term I haven't done in a while, but those are exactly what you do. Connect the box to the building. You clear, you alert, and then you blow it up. That's 4. That's what I was trying to tell you, Chris. Those are very simple things. Things you don't do. You will not put the ignition to the box unless it's clear. You will not sound the alert horn unless it's clear. You will not ignite unless it's clear. These are simple things. That's why I asked it. It was very stupid simple. And you went to Google and you found 7 steps. That's what you saw, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
No,
I know what's up.
I made that up
as a joke. But that's what I'm saying, though. But you're literally saying because you've watched something and watched it over and over again, you understand it. You don't understand it. You just see things over and over.
You understand what research is? Like, I don't have to
absolutely
research it and understand what that thing is and what it's about and the concepts and the basics and stuff.
But there's a problem.
No one said I was an expert.
Okay, there's a problem when people who are expertise in that.
There are experts.
Okay, how about this? How about there are 2 engineers in this panel right now that you have said are wrong. You're telling me you have more experience in understanding these things than those 2 do? Or how about the person that's done controlled demolitions before?
Well, listen, I can.
That's why that's why I have such a voice in this conversation about it, because I've done them before, and you're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
George and Big Blue are interested in learning more about why there's over 3,000 architects and engineers.
Fuck Blue and fuck George and fuck Davro. Shut up.
I'm
asking you, Chris. I'm asking you from me to you. Chris, are you telling me that I'm full of shit and no understanding controlled demolitions?
I haven't said that.
Yeah, you are, because I'm telling you what you looked at that Tyron building, not controlled demolition. Now you telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I have never once said you don't know what you're talking about.
You're right.
You're
right. But when I tell you that that's not a controlled demolition,
you're misapplying your knowledge to a scenario that isn't the scenario that you need to apply it to.
No, see, that's the problem, because you're doing that, Chris. You're making You're making something that you're looking at into a controlled demolition, and nothing else will turn away from it, regardless of the evidence at all.
Oh, you mean like the 3,000 engineers and architects that have signed.
Yeah. What about the 10,000? What about the 20,000? What about the 20,000 that say it wasn't?
Where are they? Who are they?
Everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. I'll show you. Do you want me to use it? Do you want me to use NIST?
Send me the link.
All right. Well, when I go into it, I'll show you, because I'm telling you right now, you're wrong.
Here's what, as a concerned citizen and someone who's into controlled demolitions and knowledgeable, you should be asking yourself, wow, why do these who are structural engineers and civil engineers, architects, why are they thinking this? Why? What evidence have they seen that maybe I haven't seen that they could help either teach me or
motivation, group motivation, money.
Really, to be called conspiracy theorists and to potentially have people like George come after your structural engineering license.
Stop it.
What I'm saying, you can't handle the truth, Sean.
Okay, how about this, Chris?
How
about this? If all of how science and measuring the world works as an engineer, that guy, what's Chris Mullen, right? I don't even really care. Fuck it. Whatever his name is, whatever.
Yeah. Brian Mullen.
Do you think he used his denying in his job?
That again?
Do you think he thought all science and math and all that shit was crap, right?
Who?
He knew. You know what? Never mind. I don't even care. Doesn't matter. I don't care about that dude. I don't think anyone else does. I don't really give a fuck. Never mind. Don't just scratch that last 10 seconds. Forget it.
Talking about Brian Mullen?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't really give a fuck about that dude. I don't even want to talk.
He
about
wasn't wrong.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, whatever. Well, you're right. He wasn't, because he said fires was crap. Anyway, I'm just letting you know now, Chris. You're telling people who do have experience in these things that they're wrong based on what you think. And I'm telling you right now, Chris, I don't think 9/11 went as the narrative said. So you can't lump me in. You can't lump me into the same bracket as everyone else. I'm sorry.
I mean, okay. Then what do you think wasn't that wasn't correct?
Oh, it was a false flag up the ass. They used it. They used the situation at hand to do what they wanted to do. That's exactly what happened. And I have evidence. I have plenty of documents that are government documents that show that.
Sure you do.
Really?
Sure you do, Sean. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, please. I do actually. Chris, this is why I said any day you want, we can do a one-on-one about this, and I'll bring everything. Because I did my fucking due diligence. I looked at why I thought it was a false flag, because it sure as hell wasn't an inside job, and it sure as hell was by planes. How do I know? Because let's get one thing straight. The second plane was very visible to everybody. Everybody saw that shit. Oh yeah, not to mention the family and friends that I have that live in New York that were living through that shit and watched the plane hit the second building. That's just one aspect of it. All the fucking videos you watch of Building 7 going down for controlled demolitions, that they're going, we're going to pull it. Do you not understand there was a structural fire due to the fucking diesel and all the shit from the generators and the debris? Oh yeah. Pull it is also what they say in the fire department world when they want to take their firefighters out of the danger. Now, ask me how I know that. Well, I've fought in fires before for CDF. If you don't know who CDF is, California Fire Department or Department of Fires or Forestry, basically, they will tell you, pull out. That means get all your fucking guys away from the fire line. They say the same thing in buildings. You can probably go through a fireman's manual and you'll see that. So Building 7, to me, oh yeah, I forgot about Building 7. There's also a video of the fucking interior of it collapsing long before the fucking outsides did. Go ahead. Now, trust this. Did they let it burn? Hell fucking yeah, they did. Why? Oh, just so happens that all the FBI and Citibank and all that shit was in that building. Yeah, they wanted to destroy all that shit. Hell yeah, because I'm not sure if you remember, Chris. Just a few months before that, the who was it? I forget who it was. Fucking somebody. They figured out there was trillions of dollars missing out of a bank or from the U.S. government. Where the fuck do you think that evidence would have been? Oh, guess what? Building 7. So yes, there was a definite reason to get rid of Building 7. Demo it? No. They just need to let it burn. See, the difference between me and you is that I'm looking at actual fucking evidence. I'm looking at actual events that happened and why they could have happened.
You think their grand master plan was to, so first of all, how'd they know that that building was going to burn to allow it to destroy the supposed evidence in the first place? That's a huge flaw in your logic. Second of all,
no, I never said they planned it. Never said they planned it. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. Second of all, there's no way they would have just said, "Oh, let's just let the building burn and let it collapse," because no building has ever collapsed like that before. No building of that magnitude, of that stature.
First of all,
of that
building 7 wasn't a building of stature. Second of all, the
50
towers
stories isn't a building of stature. What are you, Donald Trump?
Compared to, but Chris, we just got done showing you still ones. Just because you think they're built of a fucking Adobe don't mean shit.
Oh, we changed it from Adobe to controlled demolition, remember?
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Because it didn't make sense that a building like that would just fall through fire. So
your sense means dick all. Chris, that's the reality of it, man. Your sense means dick all. Evidence is evidence. It's in your fucking face, and you put shit together.
Sense is a very powerful thing, Sean.
Is it?
You really should.
Really? Do you wear glasses, Chris? Do you know someone that wears glasses? Because your common sense would make you think that shit is blurry. Do you think it's blurry for real? That was a really shitty analogy. That was crap. I even acknowledged that one.
I thought it was rather good, Sean.
At first I thought it was. I didn't like it though.
Yeah, but Sean,
a digital demonic Davros. Are you saying,
Chris?
You claiming to be a structural engineer?
Yes.
Actually, yes. He is.
You have your SE.
I'm a. I don't live in your country, you dumb fuck.
What is your certification in?
I am a fabrication engineer. I have done structural engineering. That is my qualification.
In what regard?
Did you ask him? In structural steel.
What has he done? Like, he said he's welded, so like, are you saying you're a welder?
Well, do you weld
Chris,
wood?
if you're gonna grill somebody and you won't even tell us what you do for a living, you can just fuck right off.
Because I haven't made any claim to be a structural engineer. This guy is. I'm asking him questions about it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Oh, yes, you did. Yeah, exactly what Brian just said. Yep.
I've claimed to be a structural engineer.
Yes, you did. Yeah, you claimed to have the qualifications to determine whether something was a controlled. You don't. You just got to telling us 3 different buildings and what you thought.
So giving you my
opinion,
take on something,
perfect. Hey,
based on research, knowledge that I have.
Thank you. That's it. You're right.
That's saying I'm a structural engineer.
Your opinion is all I wanted to get out of it.
Everyone, no matter what they tell you, is their opinion. First of all, no matter how many facts or evidence they have.
That's not true.
It is.
What
true.
did you say? Wait, it's everyone's opinion, no matter how many facts or evidence. The sky, Chris, an orange is orange. Is that my opinion?
That's a man-made concept. That's a word that some person made up one time. Orange
but it's not an opinion. It's a
it could be red. I could say it's red.
But you
it's
could
your opinion.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, you could.
Anyways, we're going down. This guy claims to be a structural engineer. I asked him, and he says he's a.
I believe him because I've talked to Davros many times about those type of things.
There's a big difference between a welder and a structural engineer.
Before you were twinkling your daddy's eye, mate.
You're right, Chris. You're 100% right. There's a difference between welding some metal together and a structural engineer. You are 100% right. I can weld, but I can't. I'm not a structural engineer. Guess what? Guess what though? Say what?
What?
Davros is.
And I'm asking what regards makes him a structural engineer? Like, what do you do for a job, or what do you?
Okay, how about this, Davros? Have you ever welded on I-beams for a building?
Yes, I have. Up to 8 meters in length.
That's not a structural.
Yes, it is, because you don't weld. Guess what the fuck are you talking? I will. What did you say?
Hey, my uncle.
Wait. Do you understand? Do you know what's a structural engineer? What is a structural engineer? What does he do?
Usually has a civil engineering degree.
No, I'm not a civil engineer. I'm a structural engineer. I have put welds into the webbing
consultant to
of
architects and
I-beam that
contractors
is bigger than you.
Project. Exactly.
Okay. Oh, wait. What projects have you? What type of projects have you done, Davros? Because that's what he asked, really.
I've done everything from building and helping rebuild a 9-story structure at a cement factory.
Did you do that? In what capacity?
Fuck you.
I didn't hear you cut out.
He said fuck you.
That's what I thought. He's not a structural engineer. He doesn't understand what that means in America, I guess. No, structural engineers
what does
don't.
6011 welding rod and what is the components of its flux?
Structural engineers don't do on like job site stuff. They're consultants. They work with architects.
What the fuck?
Offering expert advice on technical problems.
What part of engineering do you
I
not
don't think you
understand?
know anything about construction
At all. What do you think
I'm just
engineering
reading the
is?
definition off the internet. My bad.
Oh, please share that. I would love to see what link says structural engineers don't do shit.
God, dude, you just take everything out of context.
Yes,
Here,
I do.
structural engineers
No.
analyze.
You do, because I'm gonna look. I'm gonna
Let me read it.
find
I'm
out.
reading it. Second source.
Yeah.
Structural
I know.
engineers analyze,
But see,
design, plan, and research
but see,
component
Chris-
structural systems to achieve design goals. That's what they do.
Say it again.
Yeah, what's the
I'm not-
analyzation? Where do they analyze this?
I'm not demeaning this guy for being a welder. That's great. I'm just saying that's not a structural engineer as far as the definition that we use here in the United States.
Because you're an idiot. So I've also drilled the holes for the stabilization of the beams that were going up 30 meters in the fucking sky.
Not what structural engineers do either.
You're what? So the people
You drilled
that
some
build the
holes.
structure.
So they don't take the measurements
We
to be able to put those up. Is that what you're saying? A structural engineer doesn't do that?
They don't drill holes.
What do you? If it's
Just
their project, they're going to do whatever they can to get that project, keep that project going.
I'm going to read it again for the last time. Structural engineers analyze, design, plan, and research structural components and structural systems to achieve design goals and ensure the safety and comfort of users or occupants.
Okay, and what part of that are you misunderstanding? Do they still show up at the job site? Do they still do work?
I'm not misunderstanding any of it. You guys are. You are, apparently.
I think you just don't know what a structural engineer does.
I just read it to you.
Have you ever met one on a job site? Have you ever met one on a job site?
I have done construction in the past, and nobody that I that I was working with were structural engineers.
Okay, so what you're saying is they never show up at the job site in your experience.
We don't usually require structural engineers for house framing. No.
You don't understand structural engineering in the practical sense. Okay, I had to learn technical drawing. I had to learn welder's cert theory. I had to learn the hold capacity of a particular size bolt. I had to learn how the structure would hold together if I used a particular weighted bolt. That is structural engineering.
So if you are interested as a structural engineer or whatever you are considered in your country, if you're interested in the architects and engineers side, I can see the link.
What does architecture have to do with the engineering of a structure?
I know. Davros, stop. Hang on. Chris, I know you're from Texas. I know it's America. I know. But please stop doing the whole country thing.
He's talking about this guy. Okay,
Davros doesn't live in a third world country.
Okay, but listen. This guy earlier, I said, "What do you have, SE?" He goes, "No, I'm not in America."
Yeah, because that's American. So that's an American certification.
That's fine. So what I'm saying is, knowing he doesn't live in America, because he told me, whatever you do, where you come from, if you're interested in why over 3,000 architects and engineers are calling out the official story and saying it's not true, I'll send you the link.
Okay.
You can do more research.
Hang on, Davros. How many of those structural engineers are there in just the United States?
I'm posting the link here.
Okay, but how many are there in the United States total? You can guess.
I don't know. And that doesn't have anything to do with the argument.
Yes, it is, because you
So
said
why
three.
don't we go
You
with
said, and I quote, "You're going to go against what 3,000 architects and engineers." Okay. How many are in the United States? Because obviously the amount of them does matter.
I'm going to guess around 500,000.
Chris,
I have a question.
Hang on. Chris, you got a guess? I mean, dude, I'm not saying this is not a claim. I'm not pinning you to the number. How many do you think there are in the United States alone? It's not working if you are saying something.
I'm just not talking. I posted a link for digital demonic Davros.
Okay, but can you give me like a guess? I'm gonna
Fine,
say.
you know what?
I'm gonna say 300. I'm gonna say 350,000. I'm gonna say 350,000.
Sean, I take it back. Forget the number. Okay. If he's interested to know why some amount of architects and engineers are questioning the official narrative and why they say it's not possible, not true, there's the link. He can research it himself.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can deal with that one.
Get my qualification. I didn't have to go to fucking university, you dumb fuck.
I have a suggestion.
Therapy, dude. It's a professional.
He's bragging about not having to have gone to university.
So I got numbers: 109,748 architects in the United States. I'd say 3,000 is a very small percentage of those. Why aren't all of them coming out and saying if it's that obvious?
We haven't all looked at the evidence.
Why don't you go ahead and give me the name of one architect that doesn't believe in gravity? Can you do that?
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
You're right, because first of all, there are two things that you have to understand. Every profession has its share of moron, and second, I don't think you can name a single. This is something that you got off
even the medical field
site. Yes,
even the medical field. You're right.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And
haven't
you heard
the
about
problem
people cutting off the wrong limbs and shit?
This is a thing that you got off of a flat Earth site from listening to idiots like Brian Mullins, who can't even figure out vectors. And, you use this as some sort of a proof of something or other. Whereas 99% of all the people that are in that field think you're an idiot. So who do you think's right?
Well,
Hey, Sean, I just did the math. I found how many engineers there are in addition to the architects. The numbers that are in the group that Chris is talking about comes up to a whopping 0.5% of engineers and architects.
And that's
why aren't you interested in wanting to know why?
So that means 99.5% know what they're talking about, and 0.5% are idiots.
Is that just
it means that they haven't looked.
Is that just
and
U.S.?
That's not including the ones who found their way onto the list by accident, because there are people who found their way who were surprised that they were included in this list.
That's just U.S. because this list has got lots
Where do you get that
foreign
information, Brian?
It's got UK content. It's got Canadian content. It's got French content.
Oh, so it's even less.
All kinds
Look,
of
man.
yeah.
Look, man,
German
if you want to get one of these people...
I'm just going down the list here. I'm just looking.
Also, French and German people...
No, you have one of your engineers come out and talk to Blue, who's a real engineer. You have one of your engineers come talk to a real engineer like Blue, and we'll see whether or not he has any idea what he's talking about.
Blue wasn't degrading Germans or the French or the Canadians. He was saying that, if you have to include the fact that they're from other countries, we need to do the total number of engineers that there are, which means your percentage becomes even smaller.
So in fact, it's neat.
Yeah, that's what I was
representation of multicultural
and bear in mind,
around the world.
Bear in mind that this is a 9/11 truth site. This is a conspiracy hit site.
Well, it's not. That's a lie. That's a blatant lie.
Well, shit, I'm sitting here reading it, Tucker. I'm
Have one of them come and talk to a real engineer.
Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. That's the name of the goddamn site you just posted, you nitwit. Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. You fucking moron. That's what you gave us. It's a 9/11 hit site.
You have one come here and talk. I don't want to hear from a freaking truck driver. You bring the engineer.
They're a non-profit organization that's composed of engineers of all different calibers That's not conspiracy.
Hit site.
Moron.
Produce one.
This is a conspiracy hit site. God Almighty, Chris.
Even if they
Are
were
you
just,
really that
even if
fucking
they were-
stupid? Jesus, son.
You need to go back. You need to go. I don't have the grandkids.
You are an absolute idiot. You are a total window licking nitwit. Utterly stupid.
You've obviously become a little senile in your old age. You need to just get off the internet for a little bit.
Chris, you can eat it.
Listen, you little bastards. I'll take you any day.
Yeah, let's get okay. Everyone, calm down now. Stop. Everyone, stop.
I was asking
Hang on. Let's get a couple things straight. First things first. Chris, I am allowed to speak on how old Blue is, and yes, he is extremely old. But you suck at it. Don't do it. Oh, and two. We all need to calm down. I'm going to start winding up. We're going to end this one because I've actually been streaming for almost 5 hours. And damn, I was trying to only do
I
2.
just got here, Sean.
And that's also the
Sean,
other reason because Terry just got here.
Yeah, Sean, 5 hours, and we never got to talk about angels. I'm really upset about it.
Oh, damn.
Those rookie numbers, man, you're going to have to bump those numbers up, right? Because
We'll do that tomorrow.
Terry's got you beat hands down.
Does Dr. Bob
happened because Chris wouldn't let farmers talk about ghosts.
We'll talk about ghosts tomorrow.
2 hours. You guys had plenty of time. Listen, does Dr. Bob want a civil engineer, a structural engineer, or an AIA certified architect?
I want anybody that's licensed as a professional engineer to come on out and tell me the gravity doesn't exist. You produce them and let them talk to a real engineer, and we're not this person knows what they're doing, because I'm not an engineer, and I already know people, so-called engineers like Brian Mullins don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. They're an embarrassment.
Well, then you need to contact the company he's working for. It's online. He's a senior engineer.
I'm not going to contact anybody. You produce him.
You believe that he's a safety hazard? He's a senior structural engineer at his current company. It's online. People are posting it.
You know,
right?
Chris,
So what?
He would be a safe. Chris, he would be a
And you need
safety
to contact-
hazard if he performed math in the same way he did on his YouTube channel. The YouTube channel
He
was
the problem.
obviously
That part is
done
wrong,
on purpose.
right? People like George are wrong. But listen, Dr. Bob, if you want, you just tell me a structural engineer, civil engineer, or AIA certified architect to tell you that 9/11 didn't happen the way we were told. I
Any
think
of
you
the
not what he
above.
said.
Chris, how about this, Chris? Any of the above. Bring
Not
it.
what he said, Chris.
I want that though. I want to hear. I've never officially talked to someone that I talk like
I don't
that.
care.
Any of them, Chris.
What he's saying doesn't make sense, Big Blue. He's committing a non sequitur fallacy.
Chris, fuck him.
I don't care
Fuck
about
Dr.
your
Bob.
fallacy.
Listen to me. I say bring any of those engineers on here and tell me, and I want to hear them say.
I'm saying I'll give you the list. I'm not saying they're going to come on your little rinky-dink show. I'm just saying I'll give you the list.
Yeah, I want to know the structural integrity.
No, fuck that.
recruited
Stop,
people.
everyone. Stop it. Chris.
That's the whole list. There's 3,000 of them to choose from.
Chris.
Yeah.
That hurt. Fucking
All right.
hurt, dude. Why is it gotta be like that, man? They come on my rinky dink little show if I ask nicely.
Actually, they might. I know that Richard Gage is the founder or co-founder of the group. He's all about going around. He gives lectures and presentations to other architects and engineers who are interested in finding out the truth about what happened on 9/11.
I would love to talk
No
to
one
them.
gives a fuck anymore.
I do.
You know,
What time out, Davros? I do. Fuck you, Davros. Quit fucking being all angry. We already gave you hugs.
Hey,
They're not interested. They're curious at how people could come up with these idiotic ideas. You want to tell me jet fuel won't melt steel? You want to try that one on me?
Yeah, I would love for an engineer to come and say that stuff.
Yeah,
Who
tell
says
me that
jet fuel melts steel?
You did.
Oh, that's the big thing. That's the big thing. Well, jet fuel doesn't melt steel, so how did the building come down? Tell me, how did the jet fuel? How did the plane bring the building down?
Bob, you're cutting in and out.
What was the design of the Twin Towers, and how did an airplane bring it down?
I know. Oh, yeah.
What was the supporting structure of the Twin Towers?
Hey, Chris, if there was an engineer on site of the building of the World Trade Centers, would you believe them?
Sean, there's a contact page. It looks like you can contact them and see if you want to see if they can join your show.
Okay, but if you knew there was someone who was an engineer of the construction of it, there's what they say would probably hold a lot of weight too, right? And you knew they weren't part of the inside elite.
No, not necessarily. They wouldn't, just being on the grounds doesn't mean anything. They had to have done research and
how the building was built.
Yes. They had to have done how the building was built, exactly how it came down, what the official story says it was, what the unofficial story says it was.
Chris, do you know that
remember, Sean, you're not allowed to
fabrication
believe any
engineer?
engineers or architects other than the less than 1% he's got on his side. Damn it.
Well, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that, because my dad was a survey engineer on the Tower 2. And when we talked about 9/11, when he was alive, he made it very clear how easy it was for those buildings to have gone down due to the fires, the jet fuel, and the impacts of everything. He understands how that worked. Oh, yeah. He's the one who also taught me everything there is to know about fucking controlled demolitions. So I'm going to guess what? The reason I started looking into it and the reason I walked away from those buildings with my impression of what happened at 9/11 is because everything about the planes and them hitting those buildings and the reason that building fell are 100% understood and explained. You are the only, I'm telling you right now, you and a group of others, which just remind you, kind of fall in line with Pete, have decided your YouTube and website experiences have given you credibility to understand what you're looking at. And I'm sorry, my friend, you don't. If there's any conspiracy besides weather modification that I've looked into, it was 9/11. I have done numerous, I'm talking actual debates about 9/11 on different streams, nothing to do with flat earth and all that other bullshit. And my explanation and my reasoning for it being a false flag will give everyone, I've talked to people who are 100% narrative driven that will look at it and go, oh shit, you have to look at those things. You're right. Because a false flag, there bears evidence for it. Inside job, zero evidence. Controlled demolition, no evidence. I'm telling you right the fuck now, there's no evidence for it. Why? And the reason why NIST doesn't go into a big dissertation about a controlled demolition study is because why the fuck would you study and check and see if a controlled demolition happened if it wasn't anything to show you for it? And trust me,
not to mention NIST
hang on, Brian. I'm going to say this.
Synthesized everything else.
I'm telling you right the fuck now, too, Chris. I guarantee you, none of those engineers, not one of the 3,000, will give the same explanation for their beliefs as you did here. Which is why your credibility on being an engineer and how buildings fall, it means shit all. Really, it's an opinion. It's an opinion.
The majority of them have come to the conclusion that there's only one way that those buildings were able to come down like they did.
Good. Bring one of them here to tell us.
I would love to hear it. I'll look on that list and I'll reach out.
Yeah, that's up to you to reach out to them and see.
Why is it up to us? You're making this foolish presentation.
Because it's Sean's show, you dumbass.
Calm down, everyone. We're calming down now.
Chris, by the way,
I understand. No, Chris, I understand. I get it. I get why you're doing it. But everyone, stop.
By the way, if by chance someone were to come on your show to interview, by all means do it one-on-one and then just have the audience be able to ask questions. Do not let these retarded psychopath morons on there.
Chris, stop it. Stop, Chris. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you guys can continue on the banter. I'm going to go ahead and end it. Mainly because I'm at 5 hours, and I hate doing 5-hour streams. No one ever listens to a full 5-hour stream.
But you did it like spreading butter on toast, Sean. It was a piece of piss.
I couldn't even get an hour stream going today. My fucking OBS kept crashing.
You got to make sure to use admin. You click and make. I don't know. You said you had a Mac though. I don't remember. I think.
Just weird things.
But
Yeah, he's
I
got
mean,
a
again,
Mac.
but guys, I
Can't
do
help
want to
it.
say thank you guys all for being on the panel. It was fun. Chris, thank you as always. You know how shit rolls around here, man. Stop acting like it's fucking new. But I'm like I was saying earlier, I'm gonna message you, Chris, because sometime next week I'm gonna do my MMA stream on my other channel, and being there would be pretty cool. And
I have a weight question for you.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, I just meant.
Oh, for then?
Oh, whenever. I just have always had trouble putting on weight, so like I've been working out a lot lately, and I've been trying to eat a lot, and I've got like a mass gainer, and I just can't put weight on. I don't know if it's like because I'm exercising, it's burning more calories than I'm adding, even though I have added a mass gainer to my diet. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like,
either we'll do a one-on-one talk back and forth without being live or anything. It's definitely more than something I can explain right now, but it is explainable. I had the same problem. I know exactly what's happening. We'll either do it later on or some other time, but next week definitely I can answer all that if we don't talk.
I'll be with everyone. I'll be with all you atheists.
Carb it up.
All right.
Carb it up, Chris. If you want to gain mass, carb it up.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. So that was fun. Again, I don't mind. I don't care. Like I said, as long as you have a reason for your backing, let's talk. I like Chris. He's a cool dude. I do know for a fact that 9/11 is like his thing. I just don't think he understands enough about it. I think if it was a one-on-one, we could get in depth to it a little bit more. But yeah, it does happen. We do have people that have different motives in how they want to talk. So things get a little high strung, but hey, it happens. But at the same time, Chris is seasoned as far as I'm concerned. He gets it. He knows what he's getting himself into when he says certain things to certain people. But it happens. And like I said, I enjoyed today. It was a fun one. Good conversation. I'm going to do a little bit more topic-based, like the conspiracies and things like that. But for the most part, I really like what's happening now, where it's me questioning everyone rather than just, so to speak, the Chris's. Thank you guys for that did it earlier in the stream. Gave me your denial, things you are denying and whatnot. Tomorrow I'll probably have another question like similar. So be prepared for that, and then we'll going from there, and that kind of will drive the topic. So I hope you guys enjoy it that way. Other than that, like I said, next week I'm going to be doing my MMA live streaming for my other channel. I will start putting links and letting you guys know when that's going to happen for sure, but definitely next week. And yes, it will be only MMA. I will not talk science or nothing. I will talk science, but you guys know what I mean. So for all you guys who hate MMA, sorry, but that's what I love, and that's what I'm gonna get back into. Not to mention, I'm gonna be. It's official in the sense of I am going to be competing in the next few weeks in a jiu-jitsu tournament. If I do that, then I'm going to be streaming that live. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it live from this channel or from my MMA channel. Most likely the MMA channel. But just so you guys know that will be live it'll be multiple streams, but live as I compete. Because what happens is there are breaks in between. I may let it run, but I doubt it. I don't know. But until then, I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll get into some interesting conversation and get into it. Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Marty. If you guys want to sub to that, you guys can either put in UFC shit. That's right. It's the name of it, UFC shit. It's in my featured on my channel. But other than that, I'll start putting links out for that. Or actually, let me see if I can do that now. Let's do that now, just so I get it out of the way. Give me 1 second. All right, I'll put the link to that in the chat right now. All right, so this is the link to my MMA channel. Yeah, please like and share. There's not much on there. I started up doing it, and I actually ended up collaborating with some other people, which ended up turning into a shit show. If you guys want to know about that, watch the videos, and think the second to the last video, I explained everything in a pissed off rage. But other than that, yeah, that's going to be my MMA channel. I'm going to be doing that a lot more. So get ready for that. Thank you, everyone who does subscribe to that. I will see you guys soon there. And don't think anything different. I don't mind talking MMA here, but there definitely won't be a 2-3 hours of it where it will be that way there. I'm going to be getting some fighters on there these are the things I can do for sure. Those are the easy parts. So it's going to be fun doing those. It's going to be a little different because I'll be doing it solo. So if anyone matter of fact, if anyone out there does know, they know about a lot about MMA, and it can consistently once a week, let me know if you want to be on that stream as like a co-host, because that stream will be completely different from this. It'll be a little bit more structured, and having someone else makes my job a lot easier on that end of it. But yeah, that's what's going to happen. So thank you guys for being here. Do this. All right. Get this done, and then we'll get out of here. Perfect. Okay, so like I said, thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll be asking a little bit more questions about what you deny or believe. We'll see for tomorrow's stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you all. Love ya. Gotta go. Peace.